It's a strange and wonderful thing when you awaken and realise that it's May. It's May, by crikey. And as a result, it means that this is episode 129 of the Warhammer 40,000 podcast, known as Look Out, Sir. My name's Dan, and it's that bit at the beginning of the show where I introduce and try to comprehend the passage of time with my good buddy Phil. It's May, Phil! Oh my god, my life energy, my force, my entire entity. It's all ebbing out of myself. I'll be dead soon. Ooh.
Exactly. We're all old, and we're only getting older. We've already been not criticised, but we've been told online that we're at that age where we're now playing bolt action, and soon enough we'll get even older to the point where we're playing Napoleonics. Because as the older you get, the further back in time you play, which is why all the young kids play 40k, because they're playing in the far future. And then, maybe a bit of fantasy. Then it is in real world, World War II stuff. And then, the black powder stuff of Waterloo. It awaits us, Dan. It's going to happen one day.
It's calling me. It's calling out to me. Although, to be fair, I think you're much further along the bolt action, hype train than myself at this point.
Well, that's because I'm actually older than you. Give it.
Well, that is true.
When you hit your 40s, that tickle will come a calling.
Well, we'll at least be 200 episodes deep by the time that comes around. We will have long since given up and embraced another form of
Well,
we'll be
doing the Look Out Sir Bolt Action podcast instead.
I don't know if I could ever necessarily, because again, as I've said many times, my problem with bolt action is always I don't think I'm ever going to become enough of a history buff to ever pull it off. Certainly not to create a podcast about it.
The beauty is you don't actually need to know anything.
Well, that's not true, is it? I mean, I've seen Horus Heresy players that get... I had a debate with Tom today because he was like, oh, there's a new Dark Angel character. You're going to take that Dark Angel character. Oh, yeah, it looks pretty good. I'll probably buy the model. Oh, I thought you were doing Deathwing. That's a Dreadwing character. And it's like, oh, my God. Are we really having this conversation? This is madness. And that's just heresy. That's made up history. And people get, antsy about it. So, I mean, real history, my granddad fought in that conflict. I don't want to dishonor him by not, remembering.
Well, here's the thing.
Things.
Here's the thing. Everything is summarized into weapon types. So every type of machine gun is either...
I'm going to stop you, Phil. For goodness sake, let's not turn this already into you plugging bolt action already. Flipping heck. We're going to talk about NIDS today, Phil. That's what we're going to do. Stop poo-pooing this whole process with your bolt action. Ooh.
Fine. Even though many listeners have requested that we actually talk about it.
Yeah, the ones that talk to you, Phil. You and your cozy slipper crew.
That's what I'm going to call them from now on. The cozy slipper crew.
Maybe that could be your new podcast. You can, bring one of them along.
It's going to be our new T-shirt.
Exactly. When are you gonna start? When are you gonna start auditioning for your co-host?
Oh, because it clearly won't be you. Basically,
no, it won't be me. At least not for a few more years.
Someone who's over the age of 40 and into bolt action, hit me up, and we will do our own.
There you go.
You've also got to like editing because I don't want to have to do it. I'll be the presenter, and they can do the legwork, basically.
Well, there you go. That's how it goes. All right, brilliant. As I say, we're going to talk about NIDS. That's the thing. And Phil, I've got to come up with a way of transitioning into the 5-star review.
Well, because we're not just talking about that. We're also we've got a special feature-length outro where we're talking about the Warhammer 40k Warhammer Fest reveals as well.
That's true. But we didn't talk about Age of Sigmar reveals from today because it's not really relevant. But a new Skaven model's out. And I don't know enough about Skaven to know what's different about it. It looks like every other Skaven. I don't know whether it's a new version of an old Skaven or an entirely new Skaven.
I think it's just new and they haven't had one in a long time.
Well, fair enough. Here's the thing. It's got a cloak and a dagger and it's a rat man. I mean, not the most... But that the vampire thing, that was a thing.
The vampire one, he's probably the coolest model out of the range. Yeah.
I like the wood people.
Yeah, they seem pretty cool. I like some of the concepts.
The bugwood people.
Yeah, the flying bug guys who are clearly inspired by warp spiders. I like them. They look cool.
There you go. Anyway,
Also,
that's your intro. Oh,
don't forget, we've also got Tim's joining us on the show for the Tyranids section and that outro that we just talked about.
There you go. Oh, it's all spiraling out of control. Life ebbing away. Call back to what I said 5 minutes ago. 5 is the same number as 5-star review. That'll do.
Well, howdy, partner. These boys keep joshing us about with all their chitter-chatter about little plastic figurines. They've asked me to do this jingle for them. I don't know what they're talking about half the time. But anyway, now it's time for that 5-star review. Thanks for listening and enjoy the rest of the show. And let's all pray that it doesn't go on as long as it did last week. Yeehaw!
This week's 5-star review comes from Where Might You Imagine Phil, noting that we are recording today on the 5th of May, the 5th day of the 5th month. This must be one of the most important 5-star reviews in all of our history. So where would I pick this one from?
You would just pick Apple Podcasts of Great Britain.
No, I'm afraid not. It's not my place to pick the Apple Podcasts of Great Britain necessarily.
It picks us.
It picks us. But in this instance, I've gone with Facebook because we're a little bit lagging on Facebook. This review was left in October of 2021. So this is a 6-month-old podcast review. In fact, 7-month-old now podcast review.
So, it's as bad as Games Workshop Codex release schedule.
Well, pretty much. But we get there eventually. So this is going out to, or was given to us by, an individual called Kim, name Withheld. And of course, this is a 5-star review, and it is a prerequisite of us reading out your review that it is indeed 5 stars. And if you would like to be like Kim, name Withheld, and leave us your very own 5-star review, consider doing so. You can do it on Audible, you can do it on iTunes, you can do it on our Facebook page, or you can do it in other places where 5-star reviews can be left. But if you do that, let us know, because we won't go about finding it otherwise. Additionally, thank you to our patrons, who which we obviously massively appreciate. They managed to keep us honest. We are free of reviews and have signed no Games Workshop NDAs as a result of our patrons. Well done, you. Keeping us humble as always. And then there's merchandise, right, Phil? Which by all accounts is going to go on to include whatever I said about slippers a moment ago.
Was it the Comfy Slipper Crew?
I mean, look, at the end of the day, this merch is clearly going to fly off the shelves, given the fact that we can't even remember within a span of around 2 minutes what we said.
It's because we're so old.
Everything is a blur.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'll do a t-shirt called Bolt Action for Dan. And if we can get like 10 people to buy it, I'll convince you to do a little bolt action section on podcast.
Okay.
I
feel like you shoehorn in bolt action sections all over the place.
It's a merchandise petition, basically.
Well, there you go. They are. God, we're shilling it up to the max now, aren't we? We're starting to turn into those people where it's like, give us your money, and we'll say, in a funny voice. It's like, drives it mad.
People do.
Super chats all the time now, isn't it? Like everyone in the world of Warhammer 40,000 content is just live streaming super chats. It's literally Babe Station for I don't know who.
I mean, surely our 5-star review is a super chat, effectively.
Yeah, but we're not getting any financial benefit from it necessarily.
We're gaining a 5-star review though.
We are, which I suppose has algorithmic value.
There we go.
There you go. So in a way, we're even worse. There we go.
Yes.
So anyway, Kim left us a 5-star review. I'm probably going to leave all that in. I think it's too good not to have left it in. Found the podcast a couple months ago, so I guess back then that was August. Started at episode 1, and now I'm at episode 54. It's really good.
I wonder what episode he's on now.
I mean, he might have gotten disappointed after Joe left and gave up on us.
Oh, that's true.
Probably complaining that we do too many Codex reviews. It's really good. Love listening to you guys when I'm driving, working, and hobbying. And the most funny thing is the random wants about cartoon, TV shows, and all matters of stuff not 40k. But Phil tries his best to keep it on track. That being obviously a reference to the earlier episodes where myself and Joe would just go off on a tangent talking about wrestling or We Bare Bears or whatever it is that Joe's been watching recently. That doesn't happen so much these days, in so much as obviously I don't go off on tangents with Joe because he's not here. But I think me and Phil have done a relatively good job of maintaining that momentum.
I humour your callbacks to 80s cartoons to a degree. And then after that, I'm like, let's move on.
Exactly. You know, you've had your fun now.
Exactly. This podcast is already long enough without an extra 20 minutes about some random thing from your childhood.
Exactly. Or bolt action.
It's very relevant from a rules point of view.
Yes, of course. Anyway, there you go. Thank you very much, Kim. It's a really lovely review. It's always amazing when we discover individuals like yourself who have obviously discovered us and have started listening from episode 1 and stuck through all of the episodes thereafter. I can only imagine what it was like when we had increased the audio quality. I mean, that was quite a landmark moment when we started paying for this, you know, online service thing where we get slightly better quality audio. I have gone back and listened to older episodes, and I am staggered by the audio differential. So that's always a nice little thing. But thank you, Kim. And to elaborate on that, it's Phil time.
Oh, thank you, Dan. Thank you, Kim, as well. We appreciate your commitment to the show, even though we've only just finally got around to reading out your 5-star review. There is a certain dedication to the fan that starts from episode 1 and goes all the way through. I feel like it should be, you know, like you turn 100, then you get a letter from the Queen. Maybe we should be doing something like that for someone who maybe when we get to episode 200 and someone's done all one to 200, we give them a letter.
What kind of mechanic are you going to use to prove that claim?
Oh, I know that's going to be a hard one.
You're gonna ask them to submit hundreds of hours of VHS tape of them sat listening.
No, maybe we do like a spot quiz that maybe contains some random questions.
What would be fun for the 200th episode is we could have a challenge where we get a group of free listeners to drive and see who falls asleep at the wheel last while listening to the podcast.
That sounds terrible. You're basically saying kill people.
No, well, we could do it in controlled conditions. We could just do like simulation. You know, they could play like a VR driving game.
Right, okay.
It's like, you know, who can last the longest before they fall asleep.
But what happens if they really like it and they just stay awake forever? We keep them going.
You know, what are you suggesting, Phil, that we have some kind of superpower to sustain people's consciousness beyond the bounds of human limitation?
I'll put it this way: people like to listen to us on a commute, so you know maybe we are keeping them awake.
Exactly, and that's the that's the whole tie-in. You see, that's how we. Anyway, it doesn't matter. We're taking up too much time. This was the intro. Sorry, everyone. But thank you very much, Kim. You're a scholar and or a individual of high social standing. Well done. And if you would like to be like him, I already did all that. Thanks, patrons. There's merchandise. You know how it goes. We're going to talk about Tyranids now with Tim. Transitional noise. Welcome back, everybody. In this part of the podcast, the main event. We're going to be talking about Codex Tyranids, and we're joined by the one, the only, the stupendously beautiful Timothy. I was trying to think of more words.
I'm the pretty one, Phil.
That's it. That's it.
I thought you were going to do a bait and switch at the last minute and turn it into me rather than Tim, who was obviously an obvious candidate. But no.
I mean, that would have been incredibly witty of me, and thus ultimately completely beyond my ability. The truth be told, I was trying to think of more things to say, but I just sort of was like, I've got nothing other than potentially swearing and being offensive. So I was just like, it'll be fine. We'll land here. This will be okay.
I would strongly suggest you introduce me, but we don't have time. Let's get on with the code.
We do have time, Phil, but we've done it already. You were in the intro, and that know everyone knows you're here, mate. Like, why would you not be here all of a sudden? You're part of the core team.
Well, it's nice to finally be acknowledged after was it 129 episodes?
I mean, technically, this is the 129th episode, so I guess it's after
That's what I mean.
128 episodes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thanks very much.
You always get acknowledged, though. You get a reasonable amount of accreditation for your contributions.
I swear at the start of every podcast, you're like, and I'm joined by my good buddy, Philip.
That's exactly what I have done this episode.
But now I'm a core team member.
Well, exactly. Co-producer. What are you? What is the official? If we were going to add this this podcast to our LinkedIn profiles, what job title would you have, Phil?
I want to be co-founder.
Co-founder. That works. To be fair, that is exactly what you are. So there you go, co-founder. And I suppose I would be the same in that regard.
I would like to be glorified T-boy.
Yeah, no, that's pretty much what you are, mate. Absolutely.
Sweet. I know my station.
Why are you joining us, though, Tim? There's a reason, isn't there? Surely. Why are you here?
There is a reason. I think it's something to do with like some codex that got released a little while ago. About.
Well, they already know that bit, Tim. We've already said we're here to talk about NIDS. But why are you here when we're talking about NIDS?
I am a NID collector myself.
You're the number one NID player of the Lookouts podcast.
Of the Lookouts Warhammer podcast, yeah.
Is this like one of those things where it's like Ringo Starr? He's not even the best drummer in the Beatles. That's what Tim is to us. It's like
I'm so good, I don't even have an ITC ranking.
Oh, there you go. You're off the grid.
And for those listening at home, what are you currently working on as a NID player on your desk right now? What are you working on as we podcast?
A loyalist world eater force.
Oh, not even Tyranids. Okay.
Not even Tyranids. I know it's very apt, isn't it?
It's because Tim is a true NID player and he doesn't like the fact that they're good anymore, so he's just trying to handicap himself by playing something else.
True. I don't like playing broken stuff.
That's it. That's why you've been a NID player for so long.
I know, and then they made them good, and I was like, oh well, I'll put these to the side then.
Exactly. Time for the world eaters. But anyway, there you go. So if you want to learn how to be a great NID player, maybe don't pay too much attention to Tim, but he's here to sprinkle a little flavour onto the overall thing. So to further demonstrate and to remind people how these work, myself and Phil, but most notably me, I think, in this instance, because I think Phil has at least opened his codex. Typically, when we do these codex reviews, we try to absorb as much as we can through the general osmosis, the general photosynthesis, as you will, of the community. But broadly speaking, we try and approach these books for the first time ever, so as you, the listeners, get a hot take. That results in a couple of things that will make lots of mistakes, but that gives you a reason to comment and tell us off. And that our opinions aren't always in alignment with the greater, internet hive mind think tank, because we're approaching this for the first time and thinking about things as we find them. So
sometimes
it's a
blind taste session, basically.
Exactly. So we find this gives a much more honest appraisal of what the book is, at least as far as we're concerned. But obviously, if you're here hoping for us to tell you all of the best, most optimized competitive builds as per what the internet has already been saying for the last 3 weeks, we have little to no frame of reference to that. So you won't be getting any of that. Unless, of course, by some random happenstance, it's really obvious what's good in this book. In which case, sure, why not? Sound about right, Phil?
Yeah, it's pretty spot on. I mean, I try sometimes to have a read through the codex beforehand. Not this time, though. So
no,
and I didn't have.
That's why we needed Tim.
Either. Yeah,
Tim, who also I don't think has read the book. Have you, Tim?
I've had a little skim through, and I've actually toyed around with a few lists here and there. So
that's why you're our number one NID player, Tim.
Oh, thanks.
There you go. So my book is legitimately still within its cellophane. Listen to that cellophane. You can't hear it, but it's there. Can you hear the cellophane?
Oh yeah,
I'm taking it. I'm taking it off. Remove.
It's a podcast unboxing.
There you go. I've taken off the cellophane. I'm now inhaling the various carcinogens.
How's it smell?
How does it smell? Jinx.
There we go. All right, first things first. What's the cover like, everybody? Come on, we love a cover chat. Let's talk about the cover. Codex Tyranids. What do we reckon? Tim, you're a fan of the NIDs. Where does this rank amongst NID covers?
I think it's one of the better ones, actually. I was trying to think back to the old 7th and 8th NID cover.
Well, that was the Tyranid warrior, wasn't it? That
Yeah.
was like the Tyranid warrior going all and that was
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah,
this
like
is
in Rage. Whereas this time we've got the good old Hive Tyrant up there. It's quite nice.
Which is almost identical in a way to the old Tyranid warrior in that regard. It's just they basically replaced a warrior with a Hive Tyrant, and they've given the Hive Tyrant a Hormagaunt, and then in the background some various gubbins.
gargoyle.
I mean, Phil, what's your vibe on this cover? You usually give us a good cover review. What's your thoughts on this?
I quite like it. It's quite iconic, I would say. It's lacking the detail of some of the more, let's say, elevated covers, the ones that we give the top marks to, like that Adamec one, because you basically do have the leader, not Swarm Lord, no, that's
The Hive Tyrants.
Hive Tyrant.
Hive
Sorry,
Tyrant.
my mind's going mad. And then you don't really have anything else to look at. You've got some blowy gargoyles in the background and a couple of Hormagants up front, but that's it. So it's very much a one and done, one character piece, but it does make it quite iconic. And as you said, looks like the original Tyranid one, but upgraded. Tyranid warrior, when I say Tyranids.
I'm okay with that though, because you've got the Hive Tyrant, which is your normally, or it was your typical HQ choice,
What is that?
like leading all the little Gribblies that are in the background. So I think it's a pretty powerful pose and cover statement.
Yes, I think it's got a very strong focal point, which I think is good.
Yep.
I mean, I like it, right? In so much as it's a very, very cool image, and obviously it's, you know, a very kind of heroic picture even of this, you know, horrific monstrosity screaming out into the air. I like the fact that he's got little flies, little buggies coming out of his. Is that a barb strangler or a venom cannon, Kim?
That's a venom cannon to me.
That's a venom cannon. Okay, fair enough. So, you know, it's quite cool to see those little details of the miasma of, you know, various living organisms that spew.
He's even got some little smoke coming out his chimneys.
Which again, similarly, I think is more of those little buggies. I think that's the whole idea, isn't it? Because one of the things about NIDS that's kind of not massively publicized is the fact that obviously you get these really massive bugs, but on another level, you also get all the little, you know, kind of microscopic
Parasite.
parasite-y diseases and other things that they bring along, all the little organisms that sort of chew up the biomass, as it were. It's it's pretty good. I'd say, look, I mean, personally for me, amongst the pantheon of 9th edition Codex covers, this for me is upper middle, as it were, or not even lower middle, sorry, bottom half of the, it is, you know, the best of the worst, as it were. It's nice, but it doesn't really do as much to make it as intriguing as the top shelf codexes. This is to me is sort of just a mark down from Aeldari, and Aeldari had similar problems.
Okay.
Eldari had similar problems.
Fair point.
It was very
and that
heroic.
That one's now surely gone up in points because you can take the weapon loadout.
That's true. Shout out to the fact that you can now run that Aeldari Ultark, which clearly is something. God, I used a lot of spit when I said clearly just there. Is clearly something that I need to do as someone who obviously indicated a lower score. But there we go. Are we going to start assigning like scores to these? Maybe that's something we should go back and retrospectively do. Is we should score all the covers.
I was just thinking you could do a podcast of, you know, where they do like S tier, A tier, B tier. You could do that.
Oh, what, a tier list?
We do one of our infamous top 10 lists.
There you go. Should we
chuck more like top 20?
Should we chuck it on Patreon, Phil, to further try and incentivize people to sign up?
Maybe we should, because to be honest, I don't think it will take a whole 4-hour-long show.
You know, but we'll surprise ourselves, Phil.
That's true.
Maybe
at the end of 9th edition, when all the codexes are out, that's what we'd do. We'd do a ranked list of codex covers.
The codex tier list coming at you like Cleopatra. No, it's Cleopatra are coming at you, not the other way around. Anyway, there you go. So that's the cover, said and done. The overall tome, this is the first time I'm looking at it. So first impressions, it looks like a 9th edition codex. I gotta be real. The data sheets don't necessarily ooze the same kind of personality that I've seen exhibited in other dexes, specifically Tau Empire. Tau Empire had a really nice kind of design aesthetic that sort of made it all look very kind of sci-fi and Towy. This kind of just looks like, I don't know, just sort of like generic data sheet with like some sort of H.R. Geiger-esque artwork kind of, monochromatically slapped on the side. So it doesn't feel quite as, high up in production as some of the other dexes.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I'm just having a quick look through it. There doesn't actually seem to be a single piece of new artwork in there. Normally, there's at least a few. Obviously, you got the cover artwork. You've got a nice page showing off the weapons, the organic like bioweapons, which is probably the only bit of new artwork. But even then, that might not be.
I'm flicking through.
Do you remember when you had that Thousand Suns artwork with all of the different like sects and had a different guy representing each one? That was phenomenal.
That was spectacular. Yeah, that was really
all of this seems to be really old artwork.
I think page 34, we have new artwork. Page 34. I think there is new artwork there. I've not seen that before.
Oh, it's the Eversaw Assassin, so I doubt that was done for this codex.
I doubt it, but I've not seen it before.
I'm just trying to think where it might have been. It wasn't might have been a Black Library book about assassins where that one came
from. Maybe it's from a Black
exactly.
Library book. So page 34, I'm pretty sure I've not seen that before. But beyond that, yeah, you're right. It's
Why would it?
What you got for us, Tim?
I was just thinking of the setup of the actual scene. Like, why would an Eversaw assassin be in that situation?
I don't know. Why is an Eversaw assassin doing anything, right? I mean, they're loopy. They've got no sense of self-preservation, mate. They're just flinging themselves in.
Yeah, but they're assassins, and therefore
they've come to kill the Tyranids.
They've come to kill the Tyranids. He's going in. He's taking them all on.
Yeah.
I mean, that's daft, isn't it?
They got new photography, though. I'll tell you what, actually, just to throw it out there, right? The Parasite of Mortarax, or whatever it's called, the new thing, the new mini.
Yeah.
How disappointed were you when you saw it? Have you seen it yet?
I've seen it, yeah.
In reality, as in, like, you've seen it on a tabletop?
No, not in reality. Why?
It's tiny.
Oh, is it?
It's about the size of a Primaris Space Marine.
Oh, how disappointing.
It's ridiculous.
It does look relatively small. Like, I imagine it's the
it
height
didn't
of a
in
zone
the original photography, did it? Like, when you saw, like, the promo shots, you thought, oh, this thing's huge. What incredible value. What was it, like 30 quid? And you get it. I mean, so I went around to Fingers Phil of RFW fame, and he had his one mounted on a piece of terrain to try and increase its stature. And even then it looked diddy, like really dinky little model, which was a real shocker because it looked like it was going to be pretty impressive.
That is a bit of a shocker.
He's a diddy little fella.
I thought it would be somewhere between like a Hive Tyrant and a Warrior.
No, it's not even as big as a Warrior.
What?
It's objectively smaller than a Warrior.
I think probably taller in height, but sort of overall body. If you took out
spiddly.
The wings, it's very thin. Yeah, live.
Yeah, it's spiddly.
That's a shame.
Have you pre-ordered one, Tim? Or not pre-ordered one?
No.
Have you got one that you've not opened yet?
No, not yet. I'm trying to be good with my purchases at the moment.
Fair enough. Holding out for those World Eaters.
I am holding out for those World Eaters.
Exactly. Now that you've got your Primaris World Eater army, you need more World Eaters.
I do.
Anyway, right. Okay. Phil, you say you've read this before.
No, I haven't. I said I wanted to, and I normally try to, but I didn't this time.
So you said you've done slightly better than me because you had what? Good intentions?
No, I'd opened it up.
Oh, you opened it up. That's literally the...
He took the wrapping off.
I put
fine.
the code into the Warhammer app for reference.
Oh, I haven't done that yet either.
Let's do the normal thing. Talk about the detachment abilities. Skip forwards to the sort of special abilities covered in the data sheets, some of which is stuff we've already covered in not Psychic Awakening, but Warzone Octarius books.
Oh, yeah.
Because a lot of it is kind of reprinted here. So we can skip over that to an extent. And then we can go through the Hive Fleets and, the warlord traits and all that jazz.
All that jazz, all the stuff. All right, fair enough. So a Hive Tendril detachment is one that only includes models with Hive Tendril keyword. Okay. What else is that there, Phil?
In terms of what it means?
What are the bullet points?
Right, okay. So the
now.
Hive Tendril detachments gain the Rare Organisms ability, which I'll read out while we're here. You can include a maximum of 1 Hive Tyrant model in each Hive Tendril detachment in your army. Same as captains and other such things, so, no surprise there. Hive Tendril units in a Hive Tendril detachment gain the Hive Fleet adaptations abilities. So these are your custom abilities that you see on all the Hive Fleets. We're used to that as well. And troops in Hive Tendrils gain objectives secured. So all pretty standard stuff.
There you go. 1 Hive Tyrant. One Hive Tyrant, and what was the other one? Oh yeah, and then you get chapter tactics and
adaptations,
troops.
which is your sort of chapter tactics abilities. You've also got hyper adaptations.
Yes.
So this is a special rule. So basically, within each of your chapter tactics abilities, you've got a hyper adaptation ability, which gives you some flexibility in the game. So each Hive Fleet adaptation also has adaptive elements to it, which can be swapped out for another rule at the start of a battle after determining who has the first turn. There are multiple alternative rules for this adaptive element that they can be swapped out for, and each Hive Fleet's hyper adaptation rules will specify which ones are available to you. So that is something we'll come across to in a minute. But basically, you've worked out who's going first. You can then go, okay, I want to swap out this rule for one of the others to represent how hyper adaptive your army is. You've also got the spore seeding rule, which is also spores. So living artillery units can be included in Hive Tendril detachments without preventing other units in the detachment from gaining the Hive Fleet adaptation. So I'm guessing living artillery doesn't have the Hive Tendril keyword. A bit like how certain exemptions apply for other units and other armies. Living artillery units never gain a Hive Fleet adaptation, and living artillery units can be included in your army without preventing other friendly Hive Tendril units from benefiting from Hive Fleet hyper adaptation.
So basically, you can take everything in this book, and it won't break it unless, of course, you really muck it up.
Yeah. But the living artillery stuff doesn't gain the benefits that the rest of the army will.
Because we would assume it doesn't have the Hive Tendril keyword, but we'll find out now. Hang on. Where are you, Spore Mines? You'd assume they'd be in like heavy support or somewhere, wouldn't you?
Sorry, like, or fast attack.
That or fast attack, yeah. Or, although a Spore Mine doesn't strike me as the sort of thing that would be quick.
Yeah, I know, but...
Oh, here we go. Spore Mine.
Mines, fast.
No, it does have a Hive Tendril.
But it's also got the living artillery, which I guess just excludes it from gaining those benefits.
Gotcha. Interesting that it would have Hive Tendril, and then they would create a bunch of rules to... Anyway, it's interesting. Maybe it's to do with... Whatever it's to do with, it's all beautifully...
Yeah, it just seems like the mucoid spores and the spore mines are the only two with that living artillery keyword that I can see straight off the bat, which makes sense, because they're
I guess maybe some of the... they're in the heavy
111 under fast attack.
Ah, cool.
Maybe some of their dedicated transports have like living artillery.
No, so the Tranosite's got the Hive Fleet keyword.
I mean,
that's the thing that is missing. It hasn't got the Hive Fleet keyword, so it can't. Yeah, that's basically what it's missing.
Fair enough. The next page is all about Hive Fleets, but we can talk about those after we've spoken about the broader, more generic abilities, right? Which can be found on page
86.
86. Thank you, Phil. Quality work. I still think that at some point when we're doing these, we should have like one of those, sort of old school storybook read along tape things where we have like the sound of like a chime to say that we're turning the page, you know?
Oh, turn to page 86.
Exactly. High fleet keywords and stuff. Come on, Phil. Tell me about these.
Well, high fleet keywords is surely it's just going to be you have a keyword. Obviously, you can change it to whatever you want, like Kraken, Leviathan, etc., etc. You've got the abilities, which is the main thing. So you've got synapse or synapse, depending on which part of the world you live in. While a friendly high fleet unit is within 6 inches of this unit, that unit automatically passes its morale test.
Strong. Interesting though. Wasn't the range longer before, Tim?
Yeah, it was. It was like 12 inches.
Was it 12 inches before? So they made it 6 inches now.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems like, according to Synaptic Link Range, which is a whole series of diagrams and other rules, the ranges of Synaptic Link is 12, but you have to be within 6 to be fearless.
Yep, that is correct.
Very interesting. It's like that's like the classic Psychic Hood conundrum, where everyone would assume, because Psychic Hood used to be like, well, still is 12-inch range, but you can deny up to 24. So a lot of people assert that they could get the +1 to the deny for having a Psychic Hood, even though they needed to be within a shorter distance. Anyway, so there you go. So I imagine there might be sorry, Tim.
I was going to say where it gets funky is like the instinctive behavior rule if it's still 24 inches.
Well, I guess we'll read on and find out, mate. We've got Shadow in the Warp. Phil, do you want to read Shadow in the Warp, seeing as you're the man who's reading things at the moment?
Okay, I'll just go through and read them all then, shall I? So
yeah, go on, mate. You got the wheel.
It's an aura ability. So while an enemy psychic unit is within 18 inches of this unit, subtract 1 to the psychic test from that enemy unit. And also, each time an enemy unit suffers perils from the warp, it suffers 1 additional mortal wound.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty straightforward. We've also got swarming masses. So each time a unit fights, models in this unit can fight if they are within engagement range of any enemy units, and they are also within 2.5 inches of an enemy unit. If in the fight phase, this unit is subject to any other rules that would reduce the number of models in the unit that are able to fight, then neither those rules nor the swarming masses rule take effect from that phase. I'm trying to think what has swarming.
Sorry, read that again. So if in the fight phase, this unit is subject to any other rules that would reduce the number of models from its unit they're able to fight. So, for example, there's a Dark Angel stratagem where you can prevent people from only those that are within engagement range can fight, essentially. So in that case, what are they saying? So they are saying that reduce the number of models that fight, and neither of those rules nor the swarm mass rule take effect that phase. So you're turning off swarm mass, but you're not gaining the benefits of the stratagem. So essentially, you're achieving a compromise. Someone's saying, 6, someone's saying 12, and you've arrived at 8, as it were, or not 8, 9. That would be more the middle number. Good God, I can maths. But that's the point. Like you're arriving, I guess, at like a middle point where you're still removing their swarming mass ability, but you're not necessarily gaining all the benefits of your ability, which is really unnecessarily janky. But hey, there you go.
Yeah. So this applies to termagants, hormagaunts, and gargoyles only.
Oh, okay, fine. And then Death from Below, it's Deep Strike, right?
Yes.
There you go. Death from Below. Is it assumed that any of it could come from above? Surely some of the NID stuff comes out of the sky.
You'd have thought so, yeah.
Maybe not.
But maybe that is specifically... a bit odd that they haven't done it. Because obviously the... what is it? The burrows, the small little...
Tervigon... sorry, was that Tim? Yes, the Morlock and the Reavers.
I was thinking... Not the Spawn ones, hold on. No, the Ripper Swarms, I would have thought. They've got Death from Below.
There you go.
As does the Raveners. They've got Death from Below. But you would have thought things like... And obviously the Trigon's got it as well. You'd have thought things like the winged units would... Maybe they... Just trying to think... Maybe it's just written into its profile because that's the only
Yeah.
winged thing that would be able to deep strike, and it only gains it if it's got that ability. Right. That's yes. So it's got death from above, and that's baked into its profile.
Nice.
Because of the only other
Nice.
wing things are effectively flyers, so they can't do
Yeah.
it. Right.
There
It
you go.
all makes sense.
Indeed. Anyway, right. So I guess we need to talk about Synap link ranges or Synap link range now. There's a series. How did we deal with this before, Phil? There's so many diagrams.
I explained it to you, and I will try and paraphrase it again.
Okay, please.
The diagrams do help, so obviously, listeners, you're missing out. But basically, your synaptic link range is 12 inches from your unit, which has the synapse keyword, but that can then be extended out. So you have an ability, which is on the next page, the synaptic imperative abilities. These work within your synaptic link range, which is currently 12 inches. But if within that 12 inches is another unit, which also has the synapse ability, it then daisy chains along. So your 12 inches, it reaches them, and then it is another 12-inch aura from them, which could then daisy chain onto another unit or another unit, so long as each one is within 12-inch range. So you can select a unit within your synaptic link range. It might not just be from your 12 inches, it might be, say, 24 inches or more away, but there is a daisy chain of synapse units that are all within range of each other.
It's brilliant.
Gotcha.
And then if we go onto the other page, there's basically a bunch of abilities specific to certain units. So, for example, the Hive Tyrant has the Relentless Ferocity ability. So while this synaptic imperative ability is active for your army and a friendly Hive Tendril unit is within 6 inches of this synapse model, that unit is eligible to collect a charge in the turn in which it fell back.
Oh, is it eligible to do that when it fell back?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
That's
so
interesting.
you can fall back and charge, basically.
Okay.
It says also at the start of a battle round, you can select one of the synaptic imperative abilities from a unit from your army from the list below. You cannot select a unit synaptic imperative ability if that unit is not on the battlefield, or if you have selected that ability early in the battle. So obviously each one's one per turn, although I suspect there's abilities where it's allow you to pick them twice. Until the end of the battle round, that synaptic imperative ability is active for your army and is gained by each of the synapse models from your army. Synaptic imperative ability and which synapse units unlock them is found below, which is from the list.
Gotcha. So you've got a bunch of different abilities, and these all daisy chain about the place as a result of synaptic link. There you go. Have they released any kind of tokens or things to make this slightly less painful, or do you just generally have to kind of hope to remember what everything does and where those buffs are headed?
No, they haven't released any sort of tokens. I was going to say, you can't stack the buffs as it's just said, but obviously you can do different buffs on different units.
Gotcha. So basically you can sort of spread buffs around all over the place, and then but those buffs originate from specific units that can buff units that are a distance away, assuming you have daisy chained in an appropriate fashion.
Yeah, so say you got the Hive Tyrant, he can like daisy chain his synaptic ability from left to right of the battlefield, and then let's say you have a warrior on the right side of the field, a warrior prime on the right hand side of the battlefield, and he can go right to left. You know.
Gotcha.
Well, I don't think you could do it on yourself though, or can you? Technically, you should be able to.
Well, it depends, doesn't it? Is it based on the idea that there's someone within range, so you could potentially bounce it onto that and then bounce it back?
Well, do you have to bounce it off, or you just be bouncing it on yourself?
Well, here's the weird thing. So when it talks about the selecting one per battle round, it says it's active for your whole army and is gained by each of the synapse models from your army. So it's anything with synapse. So for that, you don't actually need the daisy chaining kind of ability, which is a bit odd.
But that means that the way you said it then, that kind of implies that you can only have one buff. going off in the battle round, and you can't have multiple buffs.
Yes, because that's because it says at the start of a battle round you can select one of the synaptic imperative abilities from a unit from your army. See below, which says you can just select one of them, and then it says you cannot select one that's an ability from a unit that's not on the battlefield, or if you've selected an ability earlier in the battle until the end of the battle round, that synaptic imperative ability is active for your army and is gained by each of the synapse models from your army. So that implies it's absolutely everything. I'm just wondering if they have specific abilities baked into their data sheets as well.
Can they though? So can synapse creatures gain other synapse abilities?
Yeah.
Or are synapse abilities limited only to hive tendril units that aren't synapse? Because the implication is, in terms of the way they've done the diagram, is it shows that you can essentially, this Broodlord can influence these Termagants, but because it's within 12 of a Hive Tyrant, it can also potentially influence Gene Stealers that are otherwise out of its native range, but buffed because of the daisy chain effect of the Broodlord Hive Tyrant Zoanthrope as per the thing. But could it have at any point passed its ability over to the Hive Tyrant? Or is the Hive Tyrant limited because it itself is synapse? I think the assumption is that you can still give the ability to the synapse creatures as well. It's just there's a lot of words here, Phil. It's very difficult to get my head around.
I would assume you could give it to the synapse creature.
I'm going to assume someone out there has done a much better job of summarizing this than we're doing right now.
FAQ.
Mate, I tell you, don't get me wrong, right? At its core, it's a really cool ability, and I've said this about this for a long time, but goodness gracious, it's a heck of a thing, isn't it, when you've got this amount of diagrams to try and explain what the heck is going on.
It is wordy.
It is. All right, so hang on, I'm going to take it from the top, right? Synapse link range. In this example, the Termagants are within synaptic link range. Okay. If, however, there are any other friendly Hive Fleet synapse units that are also within 12 of that unit, then you can instead select one of those of the units that is within 12 of any of those Hive Fleet synapse units. Okay. And then they've added goes and goes and goes and buffs and buffs and buffs. Each synapse unit in your has their own synapse imperative. These are abilities that affect friendly units within a set range in much the same way as aura abilities do. As the auras, the effects of multiple identically named synaptic imperative abilities are not cumulative. Okay, fine. However, more similar in many regards to aura abilities, synaptic imperative abilities are not affected by rules that affect aura abilities, and vice versa. At the start of the battle round, you can select one synaptic imperative ability from your army. You cannot select a unit's synaptic imperative ability if that unit is not on the battlefield, or if you've selected that ability earlier in the battle. Until the end of the battle round, that synaptic imperative ability is active in your army and is gained by each of the synapse models from your army. The synaptic imperative ability and which synapse units unlock them are found below. Okay, fine. So it's basically anything.
Yeah, I think basically when I was reading the synaptic imperative abilities, I was only reading the last paragraph, not the first one. So I think it's correct in terms of everyone gains it, but you still need to do the daisy chaining to make it actually work. And there, if anything within that daisy chain is emanating this aura of that rule that you can then pick a unit. So I think that it
well, that's nice and clear.
So everything in that aura gets this buff.
Everything in that synaptic imperative, which is like an aura, but not, Tim.
All right.
Come on, Tim. You've read this book. You understand.
Yeah, totally.
Let's go through the imperatives quickly. Hive Tyrant has relentless ferocity, which Phil's already explained. You're eligible to charge after you've fallen back, as long as you're within 6 of this synapse model. So hang on a second here. While the synaptic imperative is active for your army, a friendly Hive Tendril unit within 6 of this synapse model, but the ranges is 12. What is this? What is this? Why is the range 12, but the ability is 6? So many people will muck that up. What is this? Why is that the range?
It's just confusing.
Surely I'm in the Synapse range or I'm not. Why?
Well, Synapse is 6 inches, but the
link is
link
12.
range is 12. Yeah, so I think
Unless,
that's
of course,
the
it's
key
shadows
thing.
in the warp, in which case it's 18.
So to spread the link around, you've got to have Synapse units within 12 inches of each other. But to affect
Right.
non-Synapse units or to gain this ability, you've got to be within.
Couldn't it all have
6
just been
inches
12?
of that.
If you're in Synapse range, you are linked. If you're in Synapse range, you can benefit from these abilities. Why did one part of it need to be 12 inches and then some abilities need to be 6 inches? Why was that their decision?
I think it sort of makes it more strategic in terms of your smaller stuff needs to be sort of huddled around the bigger stuff. The
Gotcha.
bigger stuff's a bit more independent, but still needs to be next to another big thing, but not
Right,
too
okay.
far away.
It's right. It could have been worse. They could have done like, oh, your big HQ bugs, they have a 12-inch synapse range, but your warriors only get a 6-inch synapse range.
That's true.
And then
That's true. It could have been like 1,000 Suns. This sorcerer is worth 2 MacGuffin points, but this sorcerer is worth 11. Right. Okay. Good. Broodlord, Tim. Broodlord, the predatory guile, predatory guile, not the predatory gland, the predatory guile. Tell us about that.
Well, first give you the page.
Oh, flipping heck! I thought you were on it. Page 8. I'll read it. You can do
no,
the next
you read it.
While this Synaptic Imperative ability is active for your army, a friendly Hive Tendril infantry unit within 6 of this Synapse 6 again model, each time an attack targets that unit is treated as having the benefit of light cover against that attack. If that unit was already receiving the benefits of light cover, it is also treated as having the benefits of heavy cover against that attack. There you go. Ooh. Cover for brood things. Tyranid Prime, Guide Mind, Tim, page 88. I'm saying this and I'm stalling as best as I can.
Can't
find page 88.
Oh my god, I'm almost there. Do not
It's
worry.
near the flying Hive Tyrant, the winged Hive Tyrant.
It's okay. It's okay. I've got it. It's
You've got
fine. We're on
Tyranid
the
Prime Guide Mind.
of Guide Mind. While this Synaptic Imperative ability is active for your army and a friendly Hive Tendril unit is within 6 inches of this Synapse model, each time a model in that unit makes a ranged attack that targets a unit within 24 inches, an unmodified hit roll of a 6 scores 1 additional hit.
Magical.
I think this is a downgrade from the last time, which was a Tyranid Prime actually used to give, I believe, +1 to hit in the Synaptic Link in the old sort of rules in
Exploding 6s, though, Tim. Think of the possibilities.
I mean, sure, if you're going for like a shooty army, yeah, go for it. But this book doesn't scream shooty to me.
Fair enough. What does it scream to you, Phil, when you think of Turvagon surging vitality?
Well, who knows? So it gives you, while this Synaptic Imperative is active for your army, and a friendly Hive Tendril unit is within 6 of this Synapse model, as standard for the others. Each time that unit is selected to make a normal move or advance until the end of that phase, add 2 inches to the move characteristic of the model in that unit.
Okay, that's not too bad.
Not too shabby.
Neuronthropes have psychic augmentation. Why this Synaptic Imperative ability is active. If you're within 6, you have the following ability. Add 1 to psychic test taken for that unit. Add 1 to deny the witch tests. And each time model in that unit loses a wound as a result of a mortal wound on a 5+, you ignore it. There you go. It's all right.
Yeah, doesn't seem like a lot, but it'll add up later on.
It will add up. What's the next one, Tim?
Trigon Prime, Thrashing Demise. While this Synaptic Imperative ability is active for your army and within 6 inch, blah, 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 of a Synapse model. Each time you roll a dice for Death Throes ability of a model in that unit, add 3 to the roll. Each time a model is destroyed in that unit as a result of a melee attack, if that model does not have the Death Throes ability, roll 1d6. On a 6, the attacking model's unit suffers 1 mortal wound after making all of its attacks.
Not too shabby.
I mean, yes and no. I mean, your death throw abilities are only really on your big monsters. However, pop up a Terrigan Prime with like 30 little Termagordons, and then or Hormagordons, sorry, and then make them explode and pop. Now that is tasty.
Could be, yeah.
If you're running lots of little bugs and you're in a turn where you're going to be in combat and know you're going to lose a lot, this is going to make your opponent feel it, I think.
Yeah.
What's the next one, Phil?
So Tyranid warriors goaded to slaughter. So you got to be within 6 inches like all the others. Each time a model in this unit makes a melee attack, an unmodified hit roll of 6 scores. Guess what? 1 additional hit.
Core blimey.
Good old melee.
We've got the old Melisaptor, the Malasaptor. While this synaptic imperative ability is within 6, you know the score. If that unit is performing an action, it can make ranged attacks without the action failing. Pretty strong. That unit can start to perform an action if it advanced or fell back. Also very strong. If that unit has the psychic keyword, performing a psychic action does not prevent it from manifesting psychic powers. Huge. Big. That is big.
That is big. That's probably the best bit out of it.
Agreed.
Assuming you want to perform a psychic action.
Which you quite likely would.
Really?
You would. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of good psychic action secondaries at the moment.
No, you've changed your tune.
I'm just pointing out that's what there is. I mean, I'm not suggesting. Okay. Are you besmirching me, Phil, for having an opinion on the competitive game? I don't think that was an extreme position, was it? The idea that you might do a psychic action.
Well, historically, you always never take a psyker.
Oh yeah, but before in the days of old, but these days, they're worth it now though, because some of the psychic secondaries are worth it. You're gonna do the next one, Tim. Zone Fropes.
I am indeed. Warp shielding, as usual, 6 inches within the zone throat model. Monster models in that unit have a 4-up invulnerable save. Models excluding the monster models, weirdly written, in that unit have a 5-up invulnerable save.
That's really good.
Yeah, very good.
We want to do that turn 1. Last one is Parasite Mortrex. He's got Swift Onslaught. So within 6 inches, each time a model in that unit makes a pile-in or consolidation move, you can move an additional 3 inches to a maximum of 9 inches.
So I think Hormagaunts still have a 6-inch pile-in move.
Ooh, that is.
Or there's a stratagem for it.
That's pretty reasonable.
I swear there's a stratagem.
Yes,
so
they've got Bounding Leap. Each time a model in this unit can make a pile-in move, it can move an additional 3 inches, which would technically make it to a 9 anyway, but they've obviously put that you can go up to a 9 in case maybe there is a stratagem which can also combo with it.
So technically smash some Hormagaunts into something and then let them leap over.
Yeah.
Or leap
Not
around.
bad. I mean, if it wasn't for the fact that it's just a little bit, difficult to kind of again, I get what they're going for, right? Like the idea is that you've got these abilities that can trigger on units, and they're trying not to be too ridiculous with the fact that the aura ranges or the equivalent of aura ranges has gone beyond the traditional 6 inches, right? Because most people with abilities that are select target unit and they gain buffs are 6-inch ranges. I just think the thing is, though, if you're going to then instinctively or kind of intrinsically rather link that ability to a broader rule set that incorporates a whole heap of other variables, I think this is a beautiful example of where it would have made sense to either compromise synapse to make it all 6 inches or potentially arrive at a midpoint like 9, for example, like say, synapse is 9-inch range now because we needed a kind of midpoint between 12 and 6, or just bite the bullet and do 12 but maybe don't give such strong abilities. Like there could have been kind of an idea here that could have streamlined this a little bit. I find the fact that your range for triggering synapse links is 12 but your range for triggering their relevant abilities is 6 just leaves a little bit of kind of unnecessary complexity.
It's a lot of hoops to go through for ultimately what is like some of them are all right, some of them are. I mean, the warp shielding one's really good with the invuln save, but a lot of them like they're okay, and it feels like this is your core fundamental way of building your army. So you've got to firstly select units that you can then select these imperative abilities, and they're only once per game. So it's like, do you need at least to have at least 5 of these things so you can do one every single turn, or would you just take less? Like, are you going to be selecting a unit that you don't really want for its imperative ability? I assume, I doubt it, because they don't seem like they're that good for the effort that you've got to go to. You've got to select the unit in your army list. You've then got to make sure everything's in range, and then you've got to use it on the right turn. And then even then, it's like, oh yeah, you can fall back and charge, which it's all right, but it's not. I don't know. It feels like it's a bit of a weird way to go about building your army. Like, the warp shielding one is okay. Turn 1, that feels like maybe an obvious choice, or maybe turn 2, depending on how much cover there is on the table. And then some of the close combat ones, turn 3, 4. It doesn't feel like, okay, turn 1, definitely do this one. Turn 2, definitely do this one. And then you've got to make sure things on the board and in range of each other.
It used to be as well, though, that these abilities used to just trigger every battle round, right? Like, it used to be like, okay, cool. Like any sort of thing, you'd be like, oh, now these guys have got +1 to hit, and now these guys have got whatever. Like, that was every battle round. Whereas now, like you're saying here, it's once per battle, right?
Yeah, it's been nerfed a bit.
Yeah,
it has been nerfed a bit, and
I
wouldn't really. It's a lot of hoops for a lot of nothing. Well, not a lot of nothing.
Not nothing, but
it's a nice little bonus. I just probably wouldn't build my list based around these imperative abilities.
I mean, there's some good ones in there, and there's some interesting options. I think it's just interesting that
it's sort of like, Custodes, they've got their Qatars, and you can move back and forth between them, and you move along. And then I think they previewed with the Chaos Knights, you've got the 8 circles of hell or something, and they like to have abilities that are sort of tied to each other, so you kind of progress from one to another. A bit like the Space Marines combat doctrines have that, like, you can only do one on turn 1, and then you can switch to another on turn 2. I like that it's tied to the synapse range, even though it does make it a little more complicated to probably implement in the game.
Well, yeah, but again,
it feels more thematic that way.
It's just weird, isn't it, that everything related to synapse range is 6 inches, except for the range in which you can link it. That's just the thing. Again, it's just like, just settled on 6 would have been fine. Because the auto pass morale checks is 6-inch range. So it's just a weird decision. But I guess it needed to be greater, so as you had more capability of moving those abilities around. But again, I just sort of think, I don't know. I just would prefer a simpler kind of all or nothing idea, where it's like, I'm in synapse range, therefore I get stuff. I'm not in synapse range, therefore I don't get stuff. This whole 12-6 variable could definitely perplex people, but there we go. Hive fleets. We're going to talk about hive fleets.
Yeah, let's go for it.
All right. Who wants hive fleet number 1, the behemoths? Who wants to go through them?
Not me.
All right, well, I'll do it then. I'll do behemoth. Okay, so... Is that all it was?
Yeah.
Dear oh dear, Tim. Dear oh dear. Keep up, mate. Keep up. Page 53, Behemoth. Hive Fleet adaptation. Hyper aggression. Each time a unit with this adaptation fights if it made a charge move, was charged, or performed a heroic intervention this turn. Then until that fight phase is resolved, add 1 to the strength characteristics of models in that unit. Feels like it's missing a word there. It's just strength characteristic, no additional attacks, but I'm assuming adding to your strength characteristic in a lot of instances will be useful for this army. Although a great deal of it feels pretty strong already. So, being extra strong might not be as impressive for some options, but maybe for others, there's some benefits. Adaptive, you can reroll charge rolls made for units from your army with this adaptation. What is this adaptive variable? We talked about this earlier, right?
Yeah, so adaptive is what you've kind of currently got active, and then at the start of your first turn, you can use hyper adaptation. So it
That's
says you
right,
can
yes.
swap this High Fleet's adaptive rule for one of the following on page 61, which is where the kind of generic pick your own High Fleets live. So yeah, if you don't want the reroll charge rolls for your army based on matchup, you can go, okay, I'm going to swap it out for one of these others, and I think there's like, is it like 6 or so? There's quite a few per list.
Yeah, so in this instance, for the hyper adaptation, you can swap this High Fleet adaptive rule for one of the hunt morphologies or the lurk biomorphologies.
Yeah, there's 5 of each that you could pick from.
Fine. Do we think that this is as good an occasion as ever to get into what those are? Because we're going to obviously be talking about that a lot throughout the process. I'll tell you what. I'll finish this section and then we'll go into the hunt and the lurk, and then we'll come back to the next one. So, fine. I understand now. I'm getting it. Warlord trait, monstrous hunger. Each time this warlord makes a melee attack, an unmodified wound roll 6 inflicts 1 mortal wound on target, in addition to any normal damage. You would normally suggest that that's not extraordinarily strong, but potentially quite decent. But when you see the number of attacks that Nid monster characters have, it starts to feel pretty significant, because these guys,
It's juicy.
Yeah, they blast out a lot of hits. Psychic power, unstoppable onslaught, warp charge 7. It's a blessing. If manifested, select one friendly behemoth unit within synaptic link range of this psyker, which again is 12 inches. So that's not the 6-inch range, that's the 12-inch range, because it's specifically the link range. Until the start of your next turn, each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, add 1 to that attack's wound roll. Again, these guys, by all accounts, are pretty strong. So there's some nice synergies there. And they've got a bio relic, the monstrous
musculature.
Thank you. There you go. Add 1 to the characteristic of melee weapons the bearer is equipped with. Again, can be very, very strong. And then they've got a 1/2 CP battle tactic stratagem called Unparalleled Ferocity. Use this stratagem in the fight phase when a behemoth infantry unit, excluding character units, from your army that has not fought this phase is selected as the target of a melee attack. Until the attacking model unit has finished making its attacks, each time a model in that behemoth unit is destroyed, instead of using any rules that are triggered when that model is destroyed, do not remove the destroyed model from play. It can, after the attacking model unit has finished making its attacks, attack as if the unit had been selected to fight. After resolving these attacks, the destroyed model is then removed. If that behemoth infantry unit has the multitude, thank you, God, words. Keyword, the stratagem costs 1 CP, otherwise it's 2 CP. Crikey. That is a lot of words to say fights twice. I apologize. I kind of twigged that's what they were getting at about 2 years ago when I started reading this.
So Termagants, Hormagants, Gargoyles all have endless multitude. I'm just trying to see if anyone else has it as well. Not that I can see.
All right. Do we want to do these biomorphies on page 61?
Yeah, so they are effectively your pick a High
thing.
Fleet.
Anything.
I can quickly go for it, I guess. Do you want to just go through
when do you pick these though? You pick these. So if you were playing in a tournament, when do you pick this? Do you put this on your army list, or do you pick this every game?
If you go for a custom High Fleet, obviously you do them straight away. But when it comes for the hyper adaptation, so say we're going Behemoth, you pick it after you've worked out who's going first. So it doesn't go on the army list. So it's meant, it gives you a lot of flexibility when you go up against your opponent.
It's quite thematic though, right? Because Nids typically alter their constructs, as it were. They adapt to their opponents.
Exactly.
So that's actually quite. I mean, it's quite strong, but obviously it depends on what these abilities are. But broadly speaking, anything where you can customize what your army is based on your opponent is always very strong. But it is quite thematic for the Nids, right?
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Talk me through it, Phil. You seem to know what you're talking about.
So basically, if you don't have an associated Hive Fleet adaptation, you can create your own. You do this by selecting the Splinter Hive Fleet adaptation, which is effectively like was it a successor chapter. So basically,
Gotcha.
you go, I want the Hive Fleet Behemoth, Kraken, Leviathan adaptation already. Or if you don't do that, you can select one from the lists. So there's two lists. Sorry, there's 3 lists in total. You pick 2. One of them is your adaptation, and one of them is your hyper adaptation. So it says you can choose one of these biologies to be the adaptive element of your Hive Fleet's adaptation, and then it can be swapped out of the start of your phase using the hyper adaptation rule. At the start of the battle, if you use the hyper adaptation rule to change the adaptive element of your Hive Fleet's adaptation, then you must select one of the biomorphs from the 3rd remaining list that was not used when you initially created your Hive Fleet adaptation. I hope that makes sense.
It's cool,
crystal clear.
But yeah, you're just gonna have to remember there's going to be a lot to choose from if you're in a competitive scene, right?
Yeah,
you have to memorize.
So if you look at it, so you've got Behemoth, you've got hyper aggression. That's, say, you put one of your things represents that. You have another thing which represents your adaptive. That's your other one, and that's the one that can then be swapped out with the 3rd column with your hyper adaptation ability.
Yeah.
And then it says, so if you take a Splinter Fleet, if you've got a character model with this adaptation, you gain the gains a Warlord trait. They can have the Hive Fleet Warlord trait associated with the Hive Fleet, so a bit like Chapter Tactics. And then, let's do the biomorphologies. So you've got Hunt, Lurk, and Feed. I'll go through the Hunt ones, I guess. So you've got Adrenalized Onslaught. So each time a model with this adaptation makes a consolidation move, it can move up to an additional 3 inches to a maximum of 9 inches, which is pretty good.
Okay, we've already found a buff that ultimately would
do that.
Stack with those other things. You've got heightened reflexes. So units with that adaptation are eligible to shoot in the turn in which they fell back, which is very strong. But if they do, then to the end of the turn, each time a modern unit makes an attack, subtract 1 from the hit roll. But, still pretty good. Ultramarines, basically. You've got augmented ferocity. Add 1 to the charge rolls made for unit with this adaptation. Synaptic goading at the start of the first battle round. Before the first turn begins, endless multitude units with this adaptation that start the battle wholly within your deployment zone can make a normal move of up to 6 inches.
Ooh.
That is very good if you're running like lots of horde stuff. And then the last one is ambush predators. Units with this adaptation are eligible to perform heroic interventions as if they were character units.
And again, I can choose this after I understand who's going first, or before I know who's going first?
I believe it's after who's going first. Let's just double check.
So I know who's going first. It's me. So I'm gonna.
At the start of a battle, after determining who has the first turn. So you could. So let's say you're Hive Fleet Behemoth. You've got your adaptive, which is you can reroll charge rolls for your army. But let's say you're not going first. So you go, okay, maybe I've got lots of horde units, so I'm going to take synaptic goading, so I can suddenly move all of my Hormagaunts, Termagants 6 inches.
Yeah.
Brilliant. So you can go, cool, they're going to go back into cover, they're going to move on to an objective, so I'm a bit closer, maybe go into cover as well, stuff like that. Lots of flexibility with that, especially since you've got 5 things you can choose from. Well, technically you got 10 with the actual Hive Fleets, because that's their benefit, because they can choose Hunt and Lurk. So I've just gone through the Hunt. Who would like to do the Lurk ones?
I'll do Lurk. Tim can do Feed. So Lurk. So this is another one available to Behemoth and potentially others. So we've got exoskeletal reinforcements. Each time an attack, I just read what this is. Okay. Each time an attack is made with the arbitrary characteristic of -1 is allocated to a model with this adaptation. That attack has an armor penetration characteristic of 0. So not as good as armor of contempt, in so much as you're not consistently reducing AP by 1, but you are reducing AP 1 to 0, which is still pretty good. Neutralized camouflage. Each time a ranged attack is allocated to a model with this adaptation, while it is receiving the benefits of cover from a terrain feature, add an additional 1 to any armor saving throws made against that attack. Intriguing.
Tasty.
That they've been specific in stating the origins of the cover save, because there are abilities that will give you the benefits of light cover for being in the open, but those are not taken from a terrain feature. Again, one of those really awkward 9th edition rules where most people will probably just assert, I get cover, therefore +1 to my cover save, regardless of where that cover is coming from. Noting that in almost all instances, cover will have come from a terrain piece, but for things like monsters that don't natively benefit from cover, it's important to remember, because one of the only ways that you can give a monster light cover is through army-wide abilities that would give it light cover. So in those instances, this does not work. Intriguing. Territorial instincts. Monster models with this adaptation have the objective secured ability, strong. Monster models with this adaptation have a wound characteristic of 10 or more, count as 5 models when determining whether they control an objective. Also strong.
That's cool.
It's a bit like the old Stone, what was it, Smasher, Crusher Stampede. That's it.
Crusher Stampede. There you go. Got there in the end.
Although that one was better because you counted as the number of wounds you had left on your model.
That's true. That was pretty fantastic. You've got unfeeling resilience. Models with this adaptation whose characteristics can change as they suffer damage are considered to have double the number of wounds remaining for the purpose of determining their characteristics.
That's good.
Yeah, always pretty good. And then lastly, we've got synaptic ganglia. Whatever that means. You can reroll deny the witch test taken with this unit with this adaptation. Each time a psychic power is manifested by units with this adaptation, increase the range of that psychic power by 3. If that unit's psychic power specifies multiple ranges, add 3 to the first range specified in that psychic power. So if it's range 6-12, you're only adding 3 to the range of 6, not to the 12.
Yeah.
There you go. Tell us about feeding, Tim.
Okay, so in the feed biomorph column, the first up is stabilizing membranes. Each time a model with this adaptation makes a ranged attack on an unmodified wound roll of a 6, improve the armor penetration characteristic of that attack by 1. Cool.
Yep.
You know,
never my favorite ability because I always forget it, but it's
it's a thing.
Good.
Next one is exoskeletal stabilization. Models with this adaptation do not suffer the penalty to hit rolls incurred for firing assault weapons in the same turn that their unit has advanced.
The white scars.
Yeah. Models with this adaptation do not suffer the penalty to hit rolls incurred for firing heavy weapons in the same turn that their unit has moved.
The iron hands.
Yeah. Monster models with this adaptation do not suffer the penalty incurred to their hit rolls for firing heavy weapons at enemy units that are within engagement range of them.
They're vehicles.
Yeah. All the things.
Well, vehicles actually do suffer the penalty.
No, I know. They're broadsides then. Because wait, no, they do suffer it still because that was in a different place.
Yeah.
So next up,
Imperial Knights. I don't know. Maybe.
God.
Yeah.
Anyway, next up, Reefed in the Shadow. Each time a unit with this adaptation declares a charge, enemy units that were targeted by that charge cannot fire Overwatch or set to defend against the charge. That's quite tasty.
Denying Overwatch is pretty massive for that army. So
yeah,
pretty
Relentless Hunger.
Like, I'm playing Tau. I'm changing to this one.
Yeah,
exactly. None of that, thank you.
Relentless Hunger. Each time a unit with this adaptation fails the charge, it can make a normal move of up to 3. Situational, kind of cool. Unstoppable Swarm. Units with this adaptation can ignore any or all modifiers to their move characteristic, advance rolls, and charge rolls.
That's pretty good.
It's all right.
That is pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Because then you don't have to worry about what terrain
enjoy-
does to you.
Well, I enjoy the restrain psychic power from Aeldari. So the fact that I could hit restrain on on one of these guys and then it just be like, nah. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't use restrain if I knew that my opponent had the ability to ignore the negative impact of it. But it's in it's an interesting thing to know it's there should you need it. Plus,
Yeah,
also,
definitely.
I mean, in the final game of RFW 1, I played against Phil, not this Phil Fingers RFW, on a terrain that was mostly trees that were reducing our movement all over the place, and he was running nids. So I imagine in that set of circumstances, he'd very much like to not have his movement reduced by trees.
Well,
That's
Nids
a
have
really
a high
interesting
movement
set.
value anyway,
Yeah, yeah.
so
That's a really interesting set of rules right there. So I did Behemoth. Who wants Kraken?
I'll do Kraken if you want.
Please.
Good. Because I want to do Leviathan, which is next.
Oh, you power
No.
gamer.
No.
You power gamer. Okay. So the High Fleet adaptation is Questing Tendrils. Each time a unit with this adaptation fights, if it made a charge move this turn, then until the fight is resolved, each time a model in this unit makes an attack, improve the armor penetration characteristics of that attack by 1. The adaptive is each time a unit with this adaptation advances, if it is not affected by the opportunistic advanced stratagem, see opposite, or the bounding advanced stratagem, page 64, do not make an advance roll. Instead, until the end of the phase, add D3 plus 3 to the move characteristics of that model in that unit. The hyper adaptation is that you can use feed biomorphologies or hunt biomorphologies. The warlord's trait is 1 step ahead. So each time your opponent uses a stratagem, if this warlord is on the battlefield, roll 1d6. On a 5+, you gain 1 command point.
It's all right.
Yeah, tasty. Psychic power, synaptic lure. Malediction. Synaptic lure has a warp charge value of 5. If manifested, select 1 enemy unit within synaptic link range of this psyker, or 1 enemy unit within 18 inches of this psyker until. Why do that? Oh, right. Okay, I understand why I do that. Until the start of your next psychic phase, each time a friendly Kraken unit declares a charge, if that enemy unit is one of the targets of that charge, you can re-roll the charge roll. Cool. And bio artifact relic, chameleon mutation. Each time an attack is made against the bearer, subtract 1 from the attack's hit roll. The hit roll cannot be re-rolled. And then the stratagem, opportunistic advanced, 1 CP. Use the stratagem in your movement phase. When a Kraken unit from your army is selected to move until the end of the turn, each time that unit advances, do not make an advance roll. Instead, until the end of the phase, add 8 inches to the move characteristic of the model in that unit. Note that a unit cannot be affected by both this stratagem and the bound in advance stratagem. Models in that unit do not suffer the penalty to hit rolls incurred for firing assault weapons in the same turn that their unit has advanced.
Wow.
So it's a bit different from what it was before. They've kind of taken away, but they've kind of tried to balance it out a bit.
Well, the fact you get an extra 8 inches of movement's pretty reasonable, right? Consistently just getting a fixed 8 is pretty good.
Yeah, definitely. Because before it was like you roll 3d6 and choose the highest, like when you're advancing. And then you had a stratagem to like double that. So you would hope for the 6, get the 12, and then your gene stealers, so you'd get the 20.
Yeah.
And going for the long bomb charge. So I think they were trying to hamper that in a way.
I think that was sensible though, because I think the thing is that obviously a lot of that kind of movement was based on 8th edition rules where we were still playing on 6x4 boards. So potentially the distance between you was pretty substantial. Whereas
Yeah,
now a
true.
fixed 8 plus the movement characteristics, it's still pretty impressive distances to traverse. So
Oh, I still think it's pretty tasty. Like, put it
yeah.
on a Democarian,
Mm.
flying.
And the feed and hunt biomorphologies are interesting for sure. So I mean, you've definitely got a lot of interesting potential for Kraken. But
Yeah.
from what I hear is true, Leviathan's pretty good, right, Phil?
Well, let's have a look. So your Hive Fleet adaptation is Synaptic Control. Each time an attack is made against a Synapse unit with this adaptation, an unmodified wound roll of 1 to 3 always fails, irrespective of abilities the weapon or the attacker may have. So kind of a transhuman. Then each time an attack is made against a unit with this adaptation, excluding Synapse units, if the unit is within Synaptic link range, so as we worked out, that's 12 inches, Leviathan Synapse units, an unmodified wound roll of 1 to 3 always fails, irrespective. Sorry, 1 to 2 always fails, irrespective of abilities and weapons that they may have. So basically, Synapse units can't be affected on 1 to 3, and I think anything else within Synaptic link range is on 1 to 2. So your smaller stuff that doesn't have Synapse doesn't get as much benefit, but it's still pretty good, especially if you're, toughness 3 units. Like 2 will always be used quite often.
Incredibly strong.
Your adaptive ability is each time a unit with its adaptation is selected to shoot or fight, you can reroll 1 hit roll when resolving that unit's attacks, which is pretty good. You can swap that out for your feed biomorphs or hunt biomorphs. Your warlord trait is perfectly adapted, so once per battle round you can reroll one of the following rolls made for the warlord: hit roll, wound roll, damage roll, advance roll, charge roll, psychic test, saving throw. And that's once per battle round. Your psychic powers is Hive Nexus, which is a blessing, warp charge value of 7. If manifested, select 1 friendly Leviathan unit within Synaptic link range of this Psyker and select 1 Synaptic imperative ability of a friendly Leviathan Synapse model that is also within Synaptic link range of this Psyker. Until the start of your next turn, the unit benefits from the Synapse model Synaptic imperative ability as if it was active for your army, in addition to one that is currently active for your army, which is how we can get around to stacking them, and as if it was within 6 inches of one another. That's a really strong psychic power.
Yeah,
that's
massive.
Really good. Your bio artifact relic is a Perceptic Node. In your reinforcements step of your opponent's movement phase, each time an enemy unit is set up as reinforcements within 18 inches of the bearer, you can select 1 friendly Leviathan core or Leviathan character unit within 6 of the bearer. If you do so, that unit can shoot as if it was your shooting phase, but its models must only target the enemy reinforced units. The unit cannot be selected to fire more than once per phase as a result of this relic. Sort of niche, but quite strong. And then your stratagem is Combined Assault for 1 CP. It's a battle tactic. Use this stratagem in the fight phase. Select 1 enemy unit within engagement range of 2 or more Leviathan units from your army until the end of the phase. Each time a Leviathan model makes a melee attack against that enemy unit, improve the AP characteristic of the attack by 1. So again, you've got to set it up so you've got 2 units in combat, but gaining extra AP 1 is pretty good.
Agreed. I mean, Leviathan definitely deliver in a lot of areas. They're clearly strong, aren't they?
Yeah, it's been pretty good. They've got a bit of durability and they've got some inbuilt rerolls, and the psychic powers are really good.
Well, let's see how Gorgon compare. Hive Fleet adaptation, adaptive toxins. Well, that sounds interesting from the outset. Each time an attack is made with a model with this adaptation against a unit, excluding vehicles or Titanic units, an unmodified wound roll of 4+ is always successful. Pretty good. I mean, again, obviously for the little gribblies, that's going to make a big difference. For everything else, potentially, obviously, you're going to be winning better on 4s in a lot of instances, but you never know. So I like that from the outset. Adaptive, each time a unit with this adaptation is selected to shoot or fight, you can reroll one wound roll when resolving that unit's attack. Love that. You've got feed and lurk biomorphologies, which I think they were the strongest of the three. I think those are the two that you'd potentially want, or at least I feel like, based on some of the options, they seem pretty good. Warlord trait, lethal miasma. At the start of each fight phase, roll 1d6 for each enemy unit within 3 of this warlord. On a 2 to 5, that enemy unit suffers 1 mortal wound. And on a 6, they suffer d3 mortal wounds. Love that. Psychic power, poisonous influence. It's a blessing with a warp charge of 7. If manifested, you select one friendly Gorgon unit within synaptic link range of the psychic. Until the the start of your next psychic phase, each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, an unmodified wound roll of 6 inflicts 1 mortal wound on the target in addition to any normal damage. That could be pretty massive. Up to a maximum of 6 mortal wounds, mind. So it is restricted in some ways. You've got the bio artifact of the hypermorphic biology. Add 1 to the toughness characteristics of the bearer. It's pretty big because a lot of these big bugs are pretty tough. So 1 extra point of toughness is pretty strong. And if the bearer's characteristic can change, it's basically treated as having double the amount of wounds, which again is really strong. So it's going to be extra tough to wound, and it's going to be extra difficult to diminish its performance.
Yeah,
and
like
then,
a hive tyrant, for example, is toughness 8.
Yeah, so it becomes toughness 9, and then you will have to reduce it to 2 wounds for it to have dropped 1 profile. Oh no, is it 3 wounds?
If it's 2 wounds, it's doubled, so it's just at the top bracket. So yeah, 3 wounds to bracket it basically.
Amazing.
Oh no, sorry, 2 wounds to bracket it down to its second profile. 3 wounds, it's fine.
Yeah, crazy. And then 1 CP, you've got its stratagem hypertoxicity, which is a wargear stratagem. Use the stratagem in a fight phase when a Gorgon toxin sacs unit from an army is selected to fight. Until the end of that phase, each time a toxin sac model in that unit makes a melee attack and a modified hit roll of 5 automatically wounds the target. Goodness gracious.
Pretty cool. But you have to pay for the toxin sacs though. So
you do, but auto wounding on 5 pluses, as demonstrated by Skitari, is still silly strong.
Yeah.
Especially when you've got as many attacks as these guys can.
I mean, you can have, on things like Hormagaunts, you can have them into squads of 30 and they get 3 attacks each.
3 attacks each, and they can fight within 2.5 inches of the target. So they could get a lot of attacks off.
And you're wounding everything on a 4+ except vehicles and Titanic units. And then if you do need to do that, you just use a stratagem to wound them on a 5.
Really 5's to hit.
Oh, that's 5s to hits. Okay. Yeah, so it's slightly different. It's not because the other one was a 4+ to wound is always successful. This is unmodified hit rolls of 5 automatically wound. Oh, yeah.
Strong. Very strong.
Yeah. And then you got
I like a big Gorgon. Sorry, was that too?
And then you could do a 9-inch piling.
Oh yeah, Jeebus. Gorgon seem pretty
all over the place.
I like the sound of Gorgon. They sound pretty fun.
Gorgon might be a hidden gem.
It could be. It could be. I'm liking the sound of them.
Okay, so
who's got the next one? You?
Yeah,
Tim?
yeah. So moving on to Jawmonger then. The high.
Is this new? I don't think I've ever heard of Jawmonger.
No. They've been around for a little while.
What colour are they?
I think they're black and yellow.
Oh, okay. They're them.
Or either the green and beige one.
Green and beige. Sounds like an awful colour scheme.
It's not. It's
I'm sure it looks great, but they're just.
What's his name? Jez. I think Jez has.
It's yellow and black.
It is yellow and black. Okay, cool. So it's not the other one. Okay. High fleet adaptation tunnel networks. Each time a ranged attack targets a monster unit with this adaptation, if the attacker is more than 18 inches away, then the target is treated as having the benefits of dense cover against that attack. Each time a ranged attack targets a unit excluding monster units with this adaptation. If the attacker is more than 12 inches away, then that target is treated as having the benefits of dense cover against that attack. The adaptive is each time a unit with this adaptation is targeted by a weapon with the blast rule, half the number of models in that unit rounded up when determining how many attacks are made with that weapon. You can choose from the hunt biomorphologies or the lurk. Cool. The warlord trait, insidious threat, is in your command phase, select one friendly jawmonger unit within synaptic link range of this warlord. Until the start of your next command phase, each time a model in that unit makes an attack, that target does not receive the benefits of cover against that attack. The psychic power is Lurking Maws, which is Lurking Maws has a warp charge value of 7. If manifested, select one enemy unit within synaptic link range of this psyker, or one enemy unit within 18 inches of this psyker. Until the start of your next psychic phase, each time a friendly jawmonger model makes a melee attack against that enemy unit, improve the armor penetration characteristics of that attack by 1. Cool beans.
Cool beans.
Cool beans. There's a lot of all this, like improve the AP by 1, isn't there?
Yeah.
Bio artifact relic, infrasonic roar. At the end of your movement phase, select one enemy unit within 12 inches of the bearer and roll 3d6. If the result is equal or higher than that enemy's leadership characteristic, until the start of your next movement phase, that unit cannot perform actions. If that unit is currently performing an action, it immediately fails. Situational. And
strong though in the right situation. I mean, again, if you happen to be in that situation, it'll be very annoying.
Yeah, true. Anyway, and then for the stratagem, buried in weight, use this stratagem before the battle, during declared reserves, and the transport step. If you are playing a mission without this step, use this stratagem during deployment. Instead, select one jawmonger unit from your army, excluding Titanic units. You can set that unit near to the surface instead of setting it up on the battlefield. If you do so, then in the reinforcement step of one of your movement phases, you can set up that unit anywhere on the battlefield that is more than 9 inches away from enemy models. You can only use this stratagem once unless you are playing a strike force battle, in which case you can use this stratagem twice, or an onslaught battle, in which case you can use this stratagem 3 times. So you get to do a bit of Gene Stealer cult kind of stuff.
Yeah, stick stuff in Deep Strike.
Yeah, but not. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of cool, but there's nothing.
I'm
really
broadly
that wows
underwhelmed
me.
by this one.
Yeah, like dense cover
It's all right.
monsters.
It's all right.
It's all
Again,
right.
though, you know, because you're giving them. Oh no, you're giving them dense cover, aren't you?
Yeah.
So you're not giving them light cover. So you know.
I don't
This is
think
one
you'll
such
see a lot of
example.
play from this one.
It's all right. I don't love it, but it's all right. What's the next one there, Phil?
The next one is Kronos, which is the one they introduced in the last edition of the Codex, which is a kind of slightly chaos fighting high fleet. So the first thing is the adaptation, which is Bio Barrage. Add 4 inches to the range characteristic of ranged weapons with this adaptation. The adaptive ability is each time a model with this adaptation has a ranged attack that targets a unit within half range, improve the AP by 1. That's not bad. And you can swap that out for the feed or lurk biomorphologies. The warlord trait is Soul Hunger, which is an aura ability. While an enemy psychic unit is within 18 inches of this warlord, each time a psychic test is taken for that unit, it suffers perils of the warp on any dice roll that includes a double instead of only double 1s or double 6s, which is very strong, I think.
It can be very irritating.
I think it's like Yeah, instead of like a 1 in, is it like 1 in 36? It becomes like a 1 in 3 or something. It's quite high.
Really? Oh wow.
Maybe not 1 in 3, but better than 1 in 36.
Yeah, it is pretty high. Maybe it isn't that high, but it's pretty high. So the psychic power is Symbio Storm. It's a blessing, warp charge value 7. If manifested, select one friendly Kronos unit within synaptic link range of this psyker until the start of your next psychic phase. Each time a model that unit makes a ranged attack, add 1 to the strength characteristic. So you can see they're pretty good at doing range stuff so far. Their relic is Null Node. In your command phase, select one enemy unit within synaptic link range of the bearer. Until the start of your next command phase, each time a model in that unit makes an attack, you can the hit roll cannot be re-rolled, and the wound roll cannot be re-rolled, and psychic tests cannot. Psychic tests taken for this unit cannot be re-rolled. That's pretty good. It's like a super. What's the malediction one that you elder players get?
What, Doom?
Yeah, it's a bit
Doom.
sort of like.
Well,
no, Doom's. Yeah, what does Doom do?
you re-roll wound rolls.
All right, but this is more like you can't re-roll anything. So
Yeah. The opposite, the inverse Doom.
And then the last one is the Deepest Shadows stratagem for 1 CP. It's an epic deed. So you can use a stratagem in your opponent's psychic phase. When an enemy unit fails a psychic test, select one Kronos psychic unit from your army within 18 inches of that unit. The enemy unit suffers D3 mortal wounds, and until the end of the phase, that Kronos psychic gains the following ability: the Deepest Shadow Aura ability. While an enemy psychic unit is within 18 inches of this unit, each time a psychic test is taken for that unit and it's failed, the unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. Oh, that's pretty good. So you sort of gain an ability that you can keep doing. Admittedly, it's only to the end of that phase, but it's good that it kind of you activate it once with a stratagem, and then it can potentially keep going if you've got. I guess if you've got a lot of shadow and the warp going off, you could potentially get it to happen quite a bit, especially Elder, which are psychic heavy armies, for example.
Yeah, I mean the Kronos stuff is obviously quite psychic orientated, which is or anti-psychic orientated, I suppose, which is not a shocker because I believe the High Fleet Kronos had a bit of a fun time smashing up the Craftworlders of Ianden, I think specifically. So,
no, I think that was Behemoth.
No.
I think Kronos has been fighting demons in the warp and stuff.
Oh, is that what they're up to?
That's why I said they're all chaosy, because they fight demons and things.
One day I'll learn the fluff. One day. Anyway.
And then weirdly, even though we've done 6, we've got a bonus 7th one for Hydra.
No, there's a lot of these.
Is this a new one, Hydra, or have I just...
No, Hydra's been around.
Hydra's like your Space Hulk one.
Yeah.
Well,
yes.
It's that colour scheme.
Oh, the best colour scheme.
The bestest one. All right, here we go. Well, I get to round us out with the bestest one. High Fleet adaptation, Swarming Instincts. Each time a model in this adaptation makes a melee attack that targets a unit containing fewer models than its own, add 1 to the attack's hit roll. For the purpose of this adaptation, vehicles and monster models each count as 5 models. I'm assuming that applies to you and to your opponent for the purposes of this rule.
I think so.
So if I charge into a Lehman Russ, that counts as 5 models. So if my unit is 6 models, I then get plus 1 to my hit rolls.
No, that's an interesting one. I would assume it only relates to yours.
Well, again, though, right? As it says, each time a model with this adaptation makes a melee attack, the unit contains fewer models than its own. Add 1 to that hit roll for the purpose of this adaptation.
Maybe you're right, yeah. So Lehman Russ 5. Yeah, maybe Lehman Russ would be 5 then. Yeah.
I mean, I would argue.
I mean, it does make sense. That would be the fair option.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's the correct way of approaching it. Adaptive, add 1 to the move characteristics of models with this adaptation, and each time a model with this adaptation makes a consolidation move, it can move an additional 3 inches up to 9. Pretty reasonable, but it can also become feed or hunt depending on what you fancy. Warlord trait, endless regeneration. At the start of the command phase, this warlord can regenerate itself. If it does so, it regains D3 lost wounds. This warlord can only regenerate itself once per turn. So there you go. Interesting that they specified turn rather than battle round. So if there is some kind of weird shenanigans that could facilitate you being able to regenerate in your opponent's turn, you would be allowed to do so.
Well, because it says at the start of the command phase, it doesn't say your command phase. So maybe they've done the stipulation that you can do it in either, but you can only do it once.
So say if you take damage
in
like,
your
in your
turn,
phase.
and
So is the assertion this goes off every command phase?
No, it
Well, it
goes
says
off.
the command phase.
Yeah, but it's once per turn.
Yeah, but that's turn.
but you
is
get to
the
pick which command phase it is potentially. I mean, that seems a weird thing to do, but I mean, that's the
I
only
have a
reason why I
turn,
would-
you have a turn, but that in its entirety is the battle round. Therefore, there are 2 turns. So if I can do something once per turn, in theory, it means I can do it in your turn and mine.
Technically, yes.
Yeah, that's basically.
Yeah.
It's the
seems-
established language of the game.
That seems
didn't-
crazy strong because it to me it should either say you can only do this once per battle round, in which case, cool, I can regenerate either in your command phase or my command phase, depending on who's going first might make a difference. Or it just says at the start of your command phase, which is obviously to me what it feels like it's intending.
But it says the in at the start of the command phase.
I mean, it is certainly endless regeneration. If every command phase you regenerate D3 lost wounds, that's tasty.
Yeah, I would
If
assert
that
based
really
on the way
is-
it's written.
Yeah.
Anyway, there you go. Power gamer. That's what I am. I can't help myself.
Mhm.
Psychic Shriek, an old classic returning there. The Psychic Shriek was it Psychic Shriek the Primaris power of telepathy back in 7th edition? Or was it because it was weird. There was telepathy, and then there was one that was awfully similar to sounding to telepathy.
Well, I'm not sure.
Anyway, I think it was. I can't remember. But let's see if it's as good as it used to be. Psychic Shriek, Warp Charge 6. If manifested, select one enemy unit within synaptic link range, which we've established is 12 of this Psyker, or one enemy unit within 18 of this Psyker. Roll 1d6 for each friendly Hydra infantry and Hydra beast model within 3 of that unit, and 3d6 for each friendly Hydra monster model within 3 of that unit. For each 5+, that enemy unit suffers 1 mortal wound to a maximum of 6 mortal wounds. So certainly not as good as what I remember Psychic Shriek being in 7th edition. Still pretty reasonable. So there's that. Bio artifact is Barb Worm Infestation. Each time the bearer makes a ranged attack, you can re-roll the wound roll. Crikey. Yeah, all right, that's pretty strong. And then Critical Mass is a 1 CP battle tactics stratagem. Use this stratagem in the fight phase when a Hydra unit from your army is selected to fight until the end of the phase. Each time a melee attack made by a model in that unit targets an enemy unit with fewer models than its own, you can re-roll the wound rolls. Right? I mean, I like the sound of Hydra. Hydra seem all right. They seem like they've got some interesting jank, which is fun.
I like Hydra just because of the color scheme, and the rules are all right. Like, add in 1 inch to the move characteristic of a model, and then say if you add adrenal glands as well, that's an extra 2 inches on an already pretty fast moving army.
Yeah, this is really like a swarm army, really, isn't it? Because there's a lot of stuff based around having more models than your opponent. So
Yeah, it is geared that way, but I think you could run it as a semi-elite as well.
I personally, though, even though I called it out, I quite like Gorgon. I think Gorgon's an interesting army.
Gorgon is pretty strong, I think.
I think there's a lot of fun things you could do with Gorgon.
Yeah, I think Gorgon. I think also Behemoth and Leviathan are both pretty good ones as well. I mean, the fact that we've called out, up to 4, four is like pretty solid ones. Like that's probably 2 more than most codexes.
Yeah. I totally agree.
I think you got some solid choices here within this codex on how you'd want to run your NID force and build it. And I'd stipulate that if you're going to build a NID force, select your high fleet first and go from there.
No, I totally agree with that statement, mate. I think that's a fundamental element of any army list construction. But I think, definitely the case in
well, it's more just in reference to our earlier statement of like synaptic link and stuff like that. Like, don't worry about that. That's just a nice little feature. Yes,
I totally agree. So, in terms of other things that are in this book, we've got obviously the stratagems, adaptive psychologies, warlord traits, hive mind discipline, relics, and that's that until we get onto the things. So, I suppose in the order of sequencing of things, we'll skip stratagems for now and move along to adaptive psychologies. All right then. Adaptive psychologies. Am I reading that right, to be fair? Is it psychologies or is it something else? Physiologies? Physiologies?
Physiologies seems more correct, yeah.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Why the heck was I calling it psychologicalies?
Yes, it's like these are all mental upgrades.
Exactly. I need a mental upgrade, mate. I need to scrub this dyslexia out of my brain.
No.
Causes me no end of harm.
That's true. Oh, although I will say we finally got to the page where I do believe there's some more unique artwork done for
where's this?
On page 67, the page opposite. Because that
is that new unique artwork, is it?
Well, it might have been in the last one, but it's definitely new style artwork. So either 8th or 9th edition artwork.
That clearly sort of hidden in the background.
Yeah, they faded it out so it's not very clear. It's basically a hive tyrant, huge hive tyrant, squaring up against a lone Skitarii
Vanguard
warrior. Yeah, so he's not having a good day, but it's actually a beautiful piece of artwork that they've sort of tucked away, and that is beyond the cover the only 2 pieces that I can see. That
Skitarii Vanguard will be giving -1 toughness, so that strength 3
and
galvatic rifle or whatever it is.
Exactly, and he's going to be using that stratagem, so he's going to be wounding.
It's a rich Radian carbine or whatever it is, or Radian vibes. What do you think about the artwork, by the way, Tim? Do you like it? Do you think it's cool? Do you think it's new? Tim, are you there? I think we've lost Tim, mate.
Yes, because it's a new day and he didn't make it this time.
You're not supposed to reveal that this is being recorded over 2 days, Phil. We're supposed to have just pretended that he's gone and then we were going to carry on regardless. You broke the illusion.
Oh, we all like to have a little peek behind the curtain.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, well. Anyway, there you go. Yeah, Tim couldn't turn up for the second day. So Tim's gone now, although because we suspected he wouldn't come back, we got him to do some final thoughts, which you'll hear at the end. And then he's in the outro. So Tim lovers, be told he will return in time.
Exactly. Hold on to your hats.
Indeed. Adapted physiologies. There are a few of them.
They are upgrades that you can take to your units. You can do 1 per model or per unit, and you can only do 1 physiology per army, so you can't repeat the same one multiple times.
That checks out. It would make sense, right?
Yes, yeah. Although with this one, it doesn't feel like they're not tied to any particular units. Are they
not? No, they are not.
So it feels like, I guess you could just give it to any of them, right?
Well, when you are mustering your army, you can upgrade any monster model, excluding character and titan models. So you can't give it to characters.
So named characters like Old One Eye, which makes sense.
Or things like Hive Tyrants, which are characters.
Ooh.
Is that right?
No, but Oh, well, that's interesting because in both the pictures it features a hive tyrant. So is a hive tyrant not a character?
Well, no, it is. It
It
has the
is.
character keyword.
The Swarm Lord, I guess, is a character. So the artwork isn't very conducive to these upgrades. That seems a bit weird.
Yeah.
You would have thought hive tyrants would be allowed, especially since
If your army is battle forged and includes any hive tendril detachment, then when you're mustering your army, you can upgrade any monster model in your army, excluding character and titanic models, by giving them adaptive, whatever I was saying earlier, psychologies, physiologies. You get the point. And then there's more words underneath. Each time your model adaptive physiology is its power rating is increased as shown table above. If you're playing match games, points. Each model can only have one. Crusade stuff. Yeah.
Interesting. I was just having a quick flick through. Obviously, the Tervagon is also a character, as is the Trigon Prime. That's a character. So I guess you can just give it to the sort of regular monsters. So you got you got Horospex, Carnifex is there be non-characters. Morlock, that's another one. So and the regular Trigon. So you've got choices.
A few choices.
But sadly, half the monsters are locked as characters. And then,
well, you can use a Toxicrene. You can do it on the old Maleceptor. That's not a character. You can buff the Horspex or Horospex or whatever it was.
So you've got choices. It's a bit of a shame you can't do it to characters as interesting ways to upgrade them because, let's compare it to the Space Marine Codex. The only upgrades can basically only be applied to characters. So it doesn't feel, and they're the ones that feel like they would have adapted the most. Like your Hive Tyrant should be the big bad that has changed to, based on his opponent, the army that he's facing against. So it's a bit.
It is extra peculiar when you consider that the artwork that is everywhere on here is pictures of hive tyrants.
Yeah, that's bad choice of
they have royally mucked this one up. Are we going to read off every ability? I really don't want to read off every ability, Phil. Can we just choose two each?
Yeah, that sounds good. I'll start off with the one from the top because it just seems quite standard. It's Dermic Symbiosis. It's 25 points. You get a 4-up invuln save.
It's probably quite good on a Carnifex or something, I imagine.
Yeah, of course it is.
All right, it's all right. I'm going to go with the second one down. Why not? Enraged Reserves. So I don't know whether that relates to reserves in the sense of things that weren't on the table arriving on the table from reserves, as it were. Let's read the rules and we'll find out. If this model's characteristic can change as it suffers damage, it's considered to have double the amount of wounds. Seen that in a few places. Once per battle, when this model is selected for a Tyranids Epic Deed stratagem, you can use that stratagem without spending any command points. Note, any future usage of stratagems cost the normal amount of CP. That's pretty good. Pretty good.
It's not too shabby. I'm gonna go for my last pick. Synaptic Enhancement. That comes
on with the cheapest one available.
Oh, it is. It's 10 points. So
the other two were 25 points each. This was 10 points.
Yeah. So we're going to
We've gone from the most expensive to the cheapest.
Exactly. Bottom of the barrel. Synaptic Enhancement. You gain Shadows of the Warp and the Synapse ability and the Synapse keyword.
Handy dandy.
Which isn't too shabby considering all the Synapse abilities that are floating around.
Yeah, totally. Let's go with the 20-pointer, the Precognitive Sensoria, which sounds very exciting. At the start of the fight phase, if this model is within engagement range enemy unit, it can fight first. That phase.
Oh, daddy.
Matron. Oh, dear. Lamiak. There you go, some upgrades from things that aren't Hive Tyrants, despite the fact that all the images are of Hive Tyrants. Brilliant. Well done, them. But things that you can give Hive Tyrants, Phil, are these little things called Warlord traits. We're going to read all the Warlord traits, right? That is tradition.
Yeah, as is the way. Would
As
you
is the
would you
way.
like to go first? Or
Why
should
not? I am possessed of alien cunning, so I will talk about it. The Warlord has OBSEC. The Warlord counts as 5 models when determining control of an objective marker. The Warlord can start to perform an action even if advanced or fail back. Very strong ability.
That's not too good. Not too good. Not too bad.
Not too good.
Not too bad.
Yeah, not
Not too
bad.
good. Not too bad.
Good, even.
Somewhere in
Exactly.
between.
Just right. Just right.
Exactly. The next one is heightened senses at the start of a fight phase. If this Warlord is within engagement range of an enemy unit, it can fight first that phase. And each time you make an attack, you can re-roll the hit roll.
Tidy.
Yeah.
Any hit roll? Yeah. All hit rolls.
Yep.
Right.
You don't have to be in close combat, so you can shoot and re-roll the hit rolls. Yeah.
We've got our synaptic linchpin. Add 3 to the range of the Warlord's aura abilities. And synaptic imperative abilities. Okay. So I can presume that the Warlord is presumed to have access to auras in addition to these synaptic imperatives.
That would make sense.
That would be logical. We'll get to that in a minute, I'm sure. So fair enough. So you're adding 3 to the range of that, making it 9 inches of range. Ooh. Or potentially more. Who knows? Each time this Warlord uses an ability in your command phase, that specifies the range until the end of the phase. Add 3 to the range of that ability. Fine. So you're just adding 3 to stuff.
Yeah.
Seems all right.
That's one the Swarm Lord's got. Under name characters. Alien Cunning is a Death Leaper. And then Old One I will get to in a minute.
He's got adaptive biology, which is the last one. Phil. Look what happens when you break the order. You got too excited.
Exactly, but I'm doing direct guidance now. So this is in your command phase. Select one friendly High Fleet core unit within synaptic link range of this Warlord until the start of your next command phase. Each time a model in that unit makes an attack, add 1 to that attack's hits roll. So +1 to hit for 1 unit within synapse range. Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah, it's all right, isn't it? Synaptic tendrils. In your command phase, if this Warlord has one of the following abilities, it can use that ability 1 additional time that phase. Alpha Warrior, Bio Impulse, Brood Progenitor, Vicious Insights, Warp Siphon, Will of the Hive Mind. Fair enough. I assume that's a series of command phase themed abilities.
Yeah, that I assume are on the data sheets.
I would guess so. That's where I would expect to see them.
Yeah. And then the last one, Adaptive Biology, which, as I mentioned, is Old One Eye. He's got that. Each time this Warlord would lose a wound on a 5+, the wound is not lost. Tough.
He's a tough old boy. Old One Eye. Then we've got Hive Mind Disciplines. These are the psychic powers, as you will well know. We have at number 1, Catalyst. You might remember Catalyst from before. Before, it gave you Feel No Pain 5+. Now, it's a blessing with a warp charge of 6. You select a Hive Fleet unit within synaptic link range of this Psyker, which, as you'll know, I'm sure, is 12 inches at this point. Unless, of course, for some reason, you're a linchpin. But interestingly, the linchpin increases auras and synaptic where is it now?
3 inches to the
synaptic
range
imperatives.
Yeah.
So you don't add 3 inches to this ability. Fantastically confusing. Brilliant. Anyway, the point is the synaptic link range, as we've established, is 12. And if you do that and you cast it on a thing, they shrug wounds on 5+. And each time a Titanic model in that unit would lose a wound on a 6, they shrug it. Because obviously the Titanic models are notoriously weaker than the little ones.
Yeah, I think that's just for game balance.
I think so. Maybe it's just that because they're so big, this ability only kind of works slightly on them. You know, it doesn't quite distribute through their nervous system in quite the same way, I assume.
That's true. So the second one is the Horror. It's a malediction, warp charge value of 5. If manifested, select one enemy unit within synaptic link range of this Psyker or one enemy unit within 24. Until the start of the next psychic phase, you subtract 2 from the leadership characteristic of a model in that unit. and subtract 1 from combat attrition test taken for that unit.
All right, fair enough. Not too shabby. We've got neuroparasite, something like that. It's Witchfire, Warp Charge 7. If manifested, select one enemy unit within synaptic link range, 12 inches, of the Psyker, or one enemy unit within 18 of the Psyker. So you what?
Remember that
hang on.
synapse can daisy chain, right? So you could have something outside of 18-inch range, but you're doing the daisy chain effect of the 12 inches between synapse.
This all
units.
starts to make more sense now. Yes, you're right. So you can daisy chain this nonsense.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, fine.
So it's all very thematic. It works like increases the range
exactly.
of everything, not just your abilities, but psychic powers, which is quite clever.
Exactly. You can channel all of this stuff through other people's brains. Roll 1d6 for each model in that unit. For each roll that exceeds that model's toughness characteristic, that model's unit suffers 1 mortal wound to a maximum of 6 mortal wounds. It's all right. It's all right. Good when you're up against a unit of 30 gaunts, I guess.
Yes. Next one, number 4, is Onslaught. Is a blessing, warp charge value of 4. Oh, sorry, not 4, of 6. My brain is fried. Has been onslaughted. So you select one high fleet unit within synapse range of a Psyker, and until the start of your next psychic phase, models in this unit do not suffer the penalty for hit rolls incurred for firing assault weapons the same time they have advanced, i.e. white scars. And then models in that unit do not suffer the penalty to hit rolls incurred for firing heavy weapons in the same turn that the unit is moved. I believe that's the Iron Hands thing. This feels familiar. I'm sure there's a high fleet that has these abilities. And also, the unit that is eligible, that unit is eligible to declare a charge in turn in which it advanced. Again, it's white scars. So that's quite cool, but completely useless if you picked one of the 7 high fleets, because one of them, I think, already had all of those options built into it already.
I'm guessing you wouldn't take this psychic power if you already had that ability.
No, but luckily...
Just a guess.
There's 5 others you could pick.
Exactly. Next one is paroxysm something. How am I supposed to...
Paroxysm? Yeah, that sounds...
Oh, yes, paroxysm, not paroxysm. Silly old me. Anyway, I worry how much of a complete dimwit I can. You know what I mean?
You don't, Dan. You don't.
I do, mate. I do. I mean, but then look at these. Whoever uses these words in normal life.
Well, because they're not real words. They're made up.
Exactly. It's all
stuff
nonsense,
that Games
isn't
Workshop.
it?
I think
not my fault.
You know how they have naming charts where you roll a d6 for the first name and then you roll a d6 for the second name. I think they probably have that based around like syllables and Latin names to just make up stuff. That's probably how they go about doing it.
Exactly. It's not my fault. It's the world that's wrong. Anyway, it's the children who are wrong. Sorry. Get the quote right. It's a malediction. Warp Charge 7. You can be within synaptic link range or within 18. The unit cannot fire Overwatch or set to defend. Each time a model in that unit makes a melee attack, subtract 1 from that attack's wound roll.
You pick this one.
You pick this one.
You pick this
I
one.
agree.
This is the best one.
Good.
So far. This is really good. And then the last one, could it be better? It's Psychic Scream. It is a Witchfire. It's a warp charge value of 5, so nice and easy to go off. If manifested, select the closest enemy unit within 18 inches of this Psyker. That unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. If that unit has the Psyker keyword and the result of the psychic test is higher than the leadership characteristic of that unit. And sorry, the actual psychic roll that you've got to do on your 2d6 is higher than the leadership characteristic. Unlikely, I would assume. Randomly select one psychic power the unit knows. Until the end of the battle, that unit no longer knows that psychic power. Now that is super powerful, but very unlikely to get off, I think. Because unless you've got a way of... Well, actually, no, I believe there are ways of increasing your psychic powers. If you can buff your roll, then this would be great. However, I suspect when you can buff your roll, it is just on things like smite, maybe.
No, I think you can buff everything. I think like there's a zonithropy, neurothropy thing where you can like buff it by like as much as 4.
Yes, yeah. So Big Phil from RFW did say that, but which I suspect is only for their smite ability, not for this, because like this
Oh,
would
okay.
then be dumb if that was the case.
I think as well, by the way, I think I was saying earlier that Psychic Shriek was the Primaris power of telepathy from 7th edition, but I think Psychic Scream,
Maybe.
either one.
Yeah, could be.
One of them is that. One of them is that. So there we go. That's the Hive Mind Discipline. We got some relics, Phil. It's quite exciting. The idea that NIDS would have relics. Obviously, there's a certain degree of creative license.
Relics, they call them.
Yeah.
To,
the Hive Mind remembers a very specific type
well,
of
it
biomass.
could be like a rare mutation that they like, their favoured mutation that they want to dig out.
Well, they used to have that with gene sealers, didn't they? Back in the day, they had the Zoidberg gene sealers.
Funnily enough, the Yumgal factor is the first one on the list, so let's do that one.
Why not? Go on then. How many of these are we going to do each? 2 each? 2 each.
Yeah, that sounds good. So this is the gene stealers with the wibbly Cthulhu tentacles, I do believe.
Yeah, the Zoidberg ones.
Yeah. So at the start of a fight phase, select one of the following. So until the end of the phase, you can add 2 to the bearer's strength characteristic. Until the end of the phase, add 1 to the bearer's attacks characteristic. Or until the end of that phase, add 1 to the bearer's toughness characteristic. So I guess at the start of every fight phase, you get to pick, which is quite cool. Doesn't seem overly strong, but it just seems nice.
Yeah. No. Not too bad. Who am I going to go for here? I'm going to go for... I'm going to go for the gestation sack. Because, I love a gestation sack, me.
That sounds very nice.
Exactly. It sounds warm and cozy. The sort of place where you would feel safe. Anyway, once per battle, the bearer can perform the following action. Bursting the sack. Yeah, that does not sound sanitary. It's an action at the start of your shooting phase. This model can start to perform this action. The action is completed at the end of that phase. When it is completed, set up a new Hive Fleet Ripper Swarm unit on the battlefield within 3 of this model and not within engagement range of any enemy units. That Ripper Swarm unit contains D3 plus 1 models, and if you are playing a game that uses points limit, does not cost any reinforcement points. That's pretty good, actually, to be fair, just having a random Ripper Swarm turn up. Again, the functionality of a swarm unit isn't as vast and useful as some of the other more, infantry-themed units, but being able to gain an extra unit for the price of a relic still has some,
Yeah, I think you'd need to put it on the right model, though, like one that isn't going to be doing shooting anyway, right? Or a lot of anything else, because when's it completed? At the end of that phase. So yeah, you're sacrificing your shooting phase and nothing else, basically. So you want to put it on something that isn't going to be shooting.
Yeah, there was a warlord trait though where you could do actions and still shoot.
Yeah, so you could combo it that way. Yeah, just burst out the odds.
It was a specific Hive Fleet adaptation, but yeah, I mean, interesting. There we go, the old gestation sack.
Yeah, I'm going to pick the Reaper of Obletrax. I seem to think this was something that ignored invuln saves, although I do remember there was from the Leviathan supplement one that did as well. But this one, I can't remember if it did or it just had crazy AP on it. It was always really good in previous editions. So this is a model equipped with bone swords or monstrous bone swords only. They basically gain the following abilities. So each time an attack is made with this weapon, if the attack successfully wounds the target suffers 1 mortal wound in addition to any other damage. Nice touch, but not crazy. And then each time an attack is made with this weapon, it's allocated to the enemy. The model cannot use any rules to ignore the wounds it loses. So no feel, no pain saves. So that's pretty strong. But no ignore invuln. But it's not too bad. Not too bad.
Yeah. I guess. What to go for? let's go for. I don't really want to go for a weapon, I suppose, because.
Oh, okay.
Well, maybe I don't know. Shall I go for a weapon one? I'll go for a weapon one.
I was going to say Sea Hive is quite good.
You reckon?
Hmm.
Which one? Which one?
The bottom right
the
hand,
sea
the last
hive.
one.
Okay, that's
yeah.
not a weapon. That's a toxin sack. Okay, toxin sack models only. Each time the bearer makes a melee attack against a unit, excluding monsters and vehicle units, if a hit is scored, it automatically wounds the target. Core blimey, sir. All right, fair enough.
That's quite strong.
That'll do. That's pretty good. Yeah, you probably want one of those. Chuck that in. That'll be yeah. There you go. Relics and junk. All right, let's get into these stratagems. Let's rattle through this. This is the last of these hurdles. Then it's data sheets, and then we're on the home stretch. By crikey.
Tim doesn't know what he's missing out on.
Well, you know, I think he does. I think that's why he's not here. Cheeky boy. Cheeky boy. What are we going to talk about? All right, we'll do one each from each color. You know the score, Phil. I'm going to go with, of the blues, the battle tactics, I'm going to go with Observer Organism. 1 CP, battle tactic. Use the stratagem in your shooting phase. When an execrete model from your army is selected to shoot until the end of the phase, each time that model makes an attack, the target does not receive the benefits of cover against that attack. An unmodified hit roll of 6 scores 1 additional hit. I like it.
Yeah.
It's a shame it's only limited to an execrete, but I imagine it would be a little bit silly otherwise. So yeah, there you go. It ignores cover and can potentially score additional hits for 1 CP. Not too bad. What do you reckon, mate? What's your choice?
I was going to go for Scorched Bugs, but I'm actually going to go with Adrenal Surge.
Okay.
1 CP
or
2 CP. Yep. Use a stratagem in the fight phase when an Adrenal Glands unit from your army is selected to fight. Probably should say, for those that don't know, Adrenal Glands, and we mentioned Toxin Sacks, they're upgrades that you can apply to most units.
Correct.
That do give benefits, but obviously here, in this case, it's unlocking an extra stratagem. So you select in your fight phase a unit with Adrenal Glands, and when they're about to fight, until the end of the phase, the unit can, if a unit made a charge move this turn, you can add 1 to the attack's characteristics of models, excluding monster models in that unit. You also add D3 to the attack's characteristics of monster models in that unit. So +1 for regular non-monsters, plus D3 for monsters. If a unit contains 19 or fewer models, this stratagem costs 1 CP. Otherwise, it costs 2 CP. Let me just find a unit that actually has Adrenal Glands, so we actually know what it does. I believe, is it Advance and Charge?
I think the Hormigans will have access to Adrenal Glands, will they not?
They do. It's Adrenal Glands. The bearer with it gains the keyword. Add 1 inch to the move characteristic and add 1 to the strength characteristic of the bearer. Toxin Sacks for reference while we're at it. You obviously gain the Toxin Sack keyword, but each time a bearer makes a melee attack, an unmodified hit roll of 6 automatically wounds the target. So you can see how that relates to the relic that we just read out.
Magical. Any more from that particular stratagem, or should we move on to the Browns?
Oh, no, that was it. We can go on to the Browns, yeah.
The Browns, into the Browns. So, Trampling Charge.
Oh, I was going to pick that one.
All right, well, I'll do Death Frenzy then. Death Frenzy, 2 CP. It's an Epic D stratagem, which is, of course, the color brown. Use the stratagem in fight phase when a Hive Tendril character model from your army that has not already been selected to fight this phase is destroyed, instead of using any rules that trigger. You can basically fight on death, right? Oh wait, do not remove the model. You can fight after the attacking model's unit has finished making attacks. When making these attacks, if the destroyed model characters can change, considered to have full wounds. Okay, cool. After resolving destroyed models' attacks is then removed. They are fight on death for 2 CP.
But on top bracket as well is pretty good.
Very strong.
Yeah, not bad, even if it's 2
Tell
CP.
us about the Tramply Charge, mate.
Yeah, so this one's 1 CP for this Epic Deed. Use a stratagem in your charge phase when a Hive Tendril monster model from your army finishes a charge move. Select 1 enemy unit within engagement range of that monster and roll a D6. If that monster model has the Horned Chitin keyword, which I assume is going to be on the Carnifexes. On a 2-4, that enemy unit suffers 3 mortal wounds. On a 5+, that enemy unit suffers D3 plus 3 mortal wounds. If the monster model doesn't have a horn-shitting keyword, on a 2-4, it suffers D3 mortal wounds. On a 5+, it suffers 3 mortal wounds. So you clearly want to have the horn-shitting keyword. I'm just going to have a quick look on Carnifexes and see if it's there.
I mean, it seems like the sort that would, but then maybe not. Maybe it's on some of the little
Well,
dribblies.
yeah, but the Tyrannofex definitely has a horn on its head, but it doesn't seem to have any kind of keyword that relates to it. Oh no, it does have horn shitting built into it. So
Yeah, the
that
Horror
one-
Specs has got it, yeah.
Screamer
Horror Specs.
Killer does not have it. No,
The,
so it is on those.
The Malaceptor has it. The
oh wait,
no, the Toxicrene does not have it. Yeah,
so
some things have it.
weirdly, so the generic Carnifex, because there is a model head. Obviously, there's a bunch of different heads. One of them does have a horn on it, though.
Yeah,
But oh yeah, so tusks. That's it. So it's an upgrade. Bear against the horn shitting keyword. So you can correctly represent that little horny spike, rhino spike, basically.
Yep.
Nice. That's pretty cool.
Next are the reds, but we know what these are. Give another warlord trait and give another relic. There's really no need to go into these, I don't think. So we're going to move on to the greens, the greeny blues, but mostly green. And I'm going to go with Encircle the Prey.
What? You always keep picking ones I'm going to go for, but you
Oh, for
do this one.
goodness sake,
No,
no, it's
you,
fine.
you do it. I'll pick a different one this
All right,
time.
well, you better. Encircle the Prey, 1 CP, strategic ploy stratagem, as is depicted by green. Use this stratagem at the end of your turn. Select one burrowers unit, not the burrowers of olden time British telly, or even, I think they did a movie of them, didn't they?
Was it a TV movie or an actual
No,
movie?
I swear it was like a movie, but maybe it was a movie that only happened in Britain.
Quite likely.
Do you never remember the burrowers, Phil?
Oh, I do.
Okay,
The little
fine.
people.
Little people, yeah, the little people, not the squats, not the halflings, but the
Teeny tiny people. Yeah.
Exactly. Did they have a song? Did the burrowers have a song?
Who knows? Who knows, Dan? Who knows?
All right, okay. Select one burrowers unit that can fly. That seems like a contradiction.
Well, or a unit that can fly.
Or oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. It's the old dyslexia again, everybody. I apologize. Remove that unit from the battlefield in the reinforcement step of your next movement phase. You can set that unit back up anywhere on the battlefield, anywhere not away from enemy model. If the battle ends and that unit is not on the battlefield, it's dead. All right.
Oof.
I thought it was going to be way cooler than go back into reserves.
I know.
Yeah.
I'm going to go for Toxic Entanglement for 1 CP. Use a stratagem in your shooting phase when a Toxicrene model from your army scores a hit against an enemy unit, excluding aircraft for some reason, with a ranged attack. Roll 1d6 on a 2+ until the start of your next movement phase, half the movement characteristic of models in that enemy unit. If a charge is declared with that enemy unit, the Toxicrene model must be one of the targets of that charge. It's like a come at me, bro moment. And then if a charge is declared with a Toxicrene model, that enemy unit must be one of the targets of that charge. In addition, add 2 to the charge roll. That's quite cool. I quite like it. It's a nice little tank effect that you would get in an RPG game, that you force people to come towards you. That's quite clever.
All right, we're going over to the greys now, the war gear stratagems. Phil, have you picked one?
Yes, I have.
Is it Corrosive Viscera?
Finally, it isn't.
Okay. Corrosive Viscera. Use the stratagem in the fight phase when a model in an acid blood unit from your army would lose a wound. Until the end of the phase, each time a model in that unit would lose a wound as a result of a melee attack, roll 1d6 on a 4+. The attacking model suffers 1 mortal wound. making all of its attacks, after making all of its attacks, to a maximum of 6 mortal wounds. So there you go. When you've got acidy blood, you can do some mortally wounds with your corrosive viscera. Last of the stratagems, Phil.
I know. I was just trying to work out what actually has acid blood.
I assume it's a unit upgrade, right?
Um,
Or maybe it's...
I would assume it would actually be built in. It's one of those things where wouldn't it be great if you could actually search keywords on the Warhammer app?
Pyrovores have acid blood, Phil.
Okay.
Because everyone's falling over themselves to run pyrovores.
Horror Specs has got it as well.
Oh, okay. Starting to heat up.
What about Maliceptor? No. And no for the lictors. Oh, I can only shoot. Oh, wait, Toxcreen must have it. Yes, Toxcreen's got it as well.
Clues in the name.
So toxic-y kind of characters. I was going for Pathogenic Slime, 1 or 2 CP. Use a stratagem in the shooting phase when a hive tendril unit from your army is selected to shoot. To the end of the phase, each time a mod on that unit makes an attack, an unmodified hit roll of a 6 automatically wounds the target. If a unit has the Toxin Sack keyword, this stratagem costs 1 CP, otherwise it costs 2 CP. Oh, I like that. Like if you've got the upgrade for it, it's cheaper. That's very cool.
Yeah, it's pretty reasonable. All right, mate. Let's get into these data sheets and close out the pod. Well, not the pod, because we still got like loads of other stuff that we're going to talk about. It's a long one this week, or this fortnight, as is accurate. I'm going to start the proceedings with Old One Eye, because Old One Eye is freaking awesome, and it needs to be acknowledged. Old One Eye has been the red-headed stepchild of Warhammer 40,000 characters, and finally Old One Eye has stepped out into the sun and probably spent too much time in its rays, corroding. Its
face is burnt off. Yeah.
What's the deal with Old One Eye though, in the sense that like when it's being reformed, does it just never get back its eye, or is it just assumed that every time Old One Eye appears, it's the first time it's ever appeared?
Yeah, I mean, it does say that it's thought to have been slain many a time, so I can only assume that every time it comes back, it is still permanently scarred and has lost its eye, which is a bit odd because you would have thought it would just grow back. Or it does it deliberately, knowing it instills fear into the enemy.
There you go. The hive mind is not without a sense of humor. Old One Eye is movement 8, weapon skill, ballistic skill 2+, strength 6, toughness 7, 9 wounds, 6 attacks, leadership 7, and has a 2+ save. He's got 2 monstrous scything talons, a thrashing scythe, a chitin thorns, and 2 monstrous crushing claws. Monstrous crushing claws are strength +4, so that will be strength 10 in his case, -3 D3 +2 damage.
Tasty.
Oh, crumbs. Monstrous scything talons, which is strength user, so strength 6, -3, 2 damage. Each time a bearer makes fights, it makes 1 additional attack with his weapon. And then the Thrasher Scythe is strength 4, -1, 1 damage. Each time the bearer fights, you make 3 additional attacks with this. He has an armored exoskeleton, which essentially means he subtracts 1 from damage, which is pretty significant. He has Berserker Rampage, so each time this model fights, if it made a charge move or performed a heroic intervention this turn, then the unit gains an additional D3 +1 attacks. So it can have as many as 10 attacks +1 for its scything talon, and then +3. So that's a lot of attacks that this guy is flinging around. We have the Chitin Fawns. Each time this model makes a melee attack, improve the arm penetration characteristic of the attack by 1. So he is now AP -4 on his monstrous crushing claws and scything talons, but is -2 on his Thrasher Scythe. Good gracious. He is an alpha leader in your command phase. Select one friendly Hive Fleet Carnifex model within 9 of this model until the start of the next command phase. Each time that model makes an attack, add 1 to the attack's hit roll. Crikey.
You can bizarrely put that on yourself, not that you would need to, because you hit on 2s anyway.
Exactly. You got regeneration in your command phase. This model regenerates and regains up to D3 lost wounds. Each model can only regenerate once per turn. And then Death Throes, when this model is destroyed on a 6+, it does. On a 6+, the closest enemy unit within 3 suffers 1 mortal wound. It is Hive Tendril Tyranids Hive Fleet. So this Old One Eye can go in any Hive Fleet. It is a monster character, Carnifex, Horned, Chitin, and Old One Eye.
Yeah, I don't think there's a single character per se that's locked to a particular Hive Fleet, which I guess is quite thematic that they. But you would have thought maybe that Old One Eye would be particular to a Hive Fleet, but obviously
he gets around.
Obviously, their hive mind thing actually isn't linked to or limited to just one particular Hive Fleet. So whatever adaptation it has, that knowledge gets shared amongst all the Hive Fleets,
which is pretty interesting. And obviously, if you take him as a warlord, he's got 5 up, feel no pain, or 5 up shrugs, or whatever you want to call it. So he's a pretty durable tank of a monster that hits like an absolute truck, which is a beautiful thing to behold. I have absolutely no frustration or concern about Old One Eye being a total monstrosity. I think that is fantastic.
That's what it should be.
Exactly. Well done them for making Old One Eye awesome. Which, by the way, I don't know if Phil was intending to talk about them, but that is an extension of and a pretty good indication of Carnifexes in the general sense. They have definitely been bolstered by this book, wouldn't you say so, Phil?
Yeah, I would say so. I assume they're hitting on 3s rather than 2s. Though.
Yeah, correct. I mean, they're not extraordinary, but I mean, in terms of their broader kind of functionality, it's pretty. Yeah, it's a pretty good time to have been someone who has a lot of Carnifexes.
Well, that's true, and they've split their data sheets out actually across several, so you can take more than just 3 of them. But I assume they also still come in units of 3 as well, so you can probably take a lot of them.
Yes.
But until we get to them, I'm going to talk about the Small Lord, because he's the other big boy. Let's see how he racks up as the king or queen of the Tyranids. So the Swarm Lord, he's got a movement characteristic of 9, which does degrade to 8 and then 6 inches. Your weapon skill and ballistic skill of 2+, which also degrades to 3+ and 4+. Strength 8, toughness 8, 13 wounds, 9 attacks, a whopping leadership 10, and a 2+ save. Equipped with bone sabers, and you can only have one of them in your army. So the bone sabers are +1 strength, so strength 9, -4 AP, and flat 3 damage, which is pretty strong. He's got Synapse, Shadow and the Warp. He's got Psychic Barrier, which gives him a 4+ Invuln save. He's got Blade Parry, so once per turn, the first time a saving throw made against a melee attack is failed for this model, the damage characteristic of that attack is changed to 0, which is very cool. Domination of the Hive Mind. So in your command phase, select one friendly Hive Fleet core unit within synaptic link range of this model until the start of your next command phase. Each time a model in that unit makes an attack, you can reroll the hit roll. So, long range captain. He's also got Hive Commander. So in your command phase, select one friendly Hive Fleet core unit within synaptic link range of this model. Until the start of your next command phase, that unit gains the objective secured rule. If it already has that ability, models then count as one additional model when determining control. So that's another pretty cool one. Again, Death Throes. So on a 6+, the closest enemy unit within 6 suffers D3 mortal wounds. I do like how they've changed that, and I think we saw that with was it some of the Tau stuff where when you die, you only attack one thing because it's like you're actually just going crazy and attacking them, not the sort of standard explosion that you get on vehicles. So I do like how they've differentiated. how
Yeah.
monsters die different to how vehicles blow up. Obviously, he's a psyker. You can manifest 2 psychic powers in your psychic phase. You can deny 2, and smite plus 2 other psychic powers. Got all the usual keywords, so monster, character, synapse, psyker, hive tyrant, horned chitin again. So he's got that one, and he's the swarm lord as a keyword. Nice.
Indeed. Well known for his Swarm Lord status. I mean, the Swarm Lord has been the big bad of the NIG Codex for a consistent while. It feels like they're still pretty meaningful overall, but I don't know necessarily whether they are the default option anymore, right?
Like, they
when...
took out the psychic power where you can move again and still.
That wasn't even a psychic power. That was just a thing he did.
Oh, was it?
I think it was literally
I
just
think
a
you're
data
right.
sheet ability.
And that's obviously gone now, so that maybe people won't take him as much for because that utility is no longer there. But I think he's still like a close combat beast, which is exactly what it should be. But he's also got a lot of good like buffs for your army as well, so quite useful.
Yeah.
But you can just like throw him up, and but you can still buff at range via synaptic link as well.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. I think I can still see a ton of reasons why people would still want to run the Swarm Lord, but I think it's not obviously the superior option all the time now. I think they've done a better job of elevating other HQs, which is really good to see. And yeah, but I like it. I mean, I think the Swarm Lord's still a really iconic part of the NID range. Although for me, if I was doing NIDs, I'd still have to go with the old school normal Hive Tyrant with the default loadout from olden times, which is the Lash Whip and Bone Sword and Venom Cannon, just because that's what Hive Tyrants are, by crikey.
Yeah, in all the artwork, that's pretty much what they look like. Although I did like the 7th, I guess even 8th edition version, which is the Winged Hive Tyrant with the Twin Death Spitters that you could have to basically had to get the arms from Forge World, because that was always very cool as well.
Yeah. So there's some definitely interesting stuff there. On the topic of Hive Tyrants and things of that nature, I want to talk about Tyrant Guard. I think Tyrant Guard are one of those units that didn't get a very good shake of things in the 8th edition book. Intriguingly, Tyrant Guard from the outset seemed more interesting because of the fact that they were bodyguards of Hive Tyrants. But obviously now they've changed the bodyguard rule in the sense that it's now just the Lookout Sir rule.
Yes, that's true. Fun fact, these are the only models in my Tyranid army that I have painted.
Well, that was another reason why I wanted to talk about them, because I wanted to give you the opportunity to make that statement. But what's interesting, and I'm curious about this now, right? Because have they released an FAQ or a rata that deals with, rather than talking through all their abilities off the get-go, but they've got Guardian Organism, right? More friendly Hive Tyrant model has been free of this unit. Any models can't target the Hive Tyrant model with ranged attacks. So that's the old kind of like bodyguard rule. I think if I remember correctly from the data slate, they stated that if there is a specific model referenced, then they still get Lookout Sir essentially against that specific model. However, obviously the rules of Lookout Sir is that if the model has 9 or fewer wounds, it can be safeguarded from being shot at, regardless of how many miniatures are in this squad.
Yeah.
However, Hive Tyrants obviously have more than 9 wounds. Therefore, are Tyrant Guard now unable to stop that from happening?
No,
I think the answer is yes, but...
Yeah, I assume it applies Lookout Sir regardless of the number of wounds that model has.
Yeah. I'm just going to go quickly refer to
the balanced data
slate just to make sure that I'm using the right language. So bodyguard abilities. The character unit can use Lookout. That character unit can use Lookout Sir rule, even if it's against fewer than 3 models. If the unit bodyguard ability only affects a specific type of character unit, The updated version of that unit's bodyguard ability still only applies to that type of character, e.g. However, here we go. Hive Tyrants within range of Guardian Organism ability gain the benefits of Lookout Sir, even though they are character units with a wound characteristic of greater than 9 wounds. They thought about it, Phil. Oh my goodness. So
round of applause. Well done, Game Boy.
Right. Exactly. So anyway, let's talk about Tyrant Guard. The only thing that Phil's painted in his Tyranid army.
I know.
Movement 6, weapon skill 3, ballistic skill 4, strength 5, toughness 6, 4 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 5, and a 2+ armor save.
Ooh, that's new, I'm sure.
Indeed. Ruddy, bloody, durable is what I would say about them. They have a bunch of weapon options, but they come with 2 rending claws and 2 scything talons. But essentially, any number of models can each have their 2 scything talons replaced with one of the following: 1 bone cleaver and 1 lash whip, or 2 crushing claws. All of the models in that unit can be equipped with 1 adrenal gland, and all models in that unit can be equipped with 1 toxin sac. Guardian Organism, we just clarified. Tyrant Goading. While this unit has been free of any friendly Hive Tyrant model, add 1 to the attack characteristic of this unit. So they go from 3 attacks a model to 4 attacks a model. And Adaptive Brood. If your army is battle forged, then each Hive Fleet Hive Tyrant model included in a detachment, you can include 1 Tyrant Guard unit in a detachment without taking up a battlefield role. So they are normally elites, but if you've got a Hive Tyrant, they can go into the no slot position. So yeah, Tyrant Guard, they are pretty durable. Toughness 6, 4 wounds, and a 2-up save. Keywords wise, they are Hive Tendril, Tyranids, Hive Fleet. Here's the important one: Infantry, Core, Tyrant Guard.
The fact they've got cores, good.
And the fact that they've got infantry is
of course
even
they're
better.
going to have infantry because they're small. They're not big boys.
Wow, they're still pretty big.
Yeah, they're sort of bigger than a Terminator, smaller than a Dreadnought. So they're sort of, they're nice models. I think that's why I always like them. I armed mine with the Crushing Claws, which is a +3 strength. So 8 strength 8, -3 AP, 2 damage. And as you say, 3 attacks normally, 4 attacks if they're in range of a Hive Tyrant. Weapon skill 3+, but again, with the Hive Tyrant, you can give them +1 to hit. So you could make them quite killy. And that's not even...
With the Swarm Lord specifically. I'm not sure if that's a generic Hive Tyrant thing, is it?
Oh, you're right. That might be a Swarm
Lord.
Oh,
no. You can add... Yeah. Oh, no. So Will of the Hive Mind in your command phase. Until the next command phase, each time one of that unit makes an attack, it can reroll hit rolls of 1. Yeah, so it's the I think it's the Swarm Lord specifically that's giving you that. And interestingly, the Swarm Lord is still a Hive Tyrant, so you can take the Swarm Lord and these guys, which is which is reasonable. One of the models I've built but not painted. You should get around to painting that, Phil.
I know. I need to update the color scheme because it was a pain in the bum to paint.
I think you should just finish painting the Swarm Lord, right? Do a real good job on it. eBay them, sell them off.
I could do.
You could probably do all right out of them. There's some beautiful painted Hive Guard, mate. It's got to at least be worth a few quid.
Yeah, I was trying to paint them as the box art sort of style.
Yeah, so Leviathan, your power gamer.
Yes, when I painted them probably like 7 years ago now.
Yeah, I was going to say you bought them during 7th edition where the color scheme meant nothing.
Yes, I just like the look of it. And weirdly, and to this day, I still think it's quite true. I don't see many people painting their Tyranids as Leviathan. I always thought Behemoth was a more popular color scheme, but I could be wrong. I probably am wrong.
I assume people just like painting the easiest possible color scheme. That's black true. Spray. I think that those black and yellow guys probably are quite popular, I suppose, in that regard. Get the airbrush out, do a few little yellow stripes here and there. Jobs are good.
That's true. So my pick now is the classic Tyranid Warrior. Because last time we talked about Tyranids, Tyranid Warriors was your hot pick to Tim. which you never got around to building. You can take 3 to 9 of them, so you can have quite a lot in a squad. Their movement 6 inches, weapon skill, ballistic skill 3+, strength and toughness 5, 3 wounds, 3 attacks, leadership 9, and a 4+ save. They are equipped with Devourers and Bone Sword and a Lash Whip. That's it. Engage my brain. So any number can have their Bone Sword and Lash Whip replaced with a dual Bone Swords, 2 Rending Claws, or 2 Scything Talons. Any number can replace a Devourer with one of the following: a Death Spitter, a Spine Fist, a Bone Sword, a Lash Whip, and a Lash Whip, that is, or 2 dual Bone Swords, or technically 1 dual Bone Sword, 2 Rending Claws, 2 Scything Talons. For every 3 models in the unit, 1 Devourer can be replaced with Barbed Strangler. For every 3 models in the unit, 1 Devourer can replace it with a Venom Cannon. So you can have a Barbed Strangler or a Venom Cannon. All of the models can be equipped with adrenal glands, flesh hooks, or toxin sacs. I'll do the abilities before going through some of the profiles. There's quite a lot, so maybe we won't go through all of them. They've got Synapse, Shadow, and Warp. They've got Warrior Spawning. So if your army is Battleforged, then for each detachment that includes any High Fleet Tyranid Warrior units, 1 High Fleet Tyranid Prime model can be included in that detachment without taking up a battlefield role slot, which is quite handy because they're an HQ. So for a generic like the detachment, you've got up to 3 you can take, right? So having an extra HQ that you can fit into there without having to go to a second detachment is super handy.
Really handy,
and I guess he's gonna give you some buffs as well to make your Tyranids quite good. Let's have a quick look. So the Tyranid Prime has an ability called Alpha Warrior. So in your command phase, you can select 1 friendly core unit within synaptic link range of this model that has not already been selected for this ability this turn until the start of your next command phase. Each time a model makes an attack, you can reroll the wound roll of 1. So that's pretty cool. You can give to them. He's got slightly better stats. He's weapon skill, ballistic skill 2+, for example. Let's have a look at the standard Bone Sword, for example. So that's +2 strength. So that's strength 7, -2, 2 damage, and each time the bearer fights, it makes 1 additional attack. Sorry, that's with dual Bone Swords, you get the extra attack. A standard Rending Claw is +1 strength, so strength 6, -4 AP, and 1 damage. I'm pretty sure Rending Claws used to have, was it on a hit roll or wound roll of like a 6, you got increased AP?
Well, so yeah, I think rending used to just be a universal special rule. So when you had rending, if you rolled I think it was a 6 to wound, it became AP. Well, I mean, essentially in the old, they just ignored armor saves. Then it became AP1 or AP2, and then I think in the case of Rending Claws in 8th edition, they increased to like 2 damage -3 or something. So yeah, Rending Claws used to have varying minuses depending on whether you rolled a 6 or not.
Yeah, I thought they did. What else have we got? So the standard Devourer, which is what they're armed with. So that's an 18-inch range weapon, assault 5, strength 4, no AP, 1 damage. I mean, that's pretty tasty from just a shooting point of view. The big upgrades in terms of the Venom Cannon and Barbed Strangler. So the Venom Cannon is a 36-inch range weapon, assault D3, strength 8, -3, 2 damage, blast, which is not too shabby. And then the Barbed Strangler, 36-inch range as well, assault D6, strength 6, -1, 1 damage, blast. I guess it's more shots. I quite like the idea of just having loads of Devourers because it's just sheer volume of shots. I mean, there's no AP on it though. Or the maybe that's quite good because that's assault 24-inch range, assault 3, strength 5, -2, 1 damage, which is quite a good middle ground weapon.
I miss the good old days when the weapons were dependent upon the bearer. So it used to be that like a Venom Cannon was the strength of the user +2 or the strength of the, then that used to be really interesting because it was all because obviously the idea is if you're a massive bug that could store more lethal, concoctions, as it were, you would have a more powerful weapon than a smaller bug with the same gun, as it were. I used to enjoy that concept, but that hasn't been the case since I think that was potentially a 3rd edition NID rule. So, it's been a while since that was a thing. But yeah, it's nice to see that they've made some meaningful improvements to the Venom cannon, and the Barb Strangler and other things. But I do agree. I think the Devourer is pretty reasonable, all things told.
Yeah, I mean, they've sort of done it. So the Winged Hive Tyrant and the Hive Tyrant have the heavy Venom cannon. So they've just given it a different name and ups the damage and the strength and stuff. So they've done it, but without tying it to the user's strength.
Yeah,
which
I guess
beneficial because the heavy Venom cannon is strength 9, whereas the strength of the Hive Tyrant is strength 7. But I do get your point. It's a little bit more thematic by going strength user.
Yeah, agreed. But at the end of the day, that's added complexity, and as I've said, I think that was a perfectly reasonable stipulation when there wasn't hideous amounts of unnecessary complexity. It was just and your army didn't have that many units in it to account for all of these increasing variables, whereas obviously now there's just so many things to remember. I think it's for the best that isn't a factor anymore. But anyway, I just remember enjoying it back in the day. I think we would be remiss if we didn't talk about this unit, so I'm going to do one more. If you want to do one more, Phil, you're welcome to, but I will leave that at your discretion. We're going to talk about the Parasite of Mortex.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's the new model.
Oh, true.
Diddy little model, but new.
Weirdly not a character. Oh wait, weirdly is a character, but not an HQ. It's in the fast attack slot.
It's a fast attack character. Yeah, there you go. Movement 16. So
jeez, very fast.
Very fast. Despite its diminutive stature, it is a whippy thing. Speedy Gonzalez right there. Movement 16. Weapon skill 2+, ability skill 3+, strength and toughness of 5. Quite absurd that this little guy's toughness 5, but is what it is. 6 wounds, 6 attacks, leadership 8, and a 4+ save. In the Parasite of Moratrex is equipped with clawed limbs and barbed
Ovipositor.
Ovipositor, there we go.
Of course.
The clawed limbs are strength users, so strength 5, -2, 1 damage, and the barbed Ovipositor is strength +1, so strength 6, -1, 1 damage. Each time the bearer fights, it makes 1 additional attack with this weapon, and no more than 1 attack can be made with this weapon.
I guess that's why it's 2-up weapon skill, but it also has got that parasitic infection rule as well.
I was about to say, yeah, so it's also got the parasitic infection rule, which is specifically linked to this particular weapon. So in terms of abilities, it's Synapse and it's Shadow and the Warp, but also it's got parasitic infection. So each time an attack is made with this weapon successfully wounds an enemy unit, that unit suffers 1 mortal wound in addition to any normal damage and becomes infected with a parasite. At the start of your opponent's command phase, for each enemy unit that is infected with parasites, your opponent must roll 1d6. On a 1 to 3, that unit being rolled for suffers d3 mortal wounds and is no longer infected with the parasite. On a 4, 5, or 6, that unit being rolled for suffers d3 mortal wounds and remains infected. If that unit suffers 2 or more mortal wounds as a result of this ability, this phase, set up a new friendly High Fleet Ripper Swarm unit on the battlefield within 3 of that unit and not within engagement range of any enemy units. The Ripper Swarm unit contains 1 model, and if you are playing a game that uses points limits, does not cost any reinforcement points. So that's fun. You can infest people with Ripper Swarms and have
chest bursters.
Essentially, yes. Yes. It's also got an ability called It Itches, which is a very strange ability because I suppose the implication is it's itching it as opposed to you. But While the unit is infected with parasites, sounds like a lovely time. It loses objective secured. That's pretty meaningful. Shadow Hunter. Each time an attack is made against this model, subtract 1 from that attack's hit roll. And that hit roll cannot be re-rolled. Flip heck. That's pretty meaningful. And then Death from Above. So it's got Deep Strike. And it's Hive Tendril, Tyranids, Hive Fleet, Infantry, Character, Fly, Synapse, and Parasite of Mortrex. So it's a pretty meaningful unit. There you go.
I wonder, was it a relic that had the ability to deposit the Ripper swarms?
Yes, it was. It was the sack.
Because if you could apply that to this guy, that would be quite cool. Like, so you can effectively be getting 2 Ripper swarms out of this guy per turn.
Well, yeah. Well, you can only do the I think you can only do that Ripper spawn thing once per game, though, right? From the sack.
I thought that was per turn.
No, fair enough. Oh, is it just in response to an action, isn't it? So.
Yes, instead of shooting, and obviously this guy doesn't have any shooting, so it's a perfect combination.
There you go. You just have him dropping Ripper swarms all over the shop.
Well, that would just be an annoyance, right? So in
I
the
would be
shooting
annoyed
phase,
by that.
you drop a Ripper swarm, and then assuming you can do some mortal wounds on your enemy, you're dropping another one. So that's nice little
units
touch.
of Rippers all over the place. So there we go. Awesome. Phil, do you want to talk about one more unit, or are we done on this?
I do. No, I've got a good one to talk about. I'm going for
Please.
one of my crazy ones. I'll recount a little story I saw from the Dallas GT. A Tyranid player came 17th out of several hundred, so this is quite impressive. His list comprised of 10 of these, and as far as I'm aware, just 10 Tyrannocytes, the flying eggs. Very cool model. I always wanted to get one when they came out. I thought they were very cool.
I'm not a fan.
They're basically, I can't remember the name of the original things, that they originally had drop pods that crashed into the ground and split open. And as far as I'm aware, this was the Chapter House case, or one of the reasons of the Chapter House case, because they were making their own version. Games Workshop had never made a version of them, but they'd done artwork for them, which obviously Chapter House had copied, and they got basically approved that they could do that because Games Workshop hadn't created the model. So that's why we now have the Tyrannocytes instead of the Spore Mind Lander things, whatever they were called before. So yeah, odd design. I quite like them. I imagine they're quite fragile and fiddly because they're being held up by just a couple of limbs. But I will get on, unless you've got anything else to say about the model.
No, I just don't overly like it.
Well, fair enough. Well, let me tell you about it. Maybe I can convince you.
Yeah. All right, tell me about it.
So it's got a movement of 8 inches, which degrades to 6 inches, then 4 inches. It's got weapon skill and ballistic skill of 5+, a strength of 7, which degrades 6 and then 5, toughness 7, 15 wounds, 6 attacks, which also degrades to 5 and then 4, only a leadership of 6, which is very low. But it's also one model, so it doesn't make a difference, I don't think, with the exception of like psychic attacks and stuff. It's got a 4+ save. It's equipped with 5 Death Spitters and flensing whips. It feels like it should be like
flensing whips.
It feels like it should be like fleshing whips or something, but it's not. Flensing whips. So you can replace the Death Spitters with Barbed Stranglers or Venom Cannons. So you've obviously got to do all of them. So 5 Barbed Stranglers, 5 Venom Cannons. So the default one is the Death Spitters. So that is 24-inch range, Assault 3. So that would be 15 attacks. Strength 5, -2, 1 damage. So that's a good all-rounder, fair decent bit of AP and strength. The Barbed Strangler, 36-inch range, Assault D6, which would be 5d6. Strength 6, -1, 1 damage, Blast, which is kind of cool, because obviously if you're doing max shots, you're doing a lot of dice, because all the dice become max dice, because they're individual weapons. The Venom Cannon, however, is a 36-inch range, Assault D3, Strength 8, -3, 2 damage, Blast, so that's kind of like your anti-tank weapon. And then the Flensing Whips is a melee weapon, Strength user, so, it degrades Strength 7, 6, or 5, -2 AP, 2 damage. So again, that's pretty good. It's got aerial seeding. So during deployment,
Got all the rules, this thing, isn't it?
it's got quite a bit. I assume this is deep strike of some kind. It says this unit can be set up in skies instead of being placed on the battlefield. It is counted towards any limits and mission for reinforcements. This transport model can be set up in reinforcement step in your first, second, or third movement phase, regardless of any mission rules. Does that mean it can go back into reserve? This transport can, it can be set up.
Yeah, that basically means it comes down.
Oh, it can come
turn
down.
one.
So it can come down turn 1, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Regardless
like
of any
drop
mission
boxes.
rules, any units embarked within this transport model must immediately disembark after it's been set up on the battlefield, and they must be set up more than 9 inches away from any enemy models. After this transport model has been set up on the battlefield, no units can embark within it because the sack has burst. It has death throws like all the others that we talked about before. And it has a transport capacity. You can do 20 high fleet infantry models. Each model with a wound characteristic of more than 1 takes up the space of 3 models, or 1 high fleet monster models with a wound characteristic of 16 or less. Oh, look, that you can do the weird Russian doll thing that you could do in previous editions, where it can technically transport a Tyrannocyte, and that Tyrannocyte can technically transport another Tyrannocyte, which was nonsense. I think the way they got worded when they very first came out, people thought you could do it, but you actually couldn't. Whereas here, it sort of feels like you actually could. But
Yeah, you probably can.
That's completely bonkers. Why would you even want to do that? It makes no sense. Other than
It'd be
lols.
quite funny, though, I imagine.
Yes, but I believe
The funny thing is, though, it's entirely pointless on the basis that if they're all coming down turn 1,
and
having
they
that-
don't count towards the reinforcement limit anyway. Like, there's no benefit to doing it. Whereas I think in previous editions, this is going back to second edition, it did.
There was a reason why it was worth doing before, but also as well, it was different back then because back then you could have these guys. You could land the first one using the scatter dice and try and put it somewhere safe, and then daisy chain them out from there, which would have meant that you would have been able, because back then you basically could get within 1 inch of your or just outside of 1 inch of any model. So the idea was that you used to just block people in with them. Whereas now, obviously, you have to stay 9 inches away, so it's a lot less intriguing in that regard.
Yeah, I mean,
but there you go.
It doesn't look like. I was going to say, it doesn't look like a unit that's so good that taking 10 of them would win you a lot of games, but apparently, it is. And it looked like, I can't remember the guy's name. He looked like he was having a lot of fun doing it anyway. So props to him. That's a fun lols list to take to a tournament.
Oh, totally. But I mean, terrible model. Terrible model. Cool. All right. Well, there we go, everybody. That is us done. Other than obviously our final thoughts.
And community questions.
Oh yes, of course, Phil. Community questions. How can we forget about those vital community members? Apologies there. A momentary brain fart on my part. That sort of rhymed. There we go. But our closing thoughts before we get into that segment of community questions, we'll do a transitional noise and do a whole community questions bit. That'll be fine. Closing thoughts. It's NIDS, right? I mean, I tried to collect them once, didn't like it. This seems fine, but I don't care. There you go. Are they super strong? Probably. Will they stay that way forever? No, because inevitably they get data slated out of existence if they're too ridiculous. However, for the minute, it will be nice to see NIDS back because ultimately, you know, they are a really awesome kind of big bad within the world of 40k. They've definitely established themselves within the lore as being important. So it's actually really cool to see that being reflected within these rules. I like all the attacks that they've given these big monsters. They've made them feel more significant. The rules are interesting. There's lots of flavor to it. I think it's a really good codex overall, but I am not going to be playing it. And after finishing this review, I will retain very little of it. So I look forward to losing to them over and over again in the future, which is sort of how it should be, because if you're poorly prepared to face the Nids, then defeat is only inevitable. But hey, look, no, I like it. I dig it. And also, Nids have got an okay range. I think there's some stuff within it that has, got some signs of aging. I think there's some stuff in it that doesn't quite, tickle my fancy. Look at Tyrannocyte, for example. But, alongside your Tyrannocytes, your Ravener Brood, your Pyrovore, or your Biovore, or even your Red Terror, it does contain such beauties as
any of the Forge World models.
No, they're all awful. Not all of them.
No,
the Malanthrope is beautiful.
Yeah, no, he's great. Demicarion.
The Ripper Swarms are beautiful.
Yeah, I think the one.
No, I'm not into the Demicarion. I find it derpy.
I was going to say the two large, but not the largest Biotitan. The
Hierodrules?
Yeah, the two Hierodrules I think are very dated sculpts.
Yeah, I'm not massively into
and they
them.
don't really fit into the rest of range.
What's the big one with like the arch back? Is it just a Biotitan, isn't it? What it's called? It's probably got a specific name.
It does, yeah, but it's the Biotitan.
Does it begin with an H?
Yeah, Hierophant. That's it.
Hierophant.
I think that's it.
And then there's oh no, I was thinking of the I got confused there. I think I was thinking of the there's a flyer that begins with H.
Oh, but not Harpy, but yeah, the giant flyer. Yeah. At one point when I was creating my Tyranid list, Hierodule, yeah, I think that's it.
Is that it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Oh, no, Hierodule is the little bugs or the middle-sized bugs.
True.
We do have access to the internet, Phil. We don't have to just keep getting this wrong. Anyway, point is that as a range, it's all right.
Yeah, because at one point when I was creating Tyranids, I liked the idea of just doing a flyer Tyranid list, and obviously taking that giant. I want to say Harpy, but I don't think it's that.
Harpy is the standard one.
Yeah,
I found it. Here it is. The Harridan.
Harridan, yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
You beat me to it. Doing that, and then lots of gargoyles and lots of because at one point you could buy winged Tyranids,
Tyranid warriors,
the upgrades for the Tyranid warriors, the winged Rippers as well that you could get, which I think was a Forge World. They were like Forge World only minis as well, because obviously I was always a Forge World fanboy, so I loved all of that stuff.
The Malanthrope. I'm just looking at the model again. That is a beaut, but there are some of the old Nid models that don't quite stack up. Feels like.
Yeah, I was going to say the ones I don't like, actually, the two flyers, the big ones like the Harpy and whatever the other one's called, in the actual plastic sculpts. Yeah, the Crone. I think they just look weird and a bit wrong.
Bit wrong.
Well, they're just very like bulky. It's like, imagine a bee that's dead and it's all static, but somehow flying around still
on a stick.
That's sort of what I feel like those models look like. They've got no motion to them whatsoever.
The new Parasite Mortrex model is pretty cool.
Oh, yeah.
And the Hive Tyrant model is pretty cool. So I'll give them that. Those are some pretty great bits. And I quite like the Tyrant Guard, and I quite like the Warriors, and I quite like even like the Little Gaunts. I think there's some really nice elements to it. It's just I tried playing Nids, I just didn't enjoy them. They're not my army. I'm just not on board with them. But it's cool. It's a nice book. Well done them. Phil, what's your vibe on this?
I've always liked them. As I've said, I've had a soft spot for them since 7th edition, maybe even going back to 6th edition, because I did start collecting them. I always still have dreams that one day I'll dust them off and I will start collecting them again. And as I've said many times, I was going to, until someone called Joe decided we'll do a 2,000 point Space Marine army. And I'm still doing that to this day. But yeah, I think it's actually pretty good. I think the Synaptic Link stuff is very thematic, and I like that they've tied more mechanics around it. It's not just that ability. It's like psychic powers. It's other powers and stratagems and stuff, or we use that as a way of functioning. I think that's all pretty good. I think all the units have got a boost. I think that's good. I like that monsters seem more viable now. The one downside is that obviously with this coming out, they've canned the Leviathan Codex supplement, and they canned the Stonecrusher Stampede, which not Stonecrusher. Stonecrusher is a separate unit.
Just Crusher Stampede.
The Crusher Stampede, which is a shame. I would like it if they updated them, even if they just balanced it a little bit so they weren't quite as good, but were still viable. And it is good that hopefully with this Codex coming out, it isn't just Crusher Stampede being good. It's now the Codex as a whole, and it is good, and that there's enough variable ways to play. Like if you still want to do a monster mash, you can do. If you want to do lots of little bugs, you can do. Like I hope there's going to be lots more out there. I have to say I've always enjoyed playing against Tyranids. I just might think they're really cool, and they are like a bit of a big bad in the 40k universe. So yeah, overall, I mean, it seemed pretty good. There was the only confusion that I think we really had was around how the synaptic link initially worked based on the wording, because we were kind of quickly reading it. But definitely nowhere near as complex as some of the other codexes that we've had in the past. So I think it's a pretty straightforward army to sort of pick up and play.
Yeah, I think if you were to do a Carnifex heavy army list, it would probably be super easy.
That would be fun.
Yeah, and it'd be probably mindlessly easy to play. It'd just be like, here is 10 Carnifexes and one eye. Done.
I know. I'm sure I've got like 6 in a box somewhere, so I could do a bit of a list like that.
Okay, there you go. Get your Swarm Lord done. Get your Tyrant Guard done. 6 Carnifexes. Boosh.
We could probably do it as a good like doubles list, like 1,000 points.
There you go, mate. You're going to the doubles in a month and a half. So
I could do a Richie and get them painted in no time at all. That's how he does it.
Well, you could do a Richie. You're not going to do a Richie, but you could do.
Of course I'm not.
You could do. The option is there.
Exactly.
All right, cool. Well, there we go. Tim, what's your opinion on all of this?
I think it's a good time to be a NID player, just in general. Like the book offers so many different ways to build a NID force that you didn't have before in 7th and 8th edition. Well, most definitely in 7th, it was like shooting army. In 8th, you had a little bit with crack and shooting. But now I just think all the different hive fleets actually give the player just so many options. You could go but it was not a case of just having so many options that you did before, but actually viable options. So you can have a horde army that could actually work. You could have a whole swarm of bugs just running across the board and making it, and then doing a huge piling. You could have bugs that just randomly explode. You could make your monster mash. You could make your just shooting army still. Yes, it's not as powerful as it once was before, but I think that's for a good reason. You want the game to be engaging. Putting aside the whole competitive scene and trying to table someone in turn 1, but that's always been a thing, and I'm not going to get into that now. So closing thoughts, if you want to be a bug player, go be a bug player now, and I don't think you'll be disappointed.
Thanks very much for that, Tim. Appreciate it, mate.
You're welcome, mate. You're welcome. I encourage people to go have fun.
Transitional noise, Phil, or you got anything else to say?
No, let's go ahead to the community questions.
Let's do it. Transitional noise. Gribblies. All right, gonna be real. Community questions now. It's late on the second day of recording. I'm not sure how long this episode is going to end up being, but I'm going to assume it's long. So we're going to try and do this in a streamlined fashion. We have maximum half an hour, Phil. I can offer no more. I look at my eyes. I'm so tired. I'm so tired. I know people obviously are sick of hearing me say that kind of stuff, but it's true. So we're going to start with Patreon, then we're going to move over to the Gram, then we're going to round out with Facebook, right?
Exactly. That's how we always do
Boosh.
it. And this time I actually did remember to do community questions.
Should we mix it up and go Facebook then Gram?
If you want, yeah.
Because I don't want to imply that one takes precedent over the other.
Okay.
Fair enough. Except for Patreon, of course, because there is a monetary value to it. Thus, we're nothing if not I don't know where I'm going with that. Please, let's listen to what people have to say.
So Wilmer says,
Wilmer?
yes, Wilmer. But could be a man, could be a lady.
Either way, it doesn't matter. The name is a great name.
Wilmer says, what do you guys think of Maliceptors? I've started playing 2 to 3 tournaments a month recently, and since the NID book was leaked super early, our local 2 NID players have been building lists and testing them out, getting ready for the full drop. I've gotten about 10 to 15 games in against the new NIDs with Death Guard, Chaos Knights, Custodes, Cadians, and Tempestors. That's a lot of armies. And it's been a bloodbath trying to scrape points away from them. The biggest issue I've seen so far is that the book is just a little too undercosted, especially the Psychers and Warriors, just like how the Void Weavers were. And Leviathan is too efficient to stack up with the rest of the defensive profiles, like the army-wide 4++, 5++, which normally means feel no pains, and their ability to spread out hit penalties. I don't think they have an army-wide 4++ or 5++. I think it was a army-wide ignore wounds on a 1 to 2 or 1 to 3.
Oh, you're talking about the transhuman capabilities.
Yes.
So Leviathan has basically you can only be wounded on 4s if you're a sign-up creature that happens to be a monster, or if you're a smaller unit and you're within the synapse link range. Then you gain feel no pain 5+.
Yeah. So, is that? So you did also gain a feel no pain?
No, sorry, you can only get wounded on 1s or 2s. Sorry.
Right. Yes. So I wonder if maybe the reference to the
you couldn't be wounded on 1s or 2s.
Yes. So maybe their feel no pain is referencing to potentially. I'm just trying to see if
the only there's a warlord trait that gives you the feel no pain 5+.
Yeah, I wondered if there was also one in the Leviathan supplement, which has now since been FAQ'd potentially. So maybe early doors they were playing with that, but by the time this comment was written, they should have already known that was the case.
Assuming that we're not missing something, but in terms of Maliceptors,
unless he's talking about the Maliceptors giving them this ability, of course.
Well, a Maliceptor does have a 4+ invuln save itself, and it has a bunch of different abilities. So it's got the, this unit can attempt to perform the following psychic actions. In your psychic phase, the psychic can attempt to perform this psychic action. If completed until the start of the next psychic phase, the psychic gains the following ability. While friendly high fleet unit within 6 of the psychic, each time a range attack is made against a unit, subtract 1 from the strength characteristics. When this model is destroyed, roll 1d6. Oh, sorry, this is a totally separate ability. So basically, yeah, you have a psychic action, which is Warp Charge 6, that reduces the strength of attacks by 1. And then he has a 4-up, and then he's got Psychic Overload. Each time this model successfully manifests its psychic power or completes a psychic action, if the result of the psychic test was 7 or more, after resolving that psychic power, the closest enemy unit within 12 suffers a number of mortal wounds shown on the table, which is up to 3 mortal wounds when it has 8 or more wounds, noting that this thing's got 15 wounds. So it itself has a 4-up invuln, and it is able to reduce the strength of weapons, but there's nothing obvious that is granting invulnerable saves that I can see, at least not from the Maliceptor. But the Maliceptor is great. I think reducing the strength of weapons that are coming at you is really meaningful. I think the fact that it's got 15 wounds and a 4-up invuln makes it an extraordinarily difficult thing to shift. And obviously it's got lots of really awesome mortal wound output, which is very strong. And as obviously was noted in that comment, and wasn't necessarily acknowledged by us within the broader kind of context of the review, is definitely from a points perspective, as it is right now, NIDs are definitely on the more efficient side of costings. One of the reasons why, and we didn't really talk about this, but it's something that sort of me and Phil talk about now and again, is I'm personally just trying to sort of lean away from talking about points costs at the moment, because that seems to be fluctuating so much. So saying today that a thing is this many points sort of loses relevancy really quickly. So we're trying to at least kind of elongate the usefulness of our summary of things. Obviously, points are always relevant and they do massively impact the viability of units, but we try and keep it a bit more general in our kind of synopsis of how we think a unit is and what it kind of offers. But obviously, points are relevant. But we're just trying to...
Yeah, I mean they're relatively stable, but they obviously do get their 6-month update in the GT
3-month
pack.
update, right? If they're too aggressively strong.
Well, yeah, I was going to say if they are broken, then they will include them clearly in the balanced data slate. So yeah, it will be updated quicker than that. So yeah, you're right. If an army feels wildly undercosted, that's clearly going to change, but that's only going to happen if that wildly undercosted nature means they're winning tournaments, because that's the only time they're really going to affect anything, because that's the metric that they use to judge how good an army is. So something could be undercosted and it could fly under the radar because other armies are just doing better, potentially. But it was a good question.
I appreciate it. Thank you for
overall, the Maliceptor seems all right. Yeah, not too broken. We didn't even get to look at Zoanthropes, which have crazy mortal wound output. So, there's definitely loads of units that are in the army that are viable. The next one from Michael, he says, do you see any benefits for Tyranids and Genestealer Cult Soup, or does the loss of army-wide abilities make that totally pointless? I was having a quick look through the Tyranid Codex. I think the bit that you lose is the Synaptic Imperative abilities, which you get access to only with certain units, and as we mentioned, they're once per game. And some of them are good, but they're not necessarily something you might build a whole list around, because it's some of them are good but maybe not that great. One of them is Zoanthropes warp shielding. Oh, this is the thing that actually, funnily enough, has monsters have a 4-up invuln save, and models that aren't monsters have a 5-up invuln save. So
there it is. We found it.
So there you go. But it's only once per game for one turn. So while useful, isn't going to last for a whole game. So yeah, I mean, you could potentially go, they're not that useful to do a strategy around. So let's take them out and instead gain the ability to gain vehicles and to have loads more deep striking stuff, or to have a lot more different types of shooting, for example. I think thematically, totally run with it, because I think it's great. Even if you're being hindered slightly, but from a competitive nature, it's like it's in one hand I've got some stuff, in one hand I've got another sort of stuff. You've got to weigh it up on a personal level based on what your armies are. I think
for me, I think it's more potentially viable that you're going to look at adding NIDs to your GSC army than it is that you're going to potentially want to add GSC units to a NID army. I think with the way that GSC are at the moment, I think adding some really powerful monsters in there could really be meaningful, and certainly offset losing out on Crossfire. I mean, Crossfire is okay, but it's not that remarkably strong. So adding in some monsters or more kind of versatile, heavy hitting units could definitely do the GSC a favor. One of the builds that I've seen doing the rounds that people are quite fond of is adding in a Death Leaper to GSC, because the Death Leaper essentially stops you from being able to use stratagems, which is quite strong. So if you're in engagement range, it causes you a lot of headaches. So you've got the Superior Chameleon skin, which is all to do with like invuln saves and covers and other stuff. You've got, it's out there while enemy units within 6 of this model, the enemy unit cannot start to perform actions, so it turns off actions. And additionally, you've got Fear of the Unseen. While an enemy unit is within engagement in this model, that unit cannot be selected for stratagems used by your opponent, and that unit cannot be affected by stratagems used by your opponent when that unit is selected to shoot or fight. So the Death Leaper is a really interesting addition, because you can essentially chuck it in and turn off people's abilities to do actions, and obviously when in combat can stop them using stratagems, which is pretty significant in certain instances. So and again, obviously in combination with lots of aberrants and other things, you can do some really good work with the addition of like a Death Leaper and some other bits and pieces. But yeah, broadly speaking, I think you're more likely to see GSC players sprinkle in NIDs then you are going to see NIDS sprinkling GSC. But you never know, because obviously you could take it to the nth degree and you could add NIDS, GSC, and the Astra Militarum, what are they called when they turn to the GSC, the Astra Militarum, Brood Brothers. So you can have the Brood Brothers in there as well. So you could have Lehman Russes and all that good stuff.
A real mix.
A real mix, which would be quite fun.
Nice.
Anyway, there you go.
Next one is from Joe. He says, hi there, I've been to the Bristol Open and followed by the Factorum 40k weekends. He says, NIDs are tasty. They only played the new NID decks at Factorum, but the winner out of over 100 games, winner put out just over 100 mortal wounds in 5 games. That's quite a number. A number of those games didn't last beyond 2 turns. Is this GW being deliberately OPing an army, again, only to nerf it in a few weeks? Needless to say, I've bought Blood Angels and had great fun. Hope you're all keeping well.
Oh, awesome, man. Well, I mean, that's really great to hear. I think, I think it's a combination of elements. I think it's GW trying to express narrative ideas. I think they're trying to construct armies that are able to live up to what you would expect for these armies as they are depicted within the lore. But I think a lot of the time, unfortunately, with the churn rate that they are up against, they're not always able to pay the utmost attention to what they've created. And a lot of the time, we, the community, very quickly break things that may have gone unnoticed when undergoing any kind of playtesting or what have you. So I think it's a difficult thing because I can't necessarily assert 100% that Games Workshop does this stuff intentionally, but I'm certainly sure that they don't mind the sales benefit of having these broken or objectively strong units out there in the world. I think it feels like a net positive for them at the moment, at least in terms of those who engage with it. Equally, there are people who probably are unengaged with the hobby as a result. But it's a double-edged sword, I suppose.
Yeah, no, I actually have to say I completely agree with those sentiments. I think, as you say, they're trying to make narrative armies to make them feel the way they play and to make it exciting for you to play them. But sadly, the way that ends up happening is that they're really powerful, because that's how you say, I'm killing stuff. Yeah, this is great. Tyranids are ripping stuff together. They're eating them and spitting them out. Okay, so they're going to be really powerful, of course. Because they wouldn't feel like they're doing what they're meant to be doing if they weren't killing stuff. But that's sort of the nature of the beast. And as you say, I don't think they let things deliberately fall through the gaps, but they know stuff will in terms of stratagems and combos. And yeah, that probably does help shift models, which is sort of like a happy byproduct. And as you say, I think they're just up against it in terms of lots of deadlines. So stuff like that does happen, even though there are also playtesters that are meant to catch some of these things, but even they aren't going to get everything.
It's relatively well known that the playtesters aren't always in a position where they're able to actually make any meaningful difference to the situation. Often everything is kind of already done at the point of arrival when it lands with the playtesters. All they can do is leak it and move on.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised even if they fed back, this thing's too powerful. The Games Workshop guys are like, yeah, but it's meant to be. Like, that's in the fluff, in the lore, that's what it's meant to do. So we're just sticking with our guns and doing it and not making the change, even though it will probably need to be balanced to be a fairer thing down the line. But maybe they're just like, well, we just want to see how the community deals with it. And, sometimes maybe they're right, and then other times maybe they're wrong. So that was a good one, Joe. Next one's from Odin. He says, I've just noticed that Games Workshop list Tyranids from the Forge World range in their regular webshop. Is this the first step in a direction where they merge the two webshops? I struggle to see what the benefit is, besides possibly saving some quid on postage. if you are ordering from both shops. The minimum order is to get free shipping, at least to Norway from Forge World, is a lot more than Games Workshop. I'll chip in here and say, yep, that's the same. I think minimum order on Forge World is 80 quid in the UK. Minimum order, I think, is like 20 quid or something in Games Workshop. Is pretty cheap. But then again, buying one of these will get you free shipping anyway because of a high cost. Because Forge World models are pretty much 80 quid anyway. Would love to hear your thoughts on it. So we answered a similar question when Tau came out, and that was the first time they had done this, where they've merged the two together. So Tau units from Forge World are now on the Games Workshop website. I presume they're still there, actually. They weren't done just temporarily for the sort of pre-orders. I think the reason why they've done it is I think they're probably trialing it out, potentially trying to merge it. It feels like, and we've been saying it a lot, Forge World's sort of getting phased out. Most of their range of what they actually work on now is all plastics anyway. They're basically the specialist games department. They're not the unique, bespoke, fancy models department anymore, which is what they historically were. Basically, they do Blood Bowl, Necromunda, Horus Heresy now being their big one, and majority of that is plastic with small little bits being made in resin, and I think that's their business model now. But that can all be on the Games Workshop website, and mostly it's visibility. Like, your average new gamer isn't going to be aware of about Forge World. Forge World isn't that well promoted because they're always afraid of like putting it off to, because they're difficult products to work with. Building resin kits, I kind of quite enjoy, but I know most people absolutely hate it. They don't like it at all. So they've advertised them on Games Workshop website as like advanced modeling. I think it's like, is it 18 plus or something? Like, you've got to be to buy.
I think it's 15 plus, but yeah, same.
Oh, might be
same
15.
diff.
Yeah, it's like this is an advanced product for you to use, and I think they're trialing it out. Finally, it'll be interesting to see the direction in which it goes. Will a lot of stuff just be phased out over time? Will it shift over to plastic if it's popular and it's selling well? Who's to say? But it'd be quite interesting. What's your take on it, Dan?
Well, it's interesting because I've just gone onto the website and I've looked at Tau, and they no longer list the Forge World stuff for Tau. So it's only for the NIDS that they're listing it again. So I would have suggested, without having looked, that it's a sensible move because it streamlines the whole kind of browsing experience. And to be honest with you, I find it strange that gamesworkshop.com is still the main URL kind of destination. Because I think if you type in Warhammer.com, I don't know where the heck that takes you.
No, because you've got Warhammer 40,000.
No, credit where credit's due. Games Workshop have purchased the Warhammer.com URL. So if you type in Warhammer.com, it takes you to gamesworkshop.com.
Makes sense, because that's the name of their stores now.
Exactly.
They're in a very weird branding place where they're kind of branded as Warhammer, but the company's still historically called Games Workshop and the website's called Games Workshop, but nothing on their branding really ever says Games Workshop anymore. Maybe it says it for the start title of computer games, but pretty much everywhere now you just see the Warhammer logo instead.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing. I imagine at some point they will finally get around to doing a complete rebrand of this just being a Warhammer URL exclusively, which would make sense. But that's the thing. I think, look, at the end of the day, if it all just got put under one, roof, it would make a lot more sense, because a great deal more people are going to Warhammer.com or GamesWorkshop.com than ForgeWorld.com. That's just, I would assert, a fact. So it makes sense to align that. What is interesting is that they've demonstrated that they want to add Forge World models to this range, but then they've also then demonstrated that these aren't permanent, opportunities. They're very much kind of linked to Windows. So yeah, again, it's an interesting thing. I mean, if going forwards these things remain on the Games Workshop website, then I can apply a bunch of statements around why I think it's a sensible thing to do. But based on the fact that I don't know if they're going to remain there, I think it's a moot point at this point. I think it's just something that they're obviously experimenting with. So we'll see. I think, the fact that Games Workshop are selling Forge World products in their flagship stores. So Warhammer World and Tottenham Court Road in London both stock and sell Forge World product. So I think, that's more of an indication of that intent as well. But yeah, where that goes in the future, I do not know. But it makes sense. But as Phil said, I think when it comes to Forge World within the confines of 40k, I think it's only a matter of time before it phases out. I mean, the last major Forge World release for 40k was that massive Tau battlesuit, if I'm not mistaken.
No, it was the Necron one.
Yes, you're right. They
Which
did a
the
Necron Titan, didn't they? Yes.
Yeah, which, funnily enough, some of the weapon options went on last chance to buy relatively recently. So
There
that
is.
one's, but as part of that, it's really range rotation, I believe.
Yes, correct. Yeah. So it'll come back one day.
Although saying that, some of it has gone on last chance to buy, like the Krieg Grenadiers, where it's the specialist weapon team, and the heavy flamer team was the only 2 Grenadier models they still sold. That's now just going on last chance to buy. So that just seems like it is disappearing for good. Finally, because it doesn't have rules in the game, I guess. But it's a weird one. Next one, we've got Cameron. They say, I'm fairly new to Warhammer 40k. Well, back after a break, which is pretty much what we all do. I have an Imperial army and a Chaos army, and I'm interested in starting Tyranids as a Xenos flavor. I'm pretty sold on lore and aesthetics. Was just wondering how this codex translates rules-wise to a relatively 40k newbie / Muppet.
Oh, well, there we go. I think it translates pretty well because it's strong, and as soon as you manage to translate the synapse range diagrams into actual kind of practical ideas, I think it's you can create a Nid army that's pretty painless to play, which feels like it's just going to be loads of Carnifexes. But you can definitely do Nids in a way that isn't going to be completely mentally taxing, but equally I think you can add layers of complexity. I think the thing I like about the Nids, I suppose, is that they have created a rule set that can be that can offer meaningful play styles with varying levels of player complexity. So you can specialize and build something that's potentially quite a great deal more streamlined from a gameplay perspective, but still probably operates relatively well. Or you can start to add in the layers of complexity, sprinkle in some GSC, sprinkle in some Brood Brothers, as we were saying, and then before you know it, you're off to the races in terms of the level of mad complexity you've added to the overall thing. But I think that's the thing. I think Nids are a pretty strong option for people looking to get into a Xenos race. I think of all the Xenos races, they're probably one of the easier ones to play. They always feel a little bit, certainly if you build them in certain ways, they feel like a bit of a blunt instrument in some regards. They are slamming forwards and smashing you up, and they're very good at it. So yeah, I'd say just lean into that initially and get some familiarization with it. Sprinkle in a few units you like the look of. Maybe shy away from some of the psychic shenanigans initially. Try and focus just more on big heavy hitters, and maybe hordes of gribbly little things, and you'll probably arrive at a relatively happy place, I would assert.
Yeah, I think they've got quite a standard sort of army composition. Your units do pretty standard things. They shoot, they do close combat. You've got some psychic stuff. As you say, the complexity is around the positioning of your units to gain the benefits of the synaptic link. Like, that's the thing you've got to be aware of. But you don't have to keep track of like how many psychers you've got, or what am I going to activate this turn for something that's going to affect me next turn, like with add mech. So as an army-wide special rule, I think they're a lot more straightforward to get your head around. And they play what I would say like a classic army, sort of how 40k is traditionally played in terms of what those units are doing. And they seem good. There's lots of cool units, lots of iconic units, lots of really random stuff that doesn't see much play, that would probably be really fun and interesting to take. You can go for like crazy spore mines and all sorts of stuff. So you've got loads of choices as well. So I think you'd, and hopefully from us going through the Codex review, you've already got a fair understanding of what those rules are and whether they're complicated or not.
Yeah. No, I agreed.
Uh,
What's next, Phil?
We've got one last one on the Patreons from Dave. He says, I've had my first game with the new Tyranid Codex at the weekend against my Blood Angels, and the amount of attacks they get is crazy. But one unit that I think is way overpowered is the Zoanthrope with their psychic powers casting a stupid amount of mortal wounds. They killed a 10-man unit of assault intercessors in one turn and took out a Redemptor Dreadnought in the next turn.
Which unit was this? Sorry,
The Zoanthropes, the
Oh,
one
the
I called
Zoanthropes,
out
yeah.
as that we should have probably talked about, but didn't get a chance to. So they do a ton of mortal wounds. Let's have a quick look. They've got 4-up invuln save. They've got Warp Blast, which is each time a unit attempts to manifest Smite or a Witchfire power, add 1 to the Psychic test for each model in this unit. They can be taken in units of 3 to 6. Each time this unit manifests with Smite, Psychic power, add 1 to the number of mortal wounds suffered by the enemy units for each model in this unit to a maximum of +3 mortal wounds. So if you're getting +1 to the Psychic test, you could have potentially +6 to your Psychic test. So that means you're pretty reliably always doing Super Smite, which is that D3 +3?
I think for Zoanthropes it might be. I think
what's
normally
the
it's
normal
just
Smite?
D6.
Oh, it's D6. Oh, so in which case it would be D6 +3.
That's right. That's the one.
Which is really good. But if they're battle forged and you've got a Neuronthrope, one Zoanthrope unit can be included without taking up a battlefield role. They know 1 psychic power plus smite, so you get +1 to the psychic test for Witchfires. I'm just going to have a quick look because do you remember there was that one where you could remove a psychic power if you rolled higher than their leadership? Let's see if that was.
Oh, what Psychic Scream? Yeah, that's a Witchfire.
Yeah.
Oh no, or is it a Malediction?
Sounds like it would be a malediction.
If you're
Hive
removing
mind
things, but I
discipline.
guess-
Oh no, it is a Witchfire. Yeah.
Blimey.
So if you took that instead, and you're getting +6, you're quite easily getting someone's leadership. And it's select the closest enemy unit within 18 inches of a psyker. Unit suffers D3 mortal wounds. And then if you beat their leadership, they're randomly losing 1 psychic power, which would really hamper like an army because most people's librarians or psychers are there to do a specific strategy that's part of an army-wide tactic. So yeah, taking that ability, I would say, along with your regular smite, you can attempt to deny 1 and I guess cast 1. Yeah, so you would be sacrificing doing your warp blast, but it's not too, or your smite, should I say. But yeah, it could be worth it because you'd probably only need to do it once or twice in the game, and then the rest of the time you could just be spamming mortal wounds for days. And obviously you can take multiple units, so you could, this could be very strong.
Yeah, Zoanthropes are good. I think that's the broad strokes. They're quite difficult to shift, and they put out a lot more wounds. So yeah, shock horror, pretty tasty. So no surprise that they did what they reportedly achieved in those games.
Yeah, because they're toughness 5, they've got 4 wounds. Obviously only 5-up save, but they got 4-up invuln. So yeah, if you could switch off the invuln save, like by a librarian, then yeah, you could actually kill them a lot easier. But it's just trying to be able to do that.
Indeed. All right. Next one, we're just gonna do because I appreciate it's getting on. Let's do one from Facebook and one from Graham, and conclude this evening's podcastery.
That's fair enough. I'm just loading it up.
It's quite all right, mate. It's quite all right. You take your time.
Here we go. So we've had 6 comments. So pick a number between 1 and 6, and I'll read out that comment.
1.
Oh, fair enough. How do I pronounce his name? Katie, I think.
Katie,
Katie. It's a very strange spelling. CAETE. with a phonetic hat on. He says, or maybe she says, I'm not entirely sure.
They say, there you go.
They have said the power creep in this codex is pretty bonkers. From a designer standpoint, I'm curious, what does this codex not do well? They seem to be excellent at everything except that they don't really have a lot of fast options.
They really struggle in a kind of mass fire sort of position, which isn't always necessarily super optimal, but it still has an overall kind of viability. So if you think about armies like Craftworlds, or you think about armies like even Marines to a certain extent, or Tau, or Sisters, Guard, these are armies that all have, interesting emphases on, having really good kind of mid, even potentially long range mass firepower. A lot of the kind of mass damage output that they're doing is achieved through a bulk of attacks. Now, that being said, they do have specific units that will output a reasonable amount of shots, but they're not necessarily as efficient as other armies, and they aren't geared in that kind of way. That's not necessarily a massive downside, given the fact that the game has obviously got to such a point that being good in combat is, meaningful enough in and of itself, much like how Tau are really good in shooting, and that's all they need to be. But I think, it's one of those things that there are instances and there are ways that you can control NIDs. Also, as well, with only a few exceptions, they are relatively easy to space out, in the sense that you can use move blocking and other things to actually be really quite bothersome to them. Not necessarily, obviously, with some of their infantry units, but some of their more impressive and meaningful units struggle with, when things are in their way, essentially. So things like Shroud Runners for Craftworlds, various infiltrating units can be quite frustrating for them, because, beyond their flying hive tyrants, harpies, crones, gargoyles, and or other things that fly, it's difficult for them to close distance, unless, of course, obviously they're burrowing up or coming down from the sky. But again, as we understand, as long-standing 40k players now, it's relatively easy, when you know that a big threat's coming in from reserves, to control space and stop that from happening. So I think that's the thing. I think move blocking and mid-range shooting can make a difference. But I think the thing is that you, as a opponent to NIDs, are needing to bake in certain sacrificial units to try and control the flow, as it were. But obviously, the minute those NIDs break through, they're just going to start tearing you to pieces. So it's going to be a tough game against NIDs for a while, until some other balancing things come along. But they're not necessarily archetypally excellent at all things out of the gate. They do have some, mild inefficiencies, but I think what they do well just happens to be something that, if you do well, you're going to do very well at. So I think they do psychic and combat real well, and they've got some pretty impressive big shots. But overall, it's psychic combat, and also movement, which is another big thing. But again, as I say, it's mostly ground-based movement, so you can control that if you're fast enough. But again, for Marine players, unless you're a Blood Angel guy with lots of jump packs, it's difficult to control space. But for some armies, it's a bit easier. That's my vibe on it. I don't know if I'm right or not necessarily, but that's my feeling towards it. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, I would say I kind of disagree to an extent. I actually think that they're quite good at shooting, and historically in 8th edition were really good at shooting, because that's how the Codex was built, basically. You've got Tyranid warriors, you've got and your gaunts, so you've got a lot of little gribblies that can put out a lot of shots, and you've got your pyrovores, exocrines and your not Tyrannocyte, but the other version of Tyrannocyte, the big gun. So you do have some bigger shots. So you don't have what you don't have is lots of big guns in plentiful numbers. You tend to have one or two big things that can do big shots, but you can do lots of little shots quite easily, I think. One thing they don't do though at all, really, transports. They don't have an equivalent of a rhino. They can't do rhino rush. You can do your Tyrannocytes, I think we called it. Yeah, the spore drop pods you can do, but beyond that, they don't have any kind of transports for moving around, keeping your bugs safe across the table. I was trying to think. I don't know if this is how long ago, should I say, I last properly looked at the Codex, but I remember synapse being a lot more devastating, right? So synapse now, yeah, you've got your synaptic link range, that's quite important, and synapse helps you ignore morale tests. But it used to be they used to all have instinctive behavior. Was that something that was in 8th edition, or was that just in 7th edition? And I'm thinking
no, that was there, but they've I think the thing is that they've tried to sort of shy away from giving that too much of a kind of punishing kind of element.
Yeah, because it used to be if you could kill a couple of synapse units, then all your models would just behave on an instinctive behavior. So if they were a close combat unit, they would effectively run and attack the closest unit, or if they were shooting unit, they would just shoot at the closest unit. So they would still do stuff, but you would lose the sort of control about how they would work, and that meant killing the synapse creatures was the way to defeating Tyranids. Now it feels like, cool, you've lost some synapse units. Maybe you're not getting all your buffs off because of your synaptic link. And yeah, you potentially now you've got to take morale tests, but it doesn't feel like either of those two will be as punishing as how synapse used to work previously.
Yeah, well, it was really interesting in earlier editions because I think even like the 3rd edition book, 3rd edition had a stipulation where you could only fire at your closest enemy model. So essentially your closest enemy unit was the only thing you could target. But for NID specifically, they had a special rule where their synapse creatures or their big monsters could also be targeted. So it was like a weird special rule for NID specifically, which was a negative special rule for them, which was that essentially, yeah, their big things could be targeted. So you could ignore that universal sort of special rule, as it were, which was interesting. But yeah, like you're right. Like it used to be more about managing those components to maintain the output of the overall army. The game was just different back then. They were happy to make armies or create, or deliver design decisions that could have negative impacts. Another famous example was the Necron phase shift, which was once 75% of your Necron units died, the whole army phased, which was pretty hilarious. So if you had like a monolith, which isn't a Necron, and you had like a Catan, which isn't a Necron, but you had 20 Necron warriors, which are Necrons. If you killed 15 of those Necrons, the whole army disappeared, which was a really dumb mechanic, but kind of cool for what the theme was. But,
yes, yeah, that they would sort of retreat and disappear.
Yeah, but they've shied away from those kind of mechanics now, which I think is broadly beneficial, but it certainly makes the game a little less flavoursome. But
I think it was like the sort of unfun mechanics. It's like, okay, I'm losing. Oh, now I'm just definitely losing because of these things are happening to me, and it's you lose control of stuff that you're meant to be doing. Isn't very fun as a game because now you're just doing things on autopilot, which is quite punishing. And that was like, because it basically meant it was trying to force you to take synapse creatures, but quite often people would not take enough, basically, which is what happened. But yeah, I hope we've answered that question. I mean, they feel like they do a lot of stuff good, but they're not going to do everything well. I mean, historically, I always saw them as a close combat army, but obviously they've introduced quite a lot of units that are now much more shooty, so now they can do both of those things. And I think we've seen that in general with most armies. They all started off with like an archetype, like of being good in combat, being good at shooting, being good at psychic, And I think Space Marines was the one that was meant to always be the all-rounder that's kind of good at everything. And since then, we've sort of blurred those lines a lot by allowing people to have more choice in their army build, by allowing them to do everything ultimately and not particularly be rubbish at any one thing. Obviously, even so, you do still get it to an extent. Like Tao's not very good in combat, but actually in the last Codex review, they've got some good stuff for combat now. So it's not, that gap is still disappearing, I think.
I do think, again, from a kind of broader design philosophy perspective, I think Games Workshop definitely are doing more to try and remove those weaknesses, which is interesting, because it's and I think that's why we end up in these situations where they add even more rules on top, because they're trying desperately to try and preserve certain elements of their fluffy creativeness while making everyone great at everything all the time or whatever. And it's just I don't know, it's interesting. Anyway, one last question and then we're done.
We're doing Instagram now. 1 to 10, pick a number.
10.
DM it on @miniatureworld 3M. Oh, it's one of those.
God,
they're everywhere. Those comments.
They're the worst, aren't they?
I know.
Oh well, that was the question. No, go on. 9.
Oh, old Cantor Blue.
Cantor Blue.
He's. I've played against the new Nids, and they are outrageously strong. It's because you haven't got your 2-win Marines yet, mate. The advance and charge psychic power for things like Carnifexes and souped up Nid warriors, who are madness now, by the way, is extremely strong. The fact that they can cast psychic powers via Synaptic Link is too powerful, in my opinion. Ooh, I don't think we noticed that about Synaptic Link.
Well, I think he's talking about the fact that Synaptic Link then channels the powers through them, not necessarily they're casting it as a result.
Oh, right, yeah, okay, I can understand. But yeah, interesting. Yeah, I've always liked to do big bugs. When we talked about Tyranid warriors, I think I would love to do just like a pure Tyranid warrior list, and it weirdly seems like they're viable now. But by the time I ever did that army, it would be 10th or 11th edition, so it probably wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah. I think by then, everyone will be 3D printing and who knows what else. But yeah, no, I mean, the broad consensus seems to be, from a community perspective, that these guys are super strong. I definitely feel like that was the case reading the book. And I don't want to think that I'm downplaying it in any way, shape, or form, but I think points and other things will be addressed soon. I can't imagine they're going to let Nids run wild for too long.
They should. That's exactly what they should be doing. Going on a rampage.
Be interesting though, isn't it? Because obviously the Harlequins and the Tau were obviously very quickly neutralized. So it'd be interesting to see how long they let Nids, run their course. But they kind of got in at the start of the latest data slate, so
they've got
it might be that
a couple more months to go.
Yeah, they might remain relatively untouched for a while. So there you go. Should be good for a while yet. But yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if they were, sorted out a little bit sooner. All right, mate, cool. We're going to transition to the outro, I imagine, unless you've got anything else you want to say. Obviously, thank you very much to those who left us comments and engaged with us on the community side of things. Apologies to those that we weren't able to get around to. We endeavor to answer as many of these as possible. But this podcast, as I'm sure you appreciate, is long enough already. So if we did miss you this time, hopefully we'll get you in the next one.
All about Imperial Knights.
All about Imperial Knights next time around. But before then, it's this transitional noise. All right, guys, end of the show. Oddly, it's the first thing we're recording. Me, Phil, and Tim have actually not chatted as human beings with each other for a long old time. Not since the last podcast episode. Me and Phil, let's get on for... When did we finish recording the last podcast episode? Like 2 weeks ago.
2 and a bit, yeah. Would have been.
It's like the longest time between me chatting with you. Although we did technically talk on the phone yesterday for about 5 minutes, which was, again, one of the shorter conversations that we've had.
I finally escaped the Tupperware.
Keep working that reference back into it.
Exactly.
Do you remember Erie, Indiana? Do you remember when I remembered Erie, Indiana? That was something.
Funny.
Tim's there as well. I assume he's going to have been here the whole time, but for us, it's still novel at this moment in time.
Stick it through.
Exactly, mate. Exactly. So we're recording, just for everyone's reference, we're recording on Wednesday, 5th of May. Is it May now? It is
4th of May.
It is May.
That's
the
what
4th.
it is. That's what it is. Yeah. Oh, yeah. May the 4th be with you and so on and so
4th
forth.
be with you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Live long and prosper.
So many people triggered right now.
I know, right? I know. I'm such a big Star Trek fan as well these days. So you know, I understand the difference. That's why it's funny. Right?
TNG.
Oh, TNG.
Are you going through TNG or Deep Space Nine? What are you
I'm
going
more of a
through?
TNG fan myself. Tim.
Picard.
Picard, not new Picard. New Picard is don't start talking to me about new Picard. It's weird though because I don't actually watch the new Picard series anymore. I just watch Mike and Rich
Richie.
Evans from Red Letter Media talk about it. I'm one of those guys now where I try to watch Picard, but I'd rather just watch those two tear it apart than actually watch the show. So in a way, I'm grateful that it exists because Red Letter Media make really, really good content about it, which is a net positive. Phil, you don't really like Star Trek at all. Do you watch Rich Evans and Mike?
Well, I don't need to. Why would you say I don't like it? I to be fair, I don't like new Star Trek, but I'm.
Oh, well, there you go.
I used to love TNG back in the day and Voyager.
Everyone
One of
does,
those
isn't it?
people. And the only reason why I watched Picard this season, especially, was because of Red Letter Media, so I could watch them talk about it. So I have been actually watching the show, and yeah, it's pretty bad.
Anyway, enough about that nonsense. Something that wasn't
Yeah.
so bad today on May the 4th be with you is a bunch of 40k reveals, which, you know, it wouldn't be right if we didn't talk about it because of timing. Well, basically, the next episode we're going to do is going to be Imperial Knights, right? That or the new Warzone book, because I can't record
Next week?
week, something like that. I'm in France from like Wednesday to Wednesday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think basically pre-orders are next week. So
Yeah.
we won't. I think we won't actually have the copies to talk about. So we'll have a filler episode, I imagine.
You think? Okay.
Which could have been
This.
the Warhammer reveals, but I don't know. It doesn't feel like there's not enough just in the 40k one alone to talk about.
That's true.
But we can easily string it out for hours, no doubt. But we'll try not to. And yeah, there's Horus Heresy and Kill Team, so we might do a bit of a synopsis in the next episode.
Was there Kill Team in the mix in this week's reveals?
Yes,
Mhm.
Kill
Ooh.
Team is part of the Friday.
What's our mad Kill Team guess, knowing that when this comes out, everyone knows it already what it is? What's our mad Kill Team guess? What are we shooting for? Kroot? Is it Kroot?
I mean, that'd be nice.
Wouldn't Kroot be lovely? I think Kroot would be pretty great.
Squat.
Tim, we can only ever so slightly hear you fidgeting around with all your paints and stuff, just to let you know.
Oh, sorry.
It's like having Richie on the show.
Or Joe. It's like bringing back either of those two individuals.
I'm trying to be really careful, but
No, it's fine.
No,
It's
I
fine.
have a
It's the outro.
deadline, so-
It's the outro. Just behave better when we're doing the actual bulk of it. You know, that's
Okay.
fine. People are more forgiving at this point because most people don't get it here. And if they do, then
most people have tuned out by
yeah,
now.
most people are gone by now. Mate, there's like 4 hours of content that came between now and then. So, you know, or then and now. So, you know, most people do. Anyway, long story short, they've done a bunch of reveals. So what are you thinking though? Like genuinely, what are you thinking for the Kill Team? I'm going Kroot.
What have we had recently in the Kill Team releases? We've had.
Well, you had Corsairs. That was so every Kill Team
Corsairs.
release is a new thing and
Or an
an upgrade. Well, that seems like the pattern because it's been new Sisters unit, upgrade for Pathfinders, new Elder unit, upgrade for Chaos Space Marines. The only exceptions to that is technically the first one, which was new plastic
Krieg
Krieg,
and New
yeah.
Orcs.
and new
Orc
Orcs, who
Commandos.
though technically were only they were an existing unit with upgrades and stuff, but it was really a whole new unit. So Yeah. But it seems logical that we're going to follow that pattern of upgrade thing. I think Kroot, Death Watch. There you go.
A Space Marines of some sort makes
Oh,
sense.
yeah.
It's going to
Death Watch
happen
would
at
make
some
sense,
point.
right?
Death Watch
we
is
need
more
Death Watch
thematic,
upgrades. Oh,
but
great.
it feels like if they do, they probably will do Death Watch and they do Space Wolves, but they definitely do generic Space Marines like Primaris as well.
Oh, yeah.
Like, would it be just Primaris like Scouts, which they already have?
Oh, hello. Yeah, they could do because obviously Templars have neophytes. So, yeah.
Yeah, because you've
Scout
got the
unit.
Incursors, but so
Ooh.
it could be like an upgrade kit for them. Not that it feels
Primaris
like
Scouts.
but it could be more specific actual Scouts.
That would be pretty cool. I mean, it's all pointless talking about it because anyone listening to this knows what it is. But just for the sake of giving Tim a chance to say something mad, what do you reckon it'll be, Tim?
I reckon it's going to be a new Mordheim Imperial Guard kill team.
Oh, okay. Very nice. I like it. I'm
Ooh.
into it.
And a NID upgrade sprue for warriors.
Ooh.
No, that would be a good one.
That would be a good one. Everyone, I
Proper
hope
left field.
I hope Tim gets his way. That'd be nice.
I hope so too.
Exactly.
It won't
It'd be
happen, but
it
I
would be
hope so.
nice if you got what you wanted every now and again. We're going to rattle off opinions on the 40k reveals because that's a thing we do. So the new Chaos Space Marine range, or rather additions, which goes so far as to also include the new Demon Prince. I mean, the Demon Prince got leaked, didn't it, over the interwebs?
Yeah.
Games Workshop's continuing conflict with its own playtesters to keep things secret. I mean, if you create an ecosystem where it is infinitely more beneficial to leak information than it is to keep secrets, it's no great shocker, is it, that people keep leaking everything? It's
No.
it's pretty crazy. But this Demon Prince mini, I mean, obviously what leaked was, in my opinion, so. What kind of leaked out was, I was like, oh, okay.
Well, wasn't the leak
Ooh.
the AOS one? And that's
The
what they
AOS variant,
revealed,
yeah.
earlier in the week.
But doesn't this kit build both AOS and 40K?
It does, yeah.
Yeah, I thought it would. Normally it does with the demon kit.
So the wings you saw on the original model for AOS, but they've said that's also going to be compatible with the 40k one. The 40k specific one looks very similar in style to the original metal Demon Prince, which is, to me, is like the best version of Demon Prince model.
When you say original metal Demon Prince, though, I think of the one on the square base with the snappy scorpion tail and the derpy face and the axes out with the extra arm.
Maybe not that old.
Like the third edition metal.
Yes, the third edition one.
Yes,
which looks
not the
very
original
similar to
one.
this. So yeah, I mean, I like it for that reason. The flexibility of how you can build it seems amazing, and the fact that the AOS one and the 40k one look so different. There were similar stuff, and they even did a call out. Eddie mentioned the tactical rock. That seems like the most obvious thing that stayed between the two versions. So hopefully, yeah, it's got a lot of posability and options.
So my question is, how well do you think it sort of matches up with Be'lakor? Do you think they would look good standing side by side aesthetically?
I'd hope so. I mean,
I don't think they do.
Well, this guy looks a bit more Space Marine-y, but then it always has, right? Like it's got Chaos Space Marine armor, whereas Be'lakor is like a proper demon, so it's like just, he's naked basically, right?
I think he'll look great next to Be'lakor. I mean, they're different things, right? Like this is a Demon Prince, and for all intents and purposes, for all various variables, Be'lakor's ascending to greater demonhood, right? Like he's beyond a Demon Prince now. So, you want this to be a little bit smaller in stature and a bit more kind of I mean, and it is an incredible mini. I mean, like just the pose, it's stunning. It's a compelling argument to become a Chaos Space Marine player in and of itself. It's probably one of the best miniatures that Games Workshop have created in a while, in my opinion. And also
Ooh.
I respect the flexibility of the kit. I think that's the thing that really sells it for me. The fact that you've got 4 different god-specific head variants, and the fact that
That's
this
really
thing
cool.
can... it's ridiculous. And then it can actually be an Age of Sigmar or 40k variant and look meaningfully different. It's very cool. It's a very cool kit. You know me, I'm not quick to throw praise around, but this is a gorgeous piece of work. It's a chef kiss, is what it is.
I think
Mwah.
the one demon head that works the least is the Nurgle one, and I think that's purely because the head is quite small, and normally you associate Nurgle with being like really fat, so it doesn't, the head almost doesn't fit in with the body. It's a Chad bod on, with the dad bod head. It shouldn't really go, but we've only seen close-ups of the head, so it'd be interesting to see how it looks zoomed out and you see the whole model together.
I don't want to dismiss the Nurgle head, because
I do
it.
like them, but that I think is the weirder one out of the 3. I think the others all work just a touch better.
I mean, he's got a pretty fat looking tongue. That's the thing. His tongue's looking pretty bulbous. So
I think it's a great piece of kit. I really do. I like engineering, design wise, it's a great model. It is. Going onto the Nurgle little topic though, it's kind of like Nurgle has such a distinctive style that I'm not sure if that Demon Prince would fit within a pure Nurgle army. Now, as a mark of chaos, like being tainted by Nurgle, absolutely fine, perfect. But yeah.
But it's a demon, isn't it? So, but at the end of the day, what more can they do? And here's the thing: if you're particularly invested in the idea of having a Nurgle Demon Prince, there's already a perfectly, suitable range of Nurgly minis within the Age of Sigmar range, or within the historical back catalogue of Games Workshop miniatures. Obviously, they have their old Nurgle Demon Prince that was quite an iconically Nurgly creature. So I don't think it's outside the realms of reality for you to be able to acquire a miniature that better, depicts what you might consider to be Nurgle. But I think the thing is it's just really nice that it's got that flexibility. And I think in the case of Slanesh, Zench, those two work really well. Khorne's an interesting one because, again, the Khorne one, and again, I suppose it should probably look this way, but I'd say it's probably a little bit too much Bloodthirster and not enough Bloodletter, as it were. Like, I would have thought maybe it would have maybe achieved some sort of middle place where maybe it's got like the Bloodthirster horns, but more of the traditional kind of skull shape of the Bloodletter, as it were. Whereas this is very Bloodthirster. It's a Bloodthirster head with slightly smaller horns.
Right, that sort of makes sense because it's better and bigger than a Bloodletter, right? And is on the way to being a Bloodthirster, so it would make sense that it is more like what it's going to become.
Yeah, I do agree with that statement. I think the thing is, and where I kind of go back to is if you reference back to the old, again, 3rd edition metal, I think that did a sort of better job of sort of being somewhere between the Bloodthirster and the Bloodletter. But regardless, I think it's still fantastic. I mean, yeah, I what more can be said at this point other than it's a flippin' lovely mini. Tim, will you get one for your Primaris World Eaters, soon to become actual World Eaters, whatever army?
Maybe. I'd like to see I assume Angron's coming on the way, because if they're doing the whole Khorne party bus thing, as another reveal today was Khorne Codex, I'll be surprised if we don't get another Primarch.
Well, they haven't done a Chaos specific Codex, i.e. like a subfaction that doesn't have a Primarch in it, right? You've had Thousand Suns, Death Guard. Is it just those two?
That's it. It's just those two, yeah.
Just those two, and they both have
Chaos
Primarchs.
range, yeah.
So it makes sense that if you're going to do another one, you're going to bring the Primarch with it, assuming that as long as the Primarch is canonically alive, of course, which it is in this case. So, yeah, I totally, it's not outside of realms of possibility as a betting man to go, yeah, of course the Primarch's coming.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a
Yeah.
huge leap of faith to assert that Angry Ron is going to accompany his World Eaters. What I'm really excited about is seeing what those World Eater kits actually look like. And there's been a lot of talk over the rumors of the internet that they had created these World Eater Berserker kits years and years and years ago, kind of like the updated Chaos Space Marine Terminator sculpts. And the reason why those Chaos Space Marine Terminator sculpts were evidently of a older vintage was because they didn't feature any Primaris Space Marine helmets on their various trophy racks and things. So I wonder whether it will be the same for these World Eater Berserkers, whether they'll have, retro Firstborn Marine heads all over the place, or whether they'll have a bunch of modern Primaris Marines, strewn across their various bases and things.
Yeah,
We'll have to wait and see.
The reveal almost implied that they're just designing them now. Here's an axe drawing that we've come up with. It's like, oh, come on, like they've probably been made and finished a long time ago.
Yeah.
Almost certainly.
So they could have shown us more, but they obviously chose not to. What I find most interesting though with that is they're like, okay, they're not in the Chaos Space Marine book, but so therefore they don't have rules, but we're going to publish them in White Dwarf as a stopover. And I'm like, okay, was that always your strategy? And the World Eaters Codex was coming later, or is it just delays have happened, so now this is like a fix as a stopgap? But then it's a bit weird because they also previously, when you've been in this sort of situation with the was it Dark Angels and Death Watch early doors of 9th edition, they gave you free PDF updates which had rules to keep you over. So I guess somewhat annoying if you've got to go out and buy White Dwarf rather than getting the rules for free. But then, that's my only complaint about that sort of announcement.
Yeah. They have been relatively good at putting some White Dwarf or some Warzone rules for some things on the Warhammer community download section. So like the rules for the Gravis Captain and the Primaris Ancient have both found their way onto their download section, even though they were present within Warzone.
Yeah, that was a bit of a gimme to placate the fan base, I think, because a lot of people were complaining about the GT pack and the Warzone books at that point.
Do you think Space Marines are the variable though in this instance, in the sense that if it's Space Marines, we'll chuck you, we'll throw you a bone because there's enough for you that we need to worry. But World Eaters players,
maybe,
whatever.
We don't care.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not the big player
you
base.
And your two mates, who cares? But hey, if we're on the topic though of distribution of rules and other things, they have seemingly confirmed that they're now going to give us the points for free, which, to be honest with you, I thought was what was happening already, because I use Battle Scribe and eventually it just goes, by the way, these are the points now. So, I mean, I've been buying the GT packs, but I literally, with the one that came with the latest one, the field manual, it just literally just got thrown in the bin straight away. It barely lasted, 30 seconds in my grasp. It was literally I didn't fling it as such. I gently took it across the room and placed it within the recycle bin. But, that's where it went pretty much straight away because it was pointless. But, they've apparently going to give us those rules for free, which in a way they already have been. It's just that they've also been trying to bolster the value of Grand Tournament packs or whatever by, supposedly giving us that as a bonus. But
yeah, I mean, I think it's good, especially now the points updates are coming every 6 months rather than every year, so it's no longer as big a thing as it was, and the value of it has gone down because it only lasts 6 months. So to do it for free was a bit of a no-brainer. So it's good that they've done it, because that's pretty much what everyone's been saying for forever. So well done them. I guess it will just be a PDF update, which is what they've done in the past sometimes. So that'd be good. Yeah.
Yeah,
No
you can't
complaints there.
snub at you can't turn your nose up at
Free stuff.
free stuff, And again, I think it just sort of it's a good bit of course correction on their part in terms of how they need to treat these releases going forward. I assume Tim echoes that sentiment, unless of course he's mad keen on buying books with points in them.
No, I do echo that sentiment. I think it'll be nice if they translate across to the app cleanly, because we always know there's.
How does that thing get worse all the time? Like, how is that thing still utter trash?
I don't know. But you always, whatever YouTube video you hear about when people are generally talking about the app, you just hear about the discrepancies and you see it for yourself as well. And it's like, come on, guys, you could do better for this.
Well,
better than this.
One of these days, they'll by the time 10th edition rolls around, they might have delivered 1/3 of the things they said the app would be when they sold it to us a year and a half ago. Maybe.
Do you know what? I actually had a genuine thought today that after the Chaos Codex, it'll be like 4 months and then they'll drop 10th.
Probably, depending on the timeline. My assertion would be that 10th is coming May, June of next year. So we are
That's what I figured.
We are now a year away. Like it's coming.
It is coming.
This time next year, we'll be talking about the rules changes and unless of course something terrible happens. Yes, yeah. They will have adjusted CP again. This time, you get none or whatever. Oh, I don't know. We'll find out. Anyway,
simplify the game.
Exactly. They'll just hand us the 5th edition rulebook and say we were wrong all along.
you and your 5th edition.
Well, unfortunately, you just can't put that genie back in the bottle anymore. The game is too big now. It's got too much stuff.
No. Was there anything else you guys wanted to say about the not Macmond, what was it called? The new GT mission pack?
I mean, not me personally. I've got few, if not no opinions on it. It's a series of missions. To be fair to them, the current GT pack that they created is the best version of competitive play that they've created for 9th edition thus far, but it is still very complicated, if not more complicated than it's ever been. So that's a thing. But overall, I've actually enjoyed this period of time with these rules. So hopefully they just continue in that vein and we get something that's even more interesting in this upcoming book. And it sounds like they're doing a load of stuff with like adding in new stratagems or new tweaks for the codexes that don't get very much love. So that's a win, I think. So if Chaos Demons and Astra Militarum players are actually getting some tools that they can use alongside the balanced data slate updates to actually be, not that Demons got anything in balanced data slate, but for the Astra Militarum players out there, I mean, one, it beautifully indicates how far away your codex still is. And then two, it's because maybe they've not done any demon stuff because they think that Demons is coming soon enough. But yeah, I think it's an interesting time in that regard. So I think I think it'll be good for Astra Militarum players. We might finally see you guys come 5th or something.
Maybe. Yeah, I was going to say it because they sort of advertise it like, oh, if you don't have any codex specific secondaries, you're going to get them in this book, as if it's a new concept that they didn't just do in the last one. I guess the difference here is they're actually balancing them all, so they're potentially you're getting maybe 3 rather than just 1, which is what they did for all the people that hadn't had secondaries before, and then they're going to tweak them all, so some that are going to be clearly broken are going to get toned down a bit. So that's cool as a concept. And then they talked about or alluded to how CP is going to change and act in a different manner, which will be cool to see when that gets announced or we can get hold of the book.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's weird though, right? Because every time they try and tweak CP, it's always a really interesting aspect of the overall, function of it and the game in the general sense. Like, the game is so stratagem heavy and relies so much on management of CP and so on. So any changes to that really do drastically impact overall gameplay experience. So I am intrigued to see if they can improve it in any way or make it better. I still think that with stratagems, they should just resort to a card system. I feel like if there was a deck building element to it, it would be the most sensible way of approaching it. But, you know, at the end of the day, I appreciate that they are where they are at this moment in time. It is what it is.
I'm assuming they're going to drip feed you points more along the lines of AOS, so you start off with less, basically, but get more on a turn-by-turn basis. The first thing I thought about was if you're giving them 1 CP a turn still as your default, but give them an extra CP if your Warlord's alive. So it actually gives your opponent a better incentive for killing your Warlords or your opponent's Warlord, and gives you a reason for keeping your Warlord alive more. Because I kind of miss the whole Slay the Warlord secondary from older editions of the game. So having that back, but not as an actual secondary, but just as almost like something you want to do, because it's going to then deny your opponent's CP, which is a big resource. Kill them, say turn 2. That's like 3 CP you're going to stop them getting, or potentially 4 if you go first, which is a lot. So anything that kind of makes a Warlord more important, I think, will be quite useful.
It'd be interesting as well if they link like other kind of intrinsic CP buffs and benefits to certain command choices. So like if certain types of commanders granted more CP, or had actual kind of army-wide benefits and also negatives. That would be really interesting if all of a sudden certain attributes were locked to certain styles of commanders. Like, to use Marines as the most straightforward example, a captain is a more kind of well-rounded commander who is obviously experienced a great many things and potentially is much more stable in their position and is ultimately able to maybe give better command benefits, but maybe is a little less inspiring from a combat perspective. Again, noting what Space Marines are, that's probably unlikely, but I'm just trying to use kind of general ideas here, whereas maybe the lieutenant isn't quite as, command savvy, but is a much more inspiring presence because they've recently ascended to the rank of lieutenant and they are still leading from the front or whatever. Again, probably not the most accurate idea within the confines of Marines, but you know what I mean in terms of like if there were sort of ideas that could, unlock certain warlord traits or unlock certain things that would have different benefits. I think it would be nice to see that kind of theme come in.
Well, you could almost do it with the core rulebook stratagems. So some of them you lock behind certain ranks of characters. Now that doesn't necessarily work because not every army is as structured. But for example, a lieutenant, cool. You can get the one where you can also pass your morale, for example. But for a captain, you can get the 1 CP reroll. And that's locked to a captain, so you can't take other things and still get that really generic stratagem that everyone wants to take without paying a premium in terms of the top end character for your army, whatever army that is.
How about this for a curveball? Sorry, Tim. I was going to say, how about this for a curveball? In the cool rule book is just a whole list of stratagems that everybody can read and has access to, but you're only allowed to select, I don't know, let's say it's a 2,000 point game, you're only allowed to select 5 of them. And every army still has their unique ability, but it just gets rid of like those weird stratagems that nobody really knows about and those gotcha moments. But it still makes it interesting and engaging because you never know what your opponent's going to build, but everybody has access to it.
I think you're always going to need to have an element of uniqueness to each army. I think it just comes down to quantity. I think, again, we need just quality over that quantity. There is still a lot of redundancy in the stratagems in these books, right? So you're always going to have situations where at the moment they're just throwing so many ideas at the wall and not all of them have stuck. So I think, I like that idea, but I also like the deck building element to it. But again, it all needs to be done within a system that has baked in kind of systems that streamline the ideas. I think, at the end of the day with the stratagem system, it still surprises me that they've not indoctrinated some kind of like almost like TCG, Magic the Gathering style gameplay mechanics to it, where certain stratagems have certain activation patterns, as it were, much like sorceries and instances in You know, so like this stratagem is an instance, therefore I can use it in response to something. This stratagem is a sorcery, so I can only use it in this. Now, admittedly, they are written into the mechanics of the stratagems, but they didn't just think, why don't we just have a generic phrase that incorporates the entire idea of a thing that happens in an instant or a thing that happens in a phase, you know?
What about being like, oh, you're standing on on one objective, so you have an access to this row of stratagems.
Ooh.
Oh, your psyker is in the enemy backfield, so he has access to now this row of stratagems.
You're gonna make the objectives on the battlefield like mana.
Yeah,
I control this island and this plains, therefore.
Well,
get rid of CP. Do that.
Well, one of the current GT missions has something where if you're on, I think either your opponent's objective or
your
on the
opponent's
middle
objective,
you gain your CP at the beginning of the turn. Otherwise, you don't.
So you have to control an objective in no man's land to get your CP. But if you control your opponent's objective, you get 2 CP.
Very good.
See, that's cool.
That
is pretty cool.
And that's in the game currently. It's just complicated. It's just there's so much of it and it's hidden within so many layers. And this is the thing. I like these ideas, but it's about how they're implemented. That's always my sticking point, because it's always like always going to say is it's always delivered to us in reams of A4 where it's like, look at all of these words, and you're like, oh god, what is it? Oh, I re-roll a dice. Cool. Why did that need that? Like, it's just Anyway, we digress.
Yeah, we do digress.
Should we move on? Should we move on to talk? Should we go back to the chaos model?
Yeah, let's talk about chaos. We're strapped on time, right? We got to probably try and wrap all this up in like 20 minutes because we still got probably hours of NID talk to do. So we'll start from the top. Possessed, yay or nay?
Yay!
Yay!
I mean, it's not for me. It's not my personal taste.
Oh, he doesn't like them.
Not my personal taste. But cool, they're good. They're nice models. Like, they are objectively good. I just don't personally like them because I don't like the overly chaosified Chaos Space Marines. Like, my perfect version of Chaos Space Marines is actually the Horus Heresy Space Marines, where they just look like Space Marines. When they're all Baroque and over the top, I'm like, and basically from a cover of a heavy metal band, I'm like, nah, not for me. I appreciate people love it though, so I'm not going to diss these models.
What I would like is, going off the back of the Horus Heresy stuff, is probably the ability to add on like carved sections. So like the word bearers have some models which actually have carved like runes in them and stuff.
Pretty much all of them.
That would be kind of cool to have like an upgrade kit.
Or
it's called a scalpel, mate.
I was going to say it's a knife. Or potentially transfers could do that as well.
I bow down to your dexterity if you can do that with a knife or a Dremel.
I mean, I'll give it a go.
Give it a go, and please post it on Instagram.
All right, I will go away and carve a Space Marine shoulder pad. Show you what can be achieved.
No.
On the skin.
No.
Oh, Mike, you want me to do it into my own flesh? I'm not doing that, mate.
No.
I'm not emo anymore. I've moved past that phase.
Awkward position in an awkward spot.
Where do you want it? On their crotch? What do you want?
No, on their leg. Do it on their leg pauldron. Like
the leg pauldron of a Primaris Marine. All right, fine.
Yeah.
All right, done.
That should be pretty easy.
Do it.
No, not easy, but
it won't be easy. I imagine it will look terrible, but we'll try. Anyway, I like it. I mean, much like Phil, sometimes over the top chaosiness is a bit much, and that is definitely present here. But I think they've actually oddly. The thing is, the old Chaos Possessed models are so bad that this is fantastic. That's the thing. Like the old Chaos Possessed are awful. The dude with like the Gelverback, like triple jointed legs and his kind of like spider arm. That's a great mini where he's pulling off the head of the helmet of the lieutenant. But there are some of them that are a little bit too ridiculous. Like there's this one who's got like a big hand and then like a bone thing coming out of it, like he's a raptor or whatever that ill-fated founding of Space Marines was, that got like bone sabers coming out of them. But for some reason they've decided that he's got like pink flesh over the top of his armor, and I'm not really mad keen on that, for example. But
like the pipings and growths, I guess.
Yeah, it's just that that's the thing. Sometimes it's a bit much, but overall, I think they're a solid unit. So there we go. Cultists, yay or nay?
Yay. Quick,
Yay.
people, go buy the Blackstone Fortress expansion of cultists and add them to it.
Because because I was like, these look really familiar, and it's
because
like,
they're from Blackstone Fortress. Yeah,
What-
they're
are they the exact same ones, or are they like taking that
No, they're not.
aesthetic? And I think they're, because I was like, these just look like they're from Warcry, like but with guns. Like they've got a lot of similar aesthetics to them.
I mean, what's really nice about these cultists, though, is that obviously, if you are so inclined to do so, it's now going to be slightly easier to sort of mingle the Warcry miniatures into them, and they won't look completely out of place. I think a lot of people will be able to sprinkle in those elements. But yeah, though they bear a lot of design similarities to the cultists that are currently available via the Blackstone Fortress expansion. So there's a lot of similarities. They've got the helmets, and they've got the almost kind of Thundercats, Berserker, Pirate Raider vibe to them.
I like them.
Exactly.
I think it's a good aesthetic.
Oh yeah. No, it's cool.
Old Hammerhand from the Thundercats there. Everyone remembers Hammerhand, right?
Of course.
Exactly. That was the noise he would make. Possessed cultists.
A cursed cultist. Yeah.
A cursed cultists.
Yeah.
What's our vibe on a cursed cultists? Yay or nay?
They're weird. I quite like them, but they're weird. I like
weird.
The weird tentacly octopus one.
Which one? There's two potential tentacly octopus ones.
The green one.
Not the purpley one where he's got like the one coming out of his mouth. Yeah.
I mean, that's also cool. Yeah, they're all really, they're gross, but in a good way.
I think I've got mixed feelings about them. I like them overall. I just think, again, it's just one of those things where it is cool. It's just, I'm a yay. They're good. I like them. I think when I see these things in reality, I'll like them even more. They're just really mad. Like especially the dude with the, like you said, the green guy with the tentacles and the elephant leg or whatever he's got going on. It's yeah, stupendous. I mean, it's utterly bananas. I'm in favor of it. And then moving on from there, we've got, what are these ones called? Even more possessed than that.
Yeah, the torments, which are, as you say, even more possessed.
Yes.
These ones are kind of, even more bonkers.
These are like the spidery octopus, like the spidery ones, right?
Yes.
It's almost like 90% demon with the bits of the remnants of the body just hanging on in there. Kind of gave me vibes of the Rat King model that I did ages ago, where it's lots of just human corpses and body parts all just stuck together. It's got that sort of vibe to it. I quite like it. I think the demon heads are actually the weakest part of it.
It's weird, isn't it? Because the demon heads, certainly in these sculpts, have more of a kind of cartoony quality. Now, I don't know whether that's the paint job or whether that's the sculpt or whether it's both. But the thing is that, it kind of robs it of some of its kind of gruesome kind of Cronenberg body horror kind of qualities. It's sort of more, it's like they've put I don't know, it's like they put a little red fluffy kind of like squeasy nose on the end of it.
I think the winged one is probably the one that looks best, where it's got like a big long neck and a small head, as opposed to the other two, which are like weird big heads. And
I quite like the spidery one, the one where he's got like the four limbs coming out of the dude. It reminds me of the way that they described possessed in some of the early Horus Heresy books, where they would talk about how they would possess things and tear their way through them into reality and stuff. So there's a lot of, it's a nice looking, that's good. There's a thumbs up from me there.
I think it's a grower for me. At first, I think at first it was a bit like, not so sure, but I'm kind of warming up to them. They're different, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, I mean, I think that often my initial reaction when I first see something is I don't like it, and then give it a few hours or a couple of weeks, and then I come around to it, and then once by the time the model's actually out and you've sort of seen it in person, you're like, oh, actually, it's pretty good.
The
Hmm.
thing that always transforms these minis for me is when you finally see people in the community painting them, and they do things with them that are so beyond what the heavy metal kind of standard approach is. Like, there will be some artists out there who will take these miniatures and elevate them in ways that we just can't even begin to comprehend at this time, as it
Mm.
were. It's just this is a fantastic jumping off point, but what we will get a few months down the line is going to be pretty spectacular. So no, I love them. I think there's a lot of character in them, and I think people are going to do great things with them. And also,
Mhm.
spoilers, I love the next thing, which is the command squad. I think is
The Dark Commune,
oh
which is
my
the
god,
HQ units.
Yeah.
these
It's
Chaos Space
nice.
Marines, they're on a tear. This is, I mean, it's Lord of the Rings to the nines, right?
Oh,
Like, I mean,
they are like the Witch Kings. So I love the sculpts. They're fantastic, but it's too fantasy for my liking. Like
it's crazy
they're
fantasy, isn't it?
carrying around giant swords, which yes, it's Warhammer, but at the same time, it's like regular human people, which is what cultists are, shouldn't have access to swords, right? That's to me is a very like Space Marine-y, power swordy type thing. Whereas this is like a
Mm.
proper chaos sword, which just makes it, with the exception of the Psyker guy, all of them just look like fancy models, and maybe one of them's got like a gun.
Well, they've got
But
subtle hints of 40k in there because they've got like bionic arms and holstered pistols and things of that.
yeah,
But you are
things
right.
like the pistols. But beyond that, like, even the bionic arms, like you would totally see it in AOS now, the sort of high fantasy concept. I'm not saying it's bad, but I'm just saying it's weird that they're so fantasy. Because personally, I would almost, if I was given a choice between cultists and traitor guard, I would have loved to have seen them expand out the traitor guard range. And it feels like they're doing this in a similar way. Whereas once, because you've got three new units, 4 new units effectively for cultists, and it's like, okay, now you've turned them into like a viable sub faction in their own right. They're like a mini Gene Stealer cultists, where if they got a couple more releases, they could have their own codex if they pushed it in that direction, or if they combined it with Traitor Guard, could make it its own codex, which I think is really exciting if they did that. And I think as a viable way to play them in their own right, and it'd be cool to see more Chaos Marine players have more cultists in their army, because I think going back to 7th edition was probably the last time. In fact, it was probably you, Dan, when I played your Demonkin army, when you had a bunch of cultists in that, right? That was the last time I saw anyone running cultists like of any kind in games. Like it's so rare, it seems like, in the current edition of the game. So
I mean, early
early
eighth, I was still running those cultists in armies because they still had a good level of viability in Chaos Space Marines early doors. And certainly a lot of people were running really, really abusive cultist combinations. If you remember when it was like, here's my Alpha Legion cultist squad that would deep strike turn 1 and wrap everything. And it was like the most, I mean, I wasn't doing that with them,
wasn't that because there was like a Forge World mini that was like crazily buff everything?
Yeah, there were so many weird, janky things that you could do that just sort of made it pretty intense in that regard. One thing I will say, and I think this is probably not massively appreciated by the majority of the current 40k fan base, not to suggest that lots of you out there weren't aware of this, but these guys really heavily resemble the original, at least as far as I can recall, Chaos Cultist sculpts from Second Ed. Very, very similar to the Second Ed Cultists.
Oh
Do
god,
you remember
I
the
can't
Second Ed
what they
Cultists?
look like. No,
Oh,
definitely
okay.
not.
Well, hang on a second while I look for an example. I can share the screen with you, and you can see it. But trust me, they look quite a lot like the. At least I think they do. I've said these things with confidence, and I'm going to look at them and go, "Oh wait, hang on, no, nothing like it."
No, I'm just thinking about a renegade guard army now, and how cool that would be to have. the
Thing is
tabletop.
with the Renegade Guard is I actually, for me, and I know obviously Phil's got a real soft spot for Renegade Guard, and I understand that, but I think for me, I think Chaos Space Marines should be more cultists than renegades.
Yeah.
I think the Renegade to me shouldn't necessarily need its own range. I think it's nice to have some, like, you know, the Renegades to me, they can have the odd little symbol, but they should more or less be what they are before, whereas like the cultists feel like they should be like better represented. So like I think, you know, because Renegades to me are the guys that recently changed, or
Well, they're the civilians that have had the oh, sorry, you talking about Traitor Guard or the cultists?
Traitor Guard, sorry,
Traitor
Renegade
Guard,
Guards,
yeah.
Traitor Guards, blah blah blah.
Yeah, I mean, I liked what they did with the Forge World range, but you're right. I think that should be like a standalone book or supplement from the Space Marine Codex.
Yeah.
But
I
what
think if they did like a White Dwarf appendix or whatever it is, just for Renegade Guard, just to give them some like army rules and stuff.
Well,
you
they
just use
could
the
just-
Imperial Guard as base.
Yeah,
you know?
because that's what Gene Stealer Cult is. Gene Stealer Cult is like literally use the Guard Codex as
Yeah.
you want, and that's all it really needs to be at a simple level. But I'd love it if they themed it a bit more. And when you look at the factions, like you need the mirrors. So you've got Imperial Knights, you've got Chaos Knights, you've got Space Marines, you've got Chaos Space Marines. Okay, you don't have Chaos Sisters, but you've always had from Forge World the Traitor Guard to go alongside the Astra Militarum, and it's like it'd be great to bring that back, because then that's a whole new Chaos faction, even if it was effectively just a bunch of upgrade sprues or something, a bit like what they've done with Gene Stealer Cult. Like that's minimum effort to get a whole new faction out there.
Yeah.
You see my screen, by the way. You seen the old Chaos Cultists here?
I can't see your screen, I'm afraid.
You can't see my screen, but Phil, can you?
I can. Yes, they are quite similar. They're giving me Necromunda vibes as well for some reason.
Yeah, well,
they were time.
Yeah, they were released. Either they came out like early third ed or they came out late second ed. I'm really struggling to place them, but yeah, they were they were like sold in like a box of 10 or something. The Chaos Cultists. So that was
very similar.
Very
sort of
limited run
head.
though. Yeah, very limited run, but very cool. Really, really nice kit, and it's cool to see those design cues return. Anyway, love them. What else we got to talk about? We just have one more thing. Are we going to talk about Angels of Death Origins?
I'm not.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I like the original. This will be interesting for sure. We were talking about it amongst ourselves, and I did a little count earlier today. They announced 11 shows when they talked about Warhammer Plus coming. So far, we're on our 4th one, which is Interrogator. And then this is technically the 12th one. And it's like, okay, I just kind of want all the other shows that you sold us on back in August last year. So there's not long to go before we're up to a year in to. Do
you think when the year is done, by the first year is done, do you think we'll have more than 6 hours worth of animated content on Warhammer Plus? No, not a chance, right? Like, how many hours have they got?
No, each Hammer and Bolter episode was about, 20 minutes, say, maybe 30 in some cases. Angels of Death, similar.
Cases. No, Angels of
10
Death
minutes?
is like 15 minutes, 10, 15 minutes, mate, yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised. But
I mean, even if you were generous and added that logo bit at the start and then put the credit sequences in, like, and like if you gave it all of it, you're probably less than 3 hours of total content on there at the moment from the animations explicitly. Like the Exodite, you could watch from end to end without all the things in it in under half an hour, I think, or maybe like 40.
I think about 45, because I think they're about 15 minutes each or thereabouts.
Yeah, but that's with like all the other gubbins in it. If you like chop it all out, they're like, it's literally like the entirety of Exodite wouldn't even necessarily be considered a short by most animation studios.
Yeah, I mean, to be sold that as a series when it was 3 episodes, it's like
3 episodes, less, almost only barely half an hour's worth of content.
Yeah,
I mean,
But anyway, but Angels of Death Origin, it'd be cool.
Whatever, who cares? They've got my money now. What do they care? And they'll probably get it again if they give me a new exclusive mini that looks nice, because I'm a fool.
Yeah. I mean, when I get my new exclusive mini.
Oh yes, I can't wait for that orc that I ordered out of a sense of uniqueness. I needed to be a hipster. Oh god, this guy. Go on then, yay or nay?
What guy are we talking
What
about
guy?
now?
League of Votan chopper thing. Where are we at with it? I'm at I don't know out of 10 in the sense that like it's so against the grain of everything that's been sort of 40k up to this point, and it's cool in so many ways, but at the same time it's a bit, I'm not sure. I think it's going to be a lovely mini. I'm not sure what they're doing with this. It's like it doesn't spark anything in me. I just look at it and go, cool. It's a thing. Like,
yeah, I feel very much the same. When I saw the League of Voltran first model, the little foot soldier dude. No, the foot soldier dude. I was like, oh, okay, cool. This is a cool aesthetic. I'd like to see where you go with this. When I saw the bike, I was like, okay, the bike I can kind of get behind, like the body of it, how it's propelled, maybe not so much, and the driver,
like a big metal detector.
Yeah, and then the
going
driver,
to comb the beaches.
Its wheels turned on its side. Okay, I get it. It's meant to look like a sort of magnetic electromagnet, but yeah. I mean, when we talked about squats in our squat episode, the one thing I basically hammered home was I do not want trikes. They were stupid back then, even though I loved squats and had a squat army. But they were like the sort of silliest thing out of it, and I was like, no, I don't want them back. Like, just take them in a different direction. And yeah, this is, to me, it's a dreadful model. I just don't like it.
You're going so far as to say dreadful at this time. That's strong, Phil.
I just don't like it. It's like I would have much rather like the curvature aspect of it. It's like I get it, like they're trying to tie it in with a Castellan robot, which is like pre-imperial. But it's like I would have much rather the space dwarves basically be really blocky, square, solid kind of models. A bit more, I guess, what you would assume a squat army would be. It's hard to tell, and this is like an Outrider model, so it's like, okay, it's a unit of bikes, a bit like Outriders for Space Marines. You don't need to buy this for your army. The first model, I was like, okay, squat army, I can be tempted. This is putting me off of it, but I'm also aware it's just one unit. I don't need to have that unit to have a squat army, so I'm still reserving judgment on whether I want squats. But yeah, it just looks really weird, and I don't like it.
It's just because the thing is, from a technical standpoint, it's a very well designed model in the sense that it's got some beautiful details. I think the facial expression of the rider is really cool. I think the gun, although really generic in its kind of broader design, is still cool. It's just that it doesn't have any of the like personality or kind of presence of other 40k weapons. It's sort of like generic revolver shotgun thing that you would see in sort of any sci-fi setting. But I don't hate it. The bike, like you say, they've taken design cues from the robots, but as everyone knows, or at least as I understood it, though those robots have now really grown on us over the years, I think they were always one of the design aesthetics that really kind of were Marmite for people when they first came along.
When they first came out, people hated them, but I think people get it now. And this might be a grower. This might be one of those models that I look at and will hate now, but will like in time. But I know, I think also it's hard to judge because it's a single model in isolation. Once you see the whole range and how the aesthetic works together, you might suddenly be like, oh, this is quite cool. I like
the palettes. I like the color palette choice. It's got a real kind of like, that Miyazaki film, Nausicaa. It's got that kind of look to it in places, like the airships from Nausicaa kind of vibe. I do like that color palette, and I like. I'm trying to be glass half full about this thing in a minute, but I struggle because I don't love it. It's not awful. I don't feel. I
think
don't love it.
if they took the giant wheels off of it, it would instantly look better. I think it's the weird magnet feet that is the weak aspect that pulls me out of it. But using them, they've managed to pose it in a way where it looks like it's hovering because it's basically attached to the base via just one of them that's sort of just skimming over a rock. So that's very clever. Kudos to the designer for doing that. I also think having the coat over the armor looks a bit weird. It's like I get the aesthetic that they're going for. A bit like a World War I pilot or something like Biggles.
Exactly what I thought.
But I also just don't like it because it's not very sci-fi. But I'm just going on my preconceived notion of what I think the Leagues of Votan should be. But you've got to see it in the context of the whole army to see how it's going to work overall.
Yeah,
it just seems weird. It's like you've got your armor on. Surely that's your space environment suit. That's keeping you warm. You don't need a coat on top.
The gun that's on the actual chassis of the bike feels a bit tacked on as well. It's like, and the gun goes here, and it's like, okay, I guess it does, because it's like we can't not have a gun. It's just I don't know. Like I said, it's a I don't know out of 10. It's I don't immediately hate it. There's nothing about it that hugely. Again, here's the thing. It just doesn't feel of the universe as they've established it up to this point.
Okay, well, my counter to that, even though I don't like the model, is everyone probably felt that when Tau came out. Everyone was like, "It's just manga. It's just
Yeah, maybe. I didn't.
To me, they still feel they were always like the thing that never felt 40k, and I think we've played the game long enough to just accept it.
Agreed.
And maybe squats, you're going to have that same sort of like cognitive dissonance about it. Just feels weird, and eventually we'll accept it and understand it. And once we've seen that more, maybe it is that kind of Castellan robot aesthetic used across their whole army, and then eventually we'll get used to it, and it'll be fine. But it's quite jarring.
If they gave the rider a Mysterio from Spider-Man-esque dome in place of the head, I'd probably like it more. Because I think one of the things about the League of Votan, the squat aesthetic that's upsetting me, or not upsetting, but just underwhelming me, is the human faces. I think for me, I want to see what their helmeted option is. I want to see, because I like the idea of trying to kind of take away their personalities a bit more. Like for me, I kind of, like I said, if they all had like Mysterio style fishbowl heads, I'd be much more inclined to be excited about this sculpt. Weirdly, for me, having a fishbowl head would transform this mini into something a bit more awesome.
I think
I'd like the silhouette a bit more,
True. I think they had one of the helmets in one of the artwork pieces that they showed. Do you remember when they showed the big giant, the Votan itself, the big giant head? I think in that piece of artwork there was a helmeted squat. I could be wrong.
Okay.
If it's along the lines of what they did with Caradron Overlords, where they sort of just replicate their face a bit, I think that would, with the fake beard, like sculpted
with the beard,
onto the helmet, I'd be cool.
You don't mind a fake beard, Phil? No. Do you look down on me because I can't grow a beard?
He does. He so does.
He judges me harshly, doesn't he?
Every day.
For people that are obviously listening along, I have a beard, so I'm
that's right. Yeah,
I'm a proud living squat.
Yes,
as they say.
And it's a mighty beard as well. It's not like a half-assed beard.
That's what it is.
It's a proper beard.
I'm beardist. That's it.
That is exactly what it is.
He's a beard elitist.
The League of Beardies.
Does it offend you that that Joe left and I remained? Would you have preferred to continue doing this with your bearded brethren?
I mean, maybe, but at the same time, Joe's beard's stiff competition, so I'm not sure I am.
Is that what it is? You need your USB. What are you doing, by the way, right now, Tim? It's like the most irritating squeaking noise.
Sorry, I'm drilling out my barrels.
Oh, right, okay, cool. Put some WD-40 on that drill, mate. Jeebus. Right, anyway, there we go. So there you are. I don't know. Phil hates it. And Tim, what's your closing thoughts on
I want to see the rest of the range. I don't think it's terrible. I think it's a bit Marmite.
Yeah, you're with me. You're in a sort of, I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's too early to say.
Yeah. If they gave it, as I say, I'm pretty confident I'd like it more with a Mysterio fishbowl head.
Yeah,
I'm sticking to that sentiment.
I'd like to see the helmeted option. That's for sure.
Yeah, I think that would help.
Anyway, there you go. That's us talking about the reveals from Warhammer Fest, day one, the Warhammer 40,000 bit. Now we're going to go on and record what you've probably already listened to, which is us talking about Tyranids. Fingers crossed we get it done in a relatively efficient timeline because it's late already. So we'll see how that goes. Anything else we want to say, guys? Thank you very much, patrons. There's merchandise. That's the usual spiel, right, Phil?
Yes, it is.
There you go. No episode until when are we doing this? So this is going out on the 7th. We won't have an episode on the 14th, but we will on the 21st. That's the plan, right?
Yes. Yeah. And we'll work out what we're doing close.
Yeah, I don't know. It'll probably be Imperial Knights, almost certainly. Because Imperial Knights go on pre-order this weekend, don't they? On the 7th.
Oh, will it be out by then? Okay.
Yeah. So we'll get them on the 14th. I'll come back from being in France on the 17th. So we're going to record that evening.
Okay.
Oh, it'll be beautiful. A lovely little treat for my return journey home.
Lovely.
Assuming I make it. Who knows what could happen to me out there. Anyway, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Tim. You've been wonderful, even though we haven't recorded the bulk of whatever it is you're contributing, but you've been good this far. Let's hope he doesn't. Let's hope he gets some WD-40 for that drill by the time we start recording. Goodness gracious, it's like a flipping rusty old bicycle rolling down the street. But yeah, cheers, Tim. You've been great. That's the show, everyone. We hope you enjoyed it. Thank you, everyone. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Have you ever felt like this? How strange things happen? Are you going round a twist? Have you ever felt like this? How strange things happen? Are you going round a twist? Well, have you heard the word about the bird and the spider? It wiggled and wriggled and jiggled inside.